We would like to start at 9:30. Thank you. Put yourself with the step.
Yes, absolutely. So shall we, Sonia?
We shall.
We shall. Okay, so please be seated. And thank you very much. Welcome to those physically present in Brussels, and a special welcome also to our friends that are connected on the web. This is a fully hybrid today, and we hope that it will last the connection, the technology will not fail, and all those little things that we have grown accustomed to during the COVID years that with this event we hope to forget in no time. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this one, which is the 11th edition of the InnoGrid conference. We are very happy to be able to welcome at least some of you in person in Brussels. And I am also delighted to see EDSO and NSOE partnering again in this year for another event dedicated to innovation in the power networks. I will have the pleasure of sharing the role of Master of Ceremony with my fellow Secretary General at NSOE, Sonia Tuhig. And please, Sonia.
I'm just going to say thank you, Roberto. I haven't been able to hug Roberto for quite a while. But it's a pleasure to be with you today and to see this audience in the room rather than behind a screen. And also we're very happy to have a number of you join online. So we welcome you all today to InnoGrid, the 11th edition, as we said, and our theme today is Mission Acceleration. We know that traveling remains a challenge for you, and we're therefore keen to offer both the possibility to join online and in person. So thank you for that.
Okay, and before we start, we would like to encourage all the participants to join us on Slido, the software that you can find on the web that allows you to put questions and engage in topics that are discussed on stage. We will be making sure to take as many questions as possible from the audience present here at the Arsenal in Brussels and the audience online. So,
thank you, Roberto. Again, InnoGrid 2022 focuses on the need to accelerate the transition towards a carbon-neutral economy. This is not only driven by more ambitious climate targets set by Fit for 55 package, but also responds to the new context, which is, of course, the situation and the conflict in Ukraine. And, of course, in response to that, the EU Commission's own response, which is Repower EU. Roberto.
Yes, and the current energy context that all of us share, and the new policy objectives require boosting innovation in 3 key areas at least. Electricity grids, active customers, and the flexibilities. I was having a lapsus between customer and consumer. And we should elaborate a little bit on the similarities and the differences between the two concepts, honestly. But it is not the day and the place. We are looking forward, opening the dialogue with our stakeholders, and many are in this room and connected, and how to speed up innovation uptakes to help answering the challenges we are facing today that are not only technological.
And so without further ado, I would like to invite you and the audience to watch a video address from the Energy Commissioner, Kadri Simpson, who could not be with us today, but she will present her views in this video on how to fast forward the transition while ensuring security of energy supply in our context. Thank you.
Greetings from Brussels, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. This is the 11th edition of InnoGrid, but even so, compared with this time last year, we are in a completely different context. And we are facing one of the most challenging moments for the EU's energy system. The ripple effects of the Russian aggression in Ukraine have kick-started a huge change in our geopolitical environment. And in this new political context, we cannot continue to feed the Russian war machine with our fossil fuel imports. Instead, we need a plan to look forward. That plan is REPowerEU, a blueprint to build a future based on an integrated clean energy system without Russian influence and with the renewables at the center of it all. This means going beyond our Fit for 55 goals. REPowerEU steps up our renewables target from 40 to 45 by 2030. This new urgency means clean technologies will need to do even more of the heavy lifting. Boosting innovation must be a bigger area of focus. In the EU, we have some of the best brains in the world. And with that, we have seen amazing breakthroughs, especially when it comes to clean tech. So much so that most of the emission reduction for this decade can be delivered with the technologies that already exist. But reaching our longer-term Green Deal goal of climate neutrality means we need others that are not yet at scale. We have the perfect conditions to make this happen. Horizon Europe is the world's largest R&I program, and the innovation and cohesion funds will be crucial in boosting the deployment of new solutions in the market. New elements, such as the research and innovation missions and the European Innovation Council, should also go a long way in upscaling clean energy technologies in the EU. And for energy specifically, the European Battery Alliance and the Clean Hydrogen Partnership will help. Identifying strategic industries and bringing together the main actors around one table to discuss exactly how to develop them. The question is, and always will be, about the speed. Are we moving fast enough, especially now that the stakes are even higher? Another question that comes to mind is how can the other transition, the digital transition, reinforce our climate and energy security goals? We know that secure cross-border interconnections are going to be a big part of that future. Since the 10E regulation has been implemented, our grids are more resilient, and digitalization is another layer of armor. Digitalized grids are secure grids, and this will be one of the big themes of the second half of this year, because already in autumn we are presenting our action plan on digitalization of the energy system. It's not just about addressing the gaps. There is a huge opportunity to be gained by fully digitalizing our system. The plan will look at an EU framework for energy data, empowering consumers and prosumers, promoting investment, cybersecurity, and looking at the energy consumption of ICT systems. I also want to talk about demand-side flexibility in the energy markets. This is an important element to increase the efficiency of the electricity system and increase our security of supply. Lowering peak consumption by successfully engaging demand response can be a crucial element to tackle the volatility of prices and to effectively decrease peak prices. The Commission, together with Acer, has started work on a detailed set of rules, the so-called network code, to address the remaining regulatory barriers for the development of demand-side flexibility. This network code will complement the provisions already contained in the Electricity Directive. Finally, it goes without saying that TSOs and DSOs cooperation and synergies will be central to all of this and more. We talk about our broad EU energy system, but some of the most important change needs to happen on the ground at local level. Decentralization will be one of the cornerstones for the future. supporting energy communities and helping consumers transform into prosumers, the benefits go far beyond the local level. Though we have the high-level view from Brussels, you have your ear on the ground. So we need your help and expertise in the sector as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we were set on a path to decarbonization before. Our endpoint is the same, but we need to move much faster and reinforce the energy security and independence from fossil fuels on the way. Before I leave you to the discussions, I would also like to add one thing, a thank you. Thank you to those who have helped Ukrainian companies during an extremely difficult time. The EU power sector can help with equipment and supplies to reconnect families and businesses to energy grids. Whether you prefer to do this via direct contracts or with the help of the Energy Community Secretariat, it can make a huge difference in their lives. I wish you the best for InnoGrid 2022.
Well, we are very grateful to Commissioner Simpson for this important message, concluding also on the engagement that many have taken towards the crisis and the war in Ukraine, and so he and the DSO are among them. And I would like also to thank Katarina Sikov-Magni for her direct presence today in the public. Thank you very much, Katarina, for representing DG Energy in this important meeting. So, this said, I would like to invite Mr. Jose Ferrari Carreto to the stage. Jose is the CEO of EDP distribution in Portugal that has changed the name into EREG. And so you have the past and the present, and you can exactly figure out who he is. Please, you're invited for your opening keynote, Jose.
Thank you, Roberto. Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. First of all, I'd like to thank the EC for the availability and for once again supporting DSOs and TSOs in the energy transition, and also the nice words we received from the Commissioner Kadri Simpson that are pretty much aligned with our thoughts regarding the huge challenges we have ahead as DSOs and TSOs. I'd like also to welcome all participants and attendees, both from this session and from the session on the 4th of June, and a special word for those in ETSO and ENSOE involved in the organization of this year's edition of InnoGrid. And it's important to mention that this is the 11th edition of InnoGrid, which I think that is relevant to say as an image of perseverance of organizing this kind of events, which I think that is very, very important. So we know that the recent policy developments promote acceleration of the transition, notably in digital and smart distribution and the transmission networks, and I think that here the key word is acceleration. The motto of this year's InnoGrid conference is Mission Acceleration, which is perfectly aligned with the actions put forward by the Fit for 55 and the most recent Repower EU packages. This acceleration requires a proactive position from system operators. In the case of DSOs, it implies that the integration of all these new distributed resources, EV, storage, RECs, and so on, needs to be done and managed in a coordinated and responsible manner, so we can ensure the capabilities of our networks to act as a cost-effective backbone to this transition. The Repower EU puts more pressure on top of an already very demanding agenda by increasing existing targets on renewables and energy efficiency, boosting energy communities and solar PV deployment and consumer engagement. This adds to existing and already very ambitious goals for transportation put forward in the Fit for 55 package. On the system operator side, there is also more pressure for simplifying and digitalizing permitting processes and the integration of those resources in the networks. So pressure over pressure. Furthermore, the European Commission acknowledges the strong need for investment in digital and smart grids to ensure that the European system is ready for the challenges ahead, as we have heard from the Commissioner. The upcoming action plan on the digitalization of the energy sector will also play a key role in the adoption of digital solutions in the energy sector, such as data exchange, cybersecurity, and on smart and digital grids deployment and monitoring in an harmonized way across Europe. And this is important for the networks composed by associations like ours. This all happens in a very difficult context, as we know, with an unthinkable war on top of a pandemic, which is difficult to overcome. Since the very first minute, EDSO expressed a clear support to the SOs in Ukraine, having deployed a comprehensive set of measures, such as hosting colleagues' families and sending more than 32 tons of materials to minimize the war impacts on security of supply in the country. The situation is being closely followed on a daily basis to optimize the help being given and promote a timely recovery. Coming back to the topic of this conference, I would like to highlight the work presented on the 4th of June session that brought together 16 different projects and addressed the three main themes: value of the grids, value of customers, and value for flexibility. We know that over the coming years, notably until 2030, networks will need to integrate a myriad of new resources, and figures are very, very impressive. Regarding EVs, up to 70 million EVs, 50 million residential charging points, public charging capacity, buildings ready for smart charging, and, where appropriate, bidirectional charging. But also a huge amount of renewables, 1.2 tera of RES, around 70% in distribution networks, 600 gigawatt of solar by 2030, 2 times by 2025 and 4 times by 2030 compared to today's capacity. Solar PV on all public and commercial buildings in 2027 and all new residential buildings in 2029, plus 40 gigawatt of self-consumption, plus 40 million households with rooftop PV. So the figures are impressive, and we need to cope with them in a very accelerated way, because we know that the pressure will be huge in that front. So we know that also regarding RECs, today plus than 2 million people are involved in more than 7,700 energy communities, 17% of wind capacity and 20% of solar capacity to be owned by RECs by 2030. Great part of these numbers still does not account the renewed ambition from the European Commission, namely the one that is related with Repower EU. So a lot to be done in a very demanding context. As stated in the Repower EU, the time is now to further invest in smart and digital grids, and we know that some studies refer a need for investment in networks over 400 billion euros, from which around 30 billion will be specific for digitalization and automation. We have done a lot already as DSOs to automate and digitize HV and MV networks, but it's crucial that we accelerate the digital transition until the last mile, driving it all the way to the LV networks. A lot of the work that needs to be done depends on the interaction with the edge, on what happens behind the meter of the end consumer. Additionally, conventional investments will also be needed to existing assets, as 50% of them will be less than 40 years by 2030, which is another aspect we need to take in mind. Consumers and communities are the driving forces behind the participative and cost-effective transition. A bottom-up approach to manage the system of systems could lead us to an optimal solution by optimizing the interactions between all the players at each level and by maximizing the efficient use of flexibility solutions. We know that the grids are integrated, but we need also to integrate the participation of retailers, of different stakeholders, of consumers, because we alone can't implement flexibility solutions and we alone can't change all these things. According to several studies, the untapped flexibility potential is vast. EU flexibility theoretical potential in 2030 should be over more than 200 gigawatts. And this capacity should be enough to cover the flexibility needs that are over 40 giga, according to IEEE. This is, I'll say that this is one of the biggest challenges we are facing in this flexibility area, because I think that the ambition here is very high. I think that the expectations are very high. And this is a very demanding area where we need to count on the participation of very different stakeholders. None of this will happen, of course, with this strong cooperation between all involved parties, and DSO and INSOE have been an active party advocating for this transition, not only by taking part in innovation projects, but also by promoting new technologies, knowledge exchange, and also taking part in dedicated task forces to address the most relevant topics, and more recently, by coordinating with the EU DSO entity. Active consumer participation, TSO-DSO consumer coordination, different approaches for flexibility procurement, standardization and replicability, optimized network planning, observability of the network and asset controllability are among the different topics we are currently working on. And, saying that more important than talking, we need to act now. And now is also an important word, together with acceleration, as we need to do all these tasks together. And this is why it's exactly what we are doing here today, to assure that our networks are ready to cope with this increased ambition in a very short period of time with within a very adverse context. I'm sure that the different companies here represented, I'm sure that the different associations here presented will succeed on this endeavor, and I wish you all a very good session during all the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, José Ferrer Carreto. And for a distributor, those were very much inspiring words, and for underlying especially the challenges that lay ahead, but also the commitment and actions of DSOs to face up these challenges. I would now like to invite Sonia to deliver a keynote on behalf of INSOE President, Mr. Hervé Lafay. Sonia, please.
Thank you, Roberto. And yes, I give this speech on behalf of our President, Hervé Lafay, today. Thank you to the Commissioner for sharing her views on the challenges and the actions. And of course, this is stemming from Repower EU. In the context of Ukraine and the unfortunate war that we have to deal with, we have to also thank our operators today, who have shown great leadership in supporting both Ukraine and Moldovan power systems. Thank you to Jose for the interesting speech from our opening remarks on behalf of our partner EDSO. because indeed close cooperation with our DSOs is essential for us, and we are happy to cooperate on innovation with EDSO, and of course develop new cooperation with the EU DSO entity, in particular on network codes and grid planning, amongst other topics. The current events that the Commissioner Simpson has mentioned in her intervention have put even more focus in the core mission of European electricity system operators. And in particular, the security of the electrical system for households, for public, for businesses and for companies. An acceleration of innovation is needed in our new energy context, and especially if we want to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels, in particular from Russia, and speed up the transition to carbon neutrality. Today's conference will shed light on how TSOs and DSOs are triggering, integrating, and investing in innovation. A recent example of the TSO's ability to innovate is how we were able to develop solutions to connect in just 3 weeks the Ukrainian and Moldovan power systems to the continental European power system. From an ICT perspective, one of the main challenges of the emergency synchronization in March was to ensure a sufficient degree of real-time observability of the Ukrainian power system, which, as you know, at the time was suffering significant attacks, and of course, while mastering and mitigating the high cybersecurity risks, which were inherent at the time. To do this, the TSOs put in place a very innovative solution, enabling all types of data transfers, real-time and non-real-time, from the Ukrainian TSO to the other TSOs and vice versa, in a very secure way. Regarding the secure operation of the power system, the TSOs also developed innovative approaches to achieve the emergency synchronization while mitigating the risk of potentially dangerous inter-area oscillations throughout the system. Unprecedented operational measures were taken, in particular a temporary constraint on the trade capacity between Ukraine, Moldova, and the neighboring countries, coupled with organizational measures in order to monitor on a 24/7 basis the oscillations by a number of our TSOs across Europe. These measures proved to be useful to keep the European power system stable, under full control, since the beginning of emergency trial synchronization in March. And I thank today those TSOs in continental Europe who were able to provide the support to the Ukrainian power system when needed. The Ukraine emergency synchronization exemplifies the ability of TSOs to innovate, as well as the solidarity principle by which TSOs abide. And I am also positively happy to say that we have also confirmed that on the 30th of June, tomorrow, that there will be the start of commercial exchanges between the neighboring countries of Ukraine and Moldova with Ukraine. And this is a very important step forward, and I thank the TSOs of continental Europe for their solidarity here. Investing in electrical interconnections between countries in the European Union and beyond is a key enabler of ensuring the security of supply and enabling the green transition. Delays in the building of the necessary grid infrastructure and enhancements have an impact on climate change. As we gather here today to look at innovation in the power system distribution and transmission grids, I would like to emphasize that for NSOE, next to the needed conventional grid investments, digitalization and innovation are equally needed. The ambition of TSOs to accelerate the development and integration of innovative solutions into the transmission grid is not consistently matched by the regulatory frameworks. TSOs already deploy various innovative technologies, dynamic line rating to maximize carrying capacity of transmission lines, artificial intelligence to process a large amount of data, providing support for decision-making and system operations, for example, the use of drones and satellites for the maintenance of our networks, or the development of new concepts such as multi-terminal HVDC for meshed offshore grids. More innovation is needed through the RDI roadmap, implementation plan, and the identification of acceleration points for innovation. in terms of data, sector coupling, electrification. Integration of power electronics will be initiated by TSOs in collaboration with key stakeholders. And of course, the support of policymakers and regulatory authorities is greatly needed in the coming years. These projects come at a pivotal time when the European Grid Deal, the Fit for 55, and the Repower EU combine with the integration of energy decarbonisation and smart electrification at its core. Innovation and its fast uptake is needed for this decade. Needs for flexibility will ramp up drastically and rapidly to ensure the stability and security of the power system with increasing share of renewable energy sources. As TSOs, we note that trends show a reduction of system inertia due to increasing integration of RES and distribution generation, leading to higher frequency stability. In the future, all flexibility providers will contribute to the security of the system by allowing the balancing of the power system in different timescales, while transmission and distribution operators will need to continue ensuring all demand can continue to be supplied. Interconnections will play an important role to allow us to share flexibility resources across borders. The coordination with our distribution system operators is key here, and we look forward to continuing working with EDSO on innovation activities and the EU DSO entity on demand-side flexibility code. The timely deployment of infrastructure and of innovative technologies is essential to deliver value to customers in terms of security supply and to provide the necessary flexibility. It will be interesting to hear from all of you here today how we can concretely empower the customers, or the consumers, Roberto, and benefit this will bring to the overall system. I look forward to hearing from you and have interesting debates, and I wish you a very good session. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sonia, for having brought the equally inspiring words of Hervé Fay, president of ENTSO-E, and both José and Hervé point out the need really of accelerating and not to lose momentum and not to lose the pace that DSOs and TSOs have acquired over the years in implementing the changes and delivering the transition. I would now like to call to the stage Liam Ryan and David Peters, whom are both of them the moderators of the first session. And the session is very engaging and handles the value of the grids. Extremely interesting, and I just leave the pulp to you here, and it is your job to summon the panelists and to moderate them. So.
Thank you, Roberto, and good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you in person. What a kind of a 2 years event where we haven't been able to get together and actually spend a little bit of time and actually have those engagements. But you're not here to listen to me today. We're actually here to, get into the real discussion that we actually have. And what a lineup of speakers we have this morning to talk to you in relation to the first event that we actually have. Really looking at the value of the grid. And again, so we have the session broken into 2 parts. So the first part is where we'll actually have 3 speakers, and then we will actually have a panel session, will be the second part. So I would like to welcome onto the stage our first speaker. I will invite all 3 speakers on, or 2 of the speakers, and David will invite 1. So without further ado, Katrina Seekoff-Mangney, Director of Transition and Energy System Integration, DG Energy, European Commission. Katrina, we'd like to welcome you to the stage, please. And then next, I'd like to welcome Håkon Bergen, Executive Vice President of Offshore Development, Statnett, Chair of the RDIC Committee of ENTSO-E. So welcome to the stage.
Good morning, and then finally I want to introduce to the stage Anastasios Monas. Are you here or is he online? He's online. That's still the stage, of course, but yes. There he is, perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with Katerina. I think, do you want to stand here? That's probably better. Then we move.
Many thanks, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be here in this hybrid event, and very happy to be able to be here physically myself after, as was mentioned, the too long COVID period. So first of all, many thanks to EDSO and ENTSO-E for organizing this event today on a very topical subject, and very pleased to be here together with many of my colleagues, and sorry, haven't seen often an event where I think in every session there is a colleague from DG NR, so that tells you a lot. So we heard this morning from our commissioner that we are living today in challenging times, not to mention the awful war that Russia has launched on Ukraine, which means that we need to also take swift action on our side. And you have all also seen how Russia has already cut energy supply, in mostly gas supply, but also electricity supply to our member states. So times are challenging, times are difficult. So the answer from our side to this situation was the Repower EU that was adopted in May, and that provides a roadmap on how to accelerate investments so that we can, on the one hand, phase out Russian fossils from our energy mix, but also that we can be ready for other disruptions that may come. You could say that the Repower EU is the acceleration, the turbo gear of the Green Deal. Because the Green Deal, of course, provides the solution to a large extent to the situation by putting, first of all, energy efficiency first, reducing consumption, being more efficient, but also then putting renewables into the picture in more prominent than it perhaps was. Investment needs are enormous. Already, the Fit for 55 and the Green Deal meant a step change in investments. And now with Repower EU, we want to accelerate that. So the challenge is enormous there, but I think with the regulatory framework and the measures that the Commission has put in place for the short, medium and longer term, and together with the work that you all are doing, we can get there. The first word here is electrification. So we need more electricity wherever it is technically feasible and economically possible. So electrification of demand combined with large deployment of renewables is a powerful combination and essential. So this massive scale of renewable energy in power generation, industry, buildings, transport is needed to accelerate our independence and boost energy transition. And that's why we in the Repower EU package proposed to increase the renewable target to 45% by 2030. And this is complemented by various strategies, solar strategy, rooftop initiative, heat pumps doubling their uptake, and earlier also offshore strategy. What does this mean for the grids? I think I want to raise 3 points here. First, we of course need to accelerate investments in grids. We need much more both transmission, interconnectors and distribution grids to absorb this increasing amount of renewable capacity that we need. The production and the consumption are not always located in the same place, often not even nearby, so that puts a big requirement to the needs. And that means that also in the European scale, we need to improve planning, we need to step up investments so that we can make sure that the renewables can be then, consumers can benefit from those. And this means that everybody has to work together, be it the politicians, policymakers, regulatory authorities, transmission system, distribution system operators, project promoters, but also individual citizens. This is something we need to do together. Second, the grids must be upgraded to a mix with increasingly higher shares of variability that come from especially solar and wind, and also then, as was mentioned, where this does not bring the rotating mass that the system needs for stability. So we need to look into how to address this situation through be it flexibility, digitalization, or other technological tools and innovations. So we will need more flexibility from the power plants, from our homes, and everything that is in between. So, and then third, the production of the future will be, on the one hand, more centralized. So we will see big offshore plants, which then we need to bring that electricity to consumption centers, meaning cross-border infrastructure. But at the same time, we will also see much more decentralized production, be it then the rooftop solar, for instance. And this requires more integration and interaction between the distribution and transmission systems and grids. So here, of course, the cooperation between DSOs and TSOs, together with the regulatory authorities, will be essential in making the system work in the most optimal economical way. Here I just want to mention the project called Coordinate, which has received more than 15 million of EU grants from the Horizon 2020, and that was presented in one of the earlier InnoGrid sessions on projects a couple of weeks ago. So we are looking forward to this cooperation that takes place. Then just a couple of words then on the policy framework. So for transmission for cross-border infrastructure, we of course have the well-known Trans-European Networks regulation that now in a revised form has entered into force. That puts the emphasis on, as the name says, trans-European, so cross-border, and provides new tools, new methods, new processes for coordinating the planning. And the most new element perhaps is coordinated planning of offshore in the different sea basins that Europe has. So this work is now to start and intensify and accelerate, and we look forward to seeing all this work. Then on the distribution network side, as I mentioned, they have gained importance during the last decade and have become an essential part of the energy transition. And also because of the increasingly large amount of renewables that are connected at the distribution level. So the role of the DSOs will be more prominent and important than it has been perhaps in the past. It also concerns planning, cooperation, as I already mentioned, with the TSOs, and here the newly created EU DSO entity will of course be having an important role in the regulatory framework and its implementation. But we need the right incentives. We need the regulators to work on the incentivizing regulatory framework, be it for innovative technologies, for this flexibility, etc., etc. So, to conclude, we are living in interesting, challenging times in all the meanings of the words. There are some possible showstoppers, as our president called them, in one of the European councils. And these are the supply chain bottlenecks and also lack of skilled labor. And that's something that we also need to work in parallel in order to make your work successful. But then what we need is more grids and faster, also storage, etc. We need smarter grids, more flexibility, we need digitalization, and I really look forward to the discussion and the other sessions where the discussion will go even in more depth in these topics. Many thanks.
Katrina, thank you very much. I do have one question, but before I go to you, I have one question for the audience. Please ask your questions through Slido, or later on you can ask it in public here. So you have the option how you ask your questions. The people online, please use Slido, else Liam and I have to do all the questions, so please help us. Katrina, thank you very much for your speech, and I had one question for you. The urgency is clear, the direction where we have to go is clear, the 3 points you said, so these are the things that has to happen are clear as well. And that comes to me to one question, and that's what is needed to get the acceleration, and it's the topic of today, to get this going, because the challenge is so huge. What are the maybe 1 or 3 points to really to get these actions on the level that we needed?
Thanks. That's the €1,000,000 question, I think. And I look forward to the answers from the seminar today. But, well, first we need the ideas from all the engineers and all the planners and the rest who are coming up with the projects to implement. Then we need fast permitting so that the projects can happen very, very rapidly, and some progress has been made in that recently. And then, of course, we need the financing, where then the regulatory framework is key, and in certain elements, certain cases, perhaps also from the EU side. And here, our financial tools, be it from the Repower EU, be it from Horizon 2020, cohesion policy funds, innovation fund, and perhaps the smallest of them, Connecting Europe facility. So I think this is it, the ideas from all developers, permitting faster, and then financing.
Thanks, Katrina. I just think we probably maybe move to the next speaker, just in conscious to give the audience time to ask some questions. So Hakan, if you would mind taking the podium. Thank you.
Where's the next, please? Where's the... I need something to push the slides. Thank you. So, thank you for inviting me to say some few words about how to innovate faster. I think week 8, 2022 should be remembered, as Kerry Simpson said, as an extremely challenging week. We had the war starting in Europe. At the same time, United Nations again came up with a message, Code Red for human being. On top of that, Repower EU was really kicking off. And I think one thing can be stated. what we believe should be done at the great scale in Europe and the world should go even faster. So we are facing a shift where actually we will have a production of renewables which is 10 times as high as today, 10 times more wind and solar, with the objective to actually reach zero target even faster. And in order to do that, you need a lot of new flexibility. You need a lot of new grid. And in the core of that, the backbone, I would like to say again, the grid will be critical in order to deliver this. So NSOE is of course working on that, and we have all good plans, but the TSOs and the national funding and the national investment has to also come. And that is the critical component in order to deliver. But last but not least, innovation. Because we cannot do things as we have done it today. We need to do it in a different way. And we need to think of the sustainability, because the way we do things now will have to be changed compared to what we did a few years ago. The fast deployment of solutions, we can use technology which is on the shelf. We need good incentives, good regulation regimes, but on the longer term, sustainability will actually drive the whole innovation. Next, please. This is how it looks like in a week, if you simulate a week in the future system. Originally, this was 2050, but I think we have to shift it. It can be actually partly much faster, where we have, as you can see here, vast volumes of offshore wind, vast volume of solar, and then we have weeks with no sun, no solar, and the whole Europe will have to handle jumps of several hundred gigawatt. That is the big question. How to deal with that? How to tackle the jumps of many 100 gigawatts of production? It's not difficult to make a renewable system. What is difficult is to make it resilient. Next. So we are working on areas, how to focus in the TSO world. We have been working last 3 years based on the roadmap we presented in NSOE, how to focus on important areas and align our resources into topics. And we have the RDI roadmap, which was presented by NSOE 2 years ago. And the whole idea there was really to find out what can we do together instead of working one and one TSO, and what can we do together with the manufacturers, and how can we actually cooperate on focused areas. And then actually we revealed last autumn that we have to step up even more because the speed was changing. So we have to face that. We have to have some areas now where we have to do things even faster. The electrification has been mentioned. We will have bulks of fast charging units coming along the roads. It's a big challenge for the DSOs. It will be a challenge for the TSOs as well. Optimal cross-sector planning, how to deal with the whole cross-sector challenge. The need for flexibility in itself and its value at all time frames is the third topic. And the improved modeling of the whole system, how actually to model the future system. And as mentioned, also by Sonja, how to deal with the multi-terminal system offshore. The whole grid in the future will actually change because it will be more and more DC, more and more power electronics. And for particular hours, actually the whole system of Europe will be fed by power electronics, not by spinning machines with several thousands of tons. And that adds a new area, which I actually highlight here, how to deal with the system stability in microseconds and milliseconds. The new system stability has to be taken care of, and we are doing that together. We are leaning in, we are working on that, and there's also a document out now which is focusing on the power electronic dominated systems. And last but not least, the fully automated decision support system. You need that if you look into the future with all these renewables changing from second to second. It has to be automated. Next. So we have to cooperate even more. We have to integrate even more. We have to have focus areas. We have to work with the DSOs closely, with industry, the authorities, and within the TSOs to actually deliver this. And as an example, also with the manufacturers, we have actually succeeded to have strategic roadmaps focusing how to deal with the challenges together, not one by one, as I said. On the offshore side, interoperability, how to deal with a grid where we have plug-and-play solutions, AC, DC, power electronics, as I said, and also the environmental side, how to make eco-design of all solutions. So that is actually my last slide. If you take the next, I would like to summarize. We need to speed up. We need to accelerate. It's cooperation as a core infrastructure in doing that. And innovation and sustainability, in a way, is the same. We need both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Håkon. I just have one question just before we open up to the audience after the next speaker. Just you talked about the variability and the ramping. How do you think we're going to solve that ramping challenge over the next period in time and that variability? Going from 100 gigawatts of a shift over a very short period in time.
How? Yes. That is the big question. Because I think I can take Norway as an example. We started off in the 50s, 60s, and 70s with a hydro-based system, and then we realized we needed dams to cope with the dry years. In Europe, you need hydrogen, but not a little bit, you need a lot, and you need flexibility. And I think we have to also think different, because in the future, the demand have to follow the production and not the opposite. So you need a flexibility, and you need to design the system in a kind of a different way. And then you need innovative solutions, and they have to be automized and digitalized and smart. But to focus on one thing is difficult. I think we have to focus together on topics and then work together cross-sector, cross-nations, and that is maybe my answer. Thank you.
So it's more of not just a technical challenge, but also a societal and a change of mindset is what we actually need over the next period.
Yeah, fully.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of other questions, but I see questions coming in and I see the time going. So let's move to the third speaker. Anastasios, are you there?
Yes, of course.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and being here with you. First of all, let me start that we at EDSO and at the Policy Committee, we have been doing a lot of job and various streams in the broader scheme of innovation and looking ahead to the future in customer empowerment areas, in digital transformation, in the Fit for 55 package, and of course partnerships and development with DG NR, DG Connect, CIR, and many, many more. But now let's focus on the item that we have been discussing. It's interesting because if we want to, and before jumping into my slides, if we want to make a summary of the buzzwords of what has been discussed so far is investments, many investments, lead time for investments, urgency and flexibility. So it seems as if it's a really tough situation. So let's see how and what we can do for that. The REPowerEU plan accelerates the energy transition, and we're moving to a similar future, but as we discussed and we're exchanging views, this needs to happen sooner and actually much, much faster. And the key measures, it was mentioned also by the commissioner, I think it's the diversification of gas supply with more LNG and non-Russian pipe gas, which has become an urgent reality as of beginning of the year. The fossil fuel reduction through energy efficiency measures and electrification of heat and transport with more renewables. And the increase of penetration accelerated by those measures for ease of permitting. However, as we mentioned here, other than the challenge of investment needed for allowing alternative gas supply sources, the accelerated renewable deployment and electrification will have an impact on the grid investment needs. And it's a common denominator that will have a lot of operational challenges and a lot of need for investments. So how do we, European DSOs, facilitate this process, the accelerated development of renewable energy sources in the distribution network? Will and shall be done, but we need to have the following in mind. The stability, of course, of the power system, because you just cannot throw race onto the system. And of course, the cost-effective grid investments. And why do we say cost-effective grid investments? We will have to move in the broader smartification of the investments and the grid alike. We had already at EDSO an interesting discussion regarding the combining the smart meter data, the smart meter, first of all, deployment and enhancement, and combining smart meter data with other data from remote sensors will allow us to have a very detailed picture of the network and allow DSOs to better plan future development and manage the existing power flows. In this respect, we'll be in position to move faster to a world where we can get demand-side response from the residential sector, reducing the peaks, and also play around the prosumers, the smart EV charging, either through price signals or automation or other items. We need to think very carefully about the promotion of storage at the domestic level, coupled again with the solar PV to help with behind the meter peak saving and also high voltage levels. To this respect, of course, I will be reverting to the initial bullet point that we need really to enhance the data and smart meters deployment. And the third point is the smart solution, such as dynamic light rating, modular power flow control, and all these and digital transformers, which can be used to defer investment in the future or give us the time to address the needs in a proper manner, and increase in parallel, however, the speed of connections, capacity increases can follow in a more cost-effective way. So it is recognizable that the investments in the expansion of the network will and shall take place. Now, what's the key message is that through the smartification and the optimization, we can really make the best of the investments. And this, to happen also, should go along with the supportive regulation. It is a common motto: if you want to go far, go together. So the main innovation focus on transmission distribution should allow for smarter solutions that allow a network operator to use the existing network to its full potential, to have the proper, let's say, clauses, agreements, or allowances in terms of regulation, to give the network operator the incentives to find alternative solutions and in a timely way, and making use of regulatory sandboxes in order to allow these small startups or new ideas or things that can really accelerate, but were not allowed even to test in some cases, to bring the ideas forward from both network companies and third parties. And of course, developing whole system solutions. So innovation should not simply focus on the electricity sector, but also across sectors. So we should be leveraging the fact that we have continuous energy supply and making use of it for holistic energy solutions. So working very closely with the regulatory framework, we can promote cost-effective solutions for managing the system securely. And securely, it's evident to all of us that I mean the stabilization of the network is of paramount importance while we're doing this great expansion in a very fast manner. So in order to become this enabler of energy transition, a number of policies and procedures should be developed. And in particular, the regulatory framework for network operators should be adapted to give the right incentives to find cost-effective solutions. So we have the extra, let's say, will to look for it and for managing the system securely, moving away from the cost-plus approaches that promote the traditional CapEx-intensive solutions to other remuneration schemes that focus on other metrics which will allow us to fit for purpose for the future energy systems. So another idea that it's let's say it's on the table is to have the regulation to be even more open and transparent and include end-to-end customers in the development of price control submissions. We have the recent examples of Rio in UK, where there is a requirement for substantial customer engagement. Still, in many cases, in many countries, in many regulatory environments, in many DSOs, it might not be yet the proper time, or it might be that we need a couple of 1 or 2 regulatory periods ahead of us in order to do it in a kind of similar manner. But additional metrics which will be, let's say, subsidizing efficiency, customer engagement, and in the development of those business plans can be really rewarding and really help also the DSOs move towards this direction. And of course, it's the broader, let's say, interaction in this customer empowerment and engagement with accurate information on the cost effectiveness of the investments versus the change in the quality of the performance on the network, really making the connections through what you get and what you deliver. So that's from my side, and thank you very much for the invitation.
So thank you very much. 3 really good speakers this morning. So just if you have any questions, we're now opening up to the floor very quickly. I'm just conscious of time. So if anybody has any questions in the audience, if you would mind raising your hand and stating your company and also who you're directing the question to. While we're waiting, just see hands going up. If we have any questions from Slido.
We do have, and I see a couple of interesting questions. So I won't address them all, and we'll come back to that later. Maybe one question. The one is it's to the one who wants to answer it. How can we become better at scaling innovation pilots, so we come earlier beyond the pilot stage and a faster adoption between TSOs and DSOs? That's a very interesting question. I don't know who to address, but maybe someone on stage wants to react to that.
Thanks. That's also one of the questions that I think we collectively need to tackle and answer. But I think one element there is also the regulatory framework. So taking up innovative technologies and solutions are typically more risky than the traditional ones. So regulators need to have have incentives for this uptake. So I think we really need to look at how the regulators remunerate then, in a way, risk-taking in this case for systems, technologies, and others that have huge benefits to bring. So that's only one solution, but there are certainly many.
Yeah, I agree fully. I can maybe just add that if we have very strong alignment and cooperation to understand the key challenges, it's much easier to get up with the piloting. And I think this roadmap idea together with the manufacturers, together with the TSOs and the DSO, and try to make it one and not 300. So focus on the most important things, then it will speed up, definitely. Thank you.
Yes, see a question here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Luís Cunha. I'm from Marredes, from Portugal. So my question is, I think it's clear for both for DSOs and TSOs right now what we need to do in terms of our roadmap of investments in the smart and digital grids. My question goes more in the direction of the consumers. I understand that we need now more responsibility on the side of consumers. So we have this motto in Europe that we need freedom, and freedom is one of our main values. But right now we understand that if consumers don't take part in the transition, it will not be possible to overcome the challenges. So my question is, what can we do at European level in order to synchronize the effort that we are doing in the networks together with the effort that needs to be done by consumers? Thank you.
Thanks. Very difficult questions this morning, I must say. I mean, there is already in place a framework to bring the consumers, as we say, at the center of the transformation and the system decarbonization. But it is true that we need to do more. So we need to really think about how do we get the, as we call the famous aggregators, for instance, that could help households bring their, how do we remunerate those that can offer flexibility to the system. So I think this is something where we have already a lot of issues on the table, but we will also launch more reflection on how to make this really happen, because I agree it is essential for successful. So any good ideas on that front would be very much welcomed as well.
Liam, I think we have to move to the panel discussion.
Yes. So I just want to thank our three speakers this morning, and then we should invite on the others to the audience with us up to the stage.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you very much.
Okay. So first of all, we would like to invite, I think he's online, is Jan Kosovic, team leader on energy, infrastructure, gas and retail from Acer. Okay. And then we also actually want to welcome onto the stage is Joachim Kurz-Zelz, Deputy President of T&D Europe, Global Head of Market Innovation, Hitachi Energy. Welcome.
Go ahead, you're doing well.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I also want to welcome on Antonella Battaguini, CEO of Renewable Grid Innovative. Oh, online, excellent. And then we also want to welcome Suzanne Nies, General Manager, Germany, Smart Wires Board and Chair of Current. We also want to welcome Urs Salver-Vin, Director of Strategy Innovation Department of ELS. Welcome. And also Vice Chair of RDIC Committee from NSOE. And finally, we want to welcome Bram Zinbin, Director, Corporate and Social Affairs Alliance Board Member of INSO DSO. Thank you very much. Welcome on board.
Let me sit over there.
So just before we open up to the floor, we actually had 3 really good presentations this morning from the 3 speakers. And one of the key things that jumped out at me is in relation to driving forward and making sure that we accelerate, that innovation is at the heart of how we actually go about doing it. Maybe if you can give me your one point in relation to what's the key innovative solution that we need to accelerate the challenge over the next period in time. And I'm putting that to all the members while we're getting questions coming in.
Well, let me start as representing the grid equipment manufacturers for transmission and distribution. I think we play a role in that. And I would like to highlight, and I think that came out pretty nicely, I don't want to talk about the technical innovation, but more on the point, most of the cases are not technology alone. It's a mix out of technology and regulation, and I think we have learned that during the past years, and I would like to highlight one example which was also somehow touched, or it was on the slides of Håkan Borgen, the multi-vendor, multi-terminal HVDC solutions, by the way, not only for offshore, but also for onshore. We found out that if we do that in the traditional way, it's not the first time that we develop interoperable solutions. Going through international standards, which is a very thorough, proven, but unfortunately also comparably slow way, we will be simply too late. And we're very grateful that we got granted an EU-funded project named Ready for DC recently, which, and I would like to highlight that, is not only looking into the technical details of developing functional specifications for multi-vendor, but also on how we can do that in a legally acceptable way with a limited number of players, but nevertheless keeping the market open for competitive offerings, because these are the types of challenges we have to deal with. Otherwise, we will not be fast enough. And we are really very grateful that this is a truly new kind of project, in my opinion, and I think that was a very important finding, and we are very happy that it was supported. And of course, cooperation was mentioned. Well, this is obviously the result of a very intensive cooperation between ENSO-E members and T&D Europe members and others, by the way. Wind Europe also plays an important role here, representing the offshore users of the grid, you may say. So I think we made a very big step understanding that and addressing it since, let me say, the last InnoGrid, when I could participate it here long before this strange period we have been in a nearly forgotten past.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yes, I will not give one technology. I would say that ENSO-E has done a pioneering work. Congrats to Håkan, to Uroš, to Norela, to Sonja. For Technopedia, you are listing technologies and applications. They are all there. I agree with Jochen. The thing is the framework that needs to be done. And I would also agree with all the speakers before. Even the title of this event, Mission Acceleration, Sonja's statement on Ukraine, yes, we can. But I think we need to do even faster, even more. And my points are comparing Europe to other geographies. We are not doing well. Let's be honest. Just comparing on 4 points. Transparency and open assessment of alternatives. I see that as smart wires in Australia. Tech open tenders. We see in Europe, procurement is a dead weight on innovation. It's not happening. The staff is not knowing how to tender new stuff, the staff of the TSOs or the DSOs, and they have no clue how to assess it in many cases. Australia is doing much better. We see in Europe as well, the UK. It was mentioned already, RIO, output-based regulation. We have that in the UK. We have incentives to the TSOs. The ACERs of this world, the NIAs, the Commission have to do more about it. We have European regulation. We need to see in the NECP's guidance for next year, in the 70% alternatives to grids. We all understand we need more grids. We agree as current, but optimization isn't understood. We see in Latin America that competition among rival solutions is a reality, not in Europe. And we see finally in the US, FERC is now working on a rule that TSOs always have to look first at grid enhancing technology. So Europe is slow and steady It's not going to take us where we need to go if we want to upscale the renewables the way we have to do it. So it is, of course, a matter of regulation. It is also a matter of attitude. We need open source, we need transparency, we need customers to come in, we need stakeholders to be involved. And again, I congratulate ENSOE for this first step on Technopedia. That's very important. Much more has to happen.
That's a very clear statement. Maybe I'm checking also the people online before we just follow here on stage. Is there somebody online who wants to react first?
I can do it.
Yep.
Oh, Jan, you want to go first?
Oh, go ahead, Antonella.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for the invitation, first of all. And of course, all the inputs and presentations of this morning have been interesting, but at the same time, extremely depressing. Because the things that have been mentioned, they are not new. We have been knowing them for at least a decade, in many cases, even longer. And all this emphasis on acceleration that we indeed need, the discussion is ignoring completely how do we get over next winter. So there was a question about consumers. I think that is the most important question, because we will need people to actually support changes in a much faster way. Doesn't matter whether these changes are in this or that field, because we need everything. The point here is that we have known what to do for a very long time, and we still have no clue how to do these things. I could mention that in the future, demand has to follow production. I mean, this is nothing new. But the reality is that demand has to follow availability. We live now in a world of scarcity. And so we cannot pretend that consumers, customers will have all the choices that a free market mentality has led us to believe they are there. They will not be there. And so we need to look at the energy system, at markets, and energy infrastructure with completely new approaches that are rooted in scarcity. Scarcity of generation, but also scarcity of supply chains, scarcity of workforce, scarcity of financing and political support. And design a system that goes for that. Clearly, the grid plays an important role. But clearly, you will not be able to speed up grid expansion at the range that is, for example, just mentioned by a new report by Agora Energiewende, 42% plus only in Germany, without people. So we need to go through winter. If we don't go through winter in the right way, a lot of the topics that have been mentioned this morning will simply be no longer possible. We need to think, what is that we need to do today to start saving and keeping stability and Europe united? Because this is one of the biggest challenges that we have at the moment. And really get the people contributing to this massive transformation of the energy system. Acceleration will only happen if you get the consumers and the citizens on board. Otherwise, it will be only major conflicts everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, that was very clear. Let's switch to the here and then we go back to Jan.
Yes, I can partly agree with Antonella, but let me speak openly that I fear about the winter 22-23, but I maybe fear even more about the winter 2029, 2020-30, because it might be a similar winter. We might get through these problems which we have right now with Ukraine, but we will still have a lot of things to do by then. And the situation then can be quite similar to what we're experiencing now, but it will not disappear in 1 or 2 years, but it will just last up to 2030, 2035, and 2040, and then these winters will just come and will never leave us. And this is what I think we should all learn from this situation. This situation should not be just solved now and we will never experience it, because again, it will come back in a much worse sense of our expertise. So you asked about the solutions. What should we innovate? I think the core essence and the biggest problem we have is that we cannot do anything alone anymore in this environment. It's too complex. It's too problematic. We have too many stakeholders around the table if we want to move anything, either consumers, either cross-sector, either e-mobility, either whatever we want to do. So partnerships are definitely the key. But we understand partnerships more or less like, I don't know, we go to Horizon Project, we do a little of pilots together, so on. That's not the thing. We will need partnerships on investments. Did you do any? I did a few, and it's really hard to do, you know, and that's something we need to move forward, you know, bringing big utilities, big TSO, DSOs, whatever players, industry, to work together on investments. This is, for me, something very important, innovative for the future.
Thanks. I'll try to keep it a bit short. So I fully agree with most of the speakers that have spoken until now. I think it's definitely an ecosystem approach. And what we always do is very much look at all different types of innovations and technical innovations, etc. Always starting with the point A. So we're starting from here and we're looking forward. So I think we should consider what the system is in 2035. It will be completely different, and then go backcasting and but so I think it's not necessarily only a new innovative approaches, etc., but it's more of a systematic change that we and a systematic change in perspectives that we should all adhere to.
Thank you. And Jan, do you want to give your thoughts?
Yes. Thanks. I think nobody wanted to touch upon a very specific technology, and I would also subscribe to the same approach. Maybe going even further, that I would not even talk about innovation. I would talk about efficiency. And this is, the term that regulators prefer much more in comparison to innovation, because innovation, can many times and will many times lead to a dead end, and there's nothing bad in that. But what we believe also the consumers want to see is efficiency. So this, I think, is a much better way of transmitting basically the very same message of what we want to achieve to the consumers. But I liked many things I heard today. And I agree, I think, with all statements. I think this winter, as Antonella said, it is basically, is already happening, is now here, and is going to be very critical. Energy prices are going up, and I think it may be, sort of a kick in the ass, if I may use this term, for all of us. Also, listening to what Uros said on 2030 and beyond, we may even benefit from this as we need something very obviously to make us do some changes. And also what Katarina mentioned at the beginning, that I think it's the regulators' task to do something, to create an environment, because the regulators are creating the environment in which TSOs and DSOs live and work. And if this environment is not stimulating efficiency, then we have a problem. And this is our main task, of creating an environment which will stimulate efficiency. And if we manage to do that, then I'm sure also partnerships that Uros mentioned will happen, because the interest will be there and it will be big, and that's the aim. And then, of course, you will have partnerships, you will have sharing of technologies, you will have all of these. And look, it's usually the easiest thing to point fingers at others. saying, you know, it's the fault of this and that entity or this and that organization, but this time I'm gonna, you know, point the finger more towards ourselves. As I represent, we are not a regulator per se, but we represent regulators. So pointing the finger back to ourselves, saying we need to take the first step and we need to do something very strongly and very quickly. Thank you.
Jan, can I thank you very much for this, and I'm not sure the organization likes this, but I'm going to use some questions from the audience at this moment instead of following the script. I got one question, and it's rated very well on this topic. It's around regulation in Germany favors capital investments over innovation. Can you elaborate a bit on how we can change that? Because I think one of the things of acceleration, of more including the end customer, etc., is innovation needed. So can you say a little bit on that, Jan, how you look to that, how we can change regulation a bit on that?
Sure. It's, of course, a very good point, but it's not only a German issue. It's an issue across Europe, across the world. I mean, regulation was formed when you know, innovative solutions, smart grids, and things like that were not really around. Efficiency was not in the vocabulary of TSOs, DSOs, or regulators when this was devised, when the regulatory frameworks were devised. You only had one solution, and that was infrastructure. So, of course, the very obvious way to remunerating a monopoly was through this sort of CapEx/OpEx, or hopefully TOTEX approach. But when it comes to smart solutions, you may have very competitive solutions with very low cost, and that's not in the business model of any regulated entity. And this, of course, is one of the main problems I'm pointing at. So the regulatory frameworks need to change course, basically. I mean, not changing course in the sense to scrap any new investments into classical grids, because we have to face that. This is going to be a huge necessity of the future. But investments into efficiency, into innovation to achieve efficiency is something we also owe to the consumers, because we have to be efficient with the money that they pay us to do our work. And yes, CapEx bias is there, but it's not only CapEx bias. I would even call it TOTEX bias, because even if you fix the OpEx CapEx bias issue, which many of you know, and we don't need to go into details of, you will still have the same problem or a very similar problem of a low-cost solution versus a high-cost solution. And the return on low-cost solutions is currently not there. And we have just maybe just a couple of regulatory frameworks which at least try to overcome this issue. The one in UK was mentioned, although that's more sort of an incentive, the way I look at it, the Rio and the Rio 2. You have the Italian approach, which I think is quite successful, and they look at sharing the benefits. And this is something we believe should strongly be looked at. So recognizing the value of the investment, not just the cost of the investment, and paying back to the TSO or DSO a share of this value. That's the only way to remunerate low-cost solutions. And that's something we continue working on, and hopefully we'll have something very concrete by the end of the year.
Thank you, Jan.
I would like to add an important dimension. So this discussion was still primarily about getting efficient service from networks to fulfill the tasks they used to fulfill. So the tasks we know today. And this is, of course, an important part, and the CapEx TOTEX discussion plays into that. But there is another thing that we need to be aware of. We do not talk about the same tasks we expect grids to deliver in future. We expect them to integrate all this distributed generation that we have talked about, which gives a completely different task to distribution networks. And overall the system, we expect them to integrate consumers. We expect them to provide the long-distance transmission that we didn't have. So a lot of new tasks, and some of them are even not completely understood and defined. So we need to add also an element that we bring out the technologies that we need to facilitate these tasks, although they do not contribute to fulfilling today's tasks of the grid. They will contribute to future tasks. And infrastructure usually don't evolve efficiency or market-driven. That's why there are monopolies, supervised monopolies partly. So we need to have a process, and that is basically the term used in science is output regulation, defining what we expect from grids, what needs to be done, and then make sure that this is also rolled out in time. The example where we, I would say, did not very well on that was smart meter rollout, where we did not define what we expect from that, where we did not have a consensus why we need it, and in the end, it took us more than 12 years since the third energy package has been launched, and we're still not done. Well, this is called acceleration. I don't need to elaborate further what I believe about 12 years and acceleration. That's simply not good enough.
No, it's all now about speed. We need to get rid of the barriers that have held us back over the last few years. We need to get the partners working and it's our responsibility. It's not anybody else's responsibilities. On that note, I'll just see if there's any questions. Yes, one question from the audience. Yep.
Thank you. It's Torsten Knob from E.ON. I'd like to reply to what Jan said and what the discussion is also about. I don't think there is a contradiction between efficiency and innovation. And to say regulators, the quote was, regulators are not so much interested in innovation. Yes, that indeed is the reality, but we need a change of attitude there. We not only need smart solutions, not only smart grids, we also need smart regulation. And yes, smart regulation will enhance efficiency. There's no contradiction between efficiency and innovation. And I think we should all focus on these solutions that enable us to have both. And to go forward and to make the next step. And I think Katharina said it rightly when she was asked in saying, yes, we need what we need is a new paradigm of regulation that accommodates innovation, that takes account of the risks, and that really enables us to take the next step forward. Otherwise, we'll probably end up looking for things that come too late, too little. We are stuck in the past. We are still trying to regulate DSOs and TSOs like 20 years ago. So let's together search for solutions that bring things together. Sorry, it was a statement, not a question. But it came from my heart, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
I would like to say something, sorry, but from the online people, it's difficult to intervene, as you don't see the hands up. I think we need a set of regulations that actually incentivize savings. Not just efficiency, because that's clear, that's what we need, but savings. And is it probably the most important type of flexibility that we need from now on. And savings is not incentivized not only in the energy world, but nowhere else, because we have a very clear, still consumist market. The more you consume, the more you benefit from that. And so I think it would be really good for the energy regulators to start thinking at a new market design that is rooted around the saving of resources in general, where resources are not only the copper and the money, but also the space that is needed, the nature resources, nature, because what is clear is that this massive acceleration not only has to happen next to people and with people, but also within nature. And we know from the IPCC that we cannot solve the climate crisis and therefore the energy crisis without at the same time also solving the biodiversity crisis. We will see a lot of massive impacts, weather impacts on energy infrastructures, and these have to be recognized also in the planning and in the regulatory phases. This is not far into the future. This is already happening today, and we will see in the next 5 years that this impact will bring a lot of disruptions, and therefore the grid at all voltage level has to be planned and built accordingly and incentivized also for sustainability. Thank you.
Can I perhaps, first a question?
Sorry, Mark.
So I'm Mark O'Malley from Energy Systems Integration Group and the GPST. So, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said pretty much, and flexibility is very important, and flexibility will require the customer to dramatically change the way they live, basically. But yet, I also, Suzanne made a very good point that, you know, all this smart stuff is really only, you know, giving small extra benefits. Building transmission is really, really, really important. I think everyone knows that, right? Yet you've utterly failed with the same consumers because they won't let you build it. So my question is, you right here and now have an example where you failed because, you know, let's be clear about it. I mean, when Liam wants to build transmission, he could tell you some horror stories, I'm sure. And it's the same consumers or society, whatever you want to call them, who are stopping that. You're now going to ask them to be flexible, and they may well be flexible. But I mean, you have on your plate a crystal clear example of failure right now. What are you going to do about building transmission? I mean, can we build 15,000 kilometers of high voltage transmission in the next 2 years? Something like that might be useful. Yeah, just one last thing. I mean, you're all, I mean, I'm an engineer, so I'm in the same category as you people, a technocrat or whatever. If my wife was here listening to you, she would just blow you away. She'd say, bunch of bloody technocrats trying to tell me what to do. So I'm very disappointed that there's no one on the stage who represents the common folk or, you know, who's a real person, if you want, you know, because, no, but you're all regulators, engineers. I mean, sorry, I include myself in that group, right? But there's no one person there that represents the real people.
Just before I hand it over to the panel, I think, like, and Mark is aware of it, in Ireland last year, we actually went out and we engaged in relation to infrastructure. So we went and it was great through teams. So one of the good things about COVID is that we're actually able to engage with every member of the community, if they want to engage, about the challenges between building infrastructure and they being part of the energy transition. And we learned a huge amount in relation to how we build infrastructure, but also in relation to how the linkage between infrastructure and the transition that we're trying to actually do is really critical. So we've changed some of our ways, but not all. But I will hand over to the panel.
A very brief comment back. First of all, I completely agree with the point. Okay, no way to build the grid so fast. Therefore, you need to use all stuff that you have, and you need to take the costs to customers in a totally different way into the considerations. Only in my country, Germany, more than 1 billion year by year on congestion costs. I'm paying for this, Jochen is paying for this, every German citizen is paying for this, while there is solutions at hand to make up for those things. So I would also like to plead exactly for the technocrats. I think we need more technocrats than ever before, because we have a lot of common sense here on a vision, but it might turn to be extremely religious. What we need is a vision broken down into technocratic steps, smart grid indicators, what was said by Jan. ACER and the NIAs need to come up with a clear roadmap, what needs to happen by when, and that's exactly a technocratic thing in order to implement a vision.
One quick comeback.
So Suzanne, you know, I mean, and I'm not in favor of social media, and so I don't do it. I have nothing to do with it. But I mean, that lady, Greta Thunberg is her name. I mean, you need a Greta Thunberg to build transmission. That's what you need. You need somebody out there who's saying, a young person, you know, not a technocrat, and we do need more skilled people, there's no doubt about it. But you need a young person like that or someone like that who tells society that we have to build transmission, you have to change the way, and if we don't, you're just not going to get there. In fact, I'm willing to bet anyone 20 years from now you'll have failed unless you get something like that.
Well, I think that before we need a Greta Thunberg for grids, we need policymakers, we need groups like associations, even renewables association, to start speaking about grids. Because the reality is that grids are still only spoken about in these type of circles among the grid operators. If you look at communications that are about the transition, grids are usually forgotten. No one is talking about grids. There have been massive amount of effort in pushing for renewables without ever putting in one word on how grids are needed to integrate renewables. And this is the reality today as it was in the past. I am in the Electrification Alliance, and there I'm fighting every time we have a meeting about mentioning the grids. Everyone agrees the grids are needed, but they don't want to talk about them. So how do we can expect graders to a grader to emerge in our world if we ourselves are ashamed to go out and talk about the need for grids for integrating renewables? So let's be clear. We need policymakers not only to talk about getting new gas routes or expanding, speeding up renewables. We need them to stand and defend grid infrastructure, because we have been brainwashing people to refuse electricity grids, because there was always an interest to do something else. Today, we know that for electrification, for energy security, for energy stability, we need electricity grids. And so we need to act accordingly.
Antonella, thank you. I want to move to the room here.
Can because I fully agree. I also fully agree with the consumer not being on the ordinary citizen, as you call it. I think 95 or 99% of the ordinary citizens just wants the power plug to work. But the boundaries on how the power plugs will be working will be completely different. So, and I also fully agree with Antonella, so perhaps I can, because I prepared 2 slides or 3 slides, it's just my first slide, if it can be on the screen. So if you look at how to deal with transparency, this one, yes. So this is the actual situation in the Netherlands. So this is also what I was thinking of. If you look at the right side, the left side is all the familiar things you perhaps know, but this is how we communicate with our consumers, with our municipalities, with the national government, with the industry, with everyone who is affected. And it will be affected as well, I think, in large parts. And because of what you said, an average substation is 5 to 7 years building time. So we had a great example. If you so just briefly, this is how the congested areas are looking like. If you're going to our website, you can click through and you see what the solution is and when the solution will be in place. And yes, this is often the case that it's only 3 years or 4 years that it's only going to happen. And still, the grid is not used as much as you think if a red area actually suggests. So what we also see, there's a lot of contracted capacity. So why there's a lot of contract? If you look at, for example, some industries, I won't particularly name them, but they contract perhaps, I don't know, 3 times the amount they actually need. But the rest of the city is out of capacity. So to be able to communicate this, become more transparent and put these dilemmas up front. So perhaps my last slide, because this is all innovation, etc. Yeah, so this one. So the actual situation for us is in the region of Amsterdam is the left part. So the region of Amsterdam needs to double capacity within 8 years. That's insane. It's the same thing we've done in the past 40. So on the right side, you see all the yellow and all the blue ones. The yellow ones are the new substations in a very dense area, like the city of Amsterdam. How to get the public space you need. So we're trying to switch this, make it a participatory process. So we start with the end in mind. We start with the phase, dear consumers, tell us. We need this, and with VR, with all these different types of innovations, technical innovations, you can actually make very applicable what the actual dilemma is and the choices need to be made. But still, we also face, and this is also where the ordinary guy also comes in, is that the guy with the Teslas who was driving around, who also needs, I think we call it the secondary substation, right, in one of the households, was actually sitting for 2 days straight on a bench on the same where we were actually putting our secondary substation in, because it would damage the value of their house. It would cost lots of headaches because of all the electromagnetic fields, etc. So these types of discussions, but I think it starts with a lot of transparency. And I also think that we talk about urgency, acceleration, etc. But this is actually what the case is. This is what's happening.
I promise to go, and then I want to go to another topic. So
thank you. Yeah. So we have consumers which are used to low prices. We have consumers which really expect from the power system that we will deliver, and that's not a question. And now we have these huge challenges, and we have to find ways how we deliver also in the future. And besides everything what is on the shelf, we have to create new things, and this is what we have to find a solution for. So if we talk about regulation here, I think it's not only about efficiency, it's not only about how we make more efficient investments, because sometimes there are simply no alternatives, and we have to be aware of that we are somehow creating complementary stuff to, let's say, grids. Traditional grids need complementary smart investments, and that's more for me of an essence than talking about alternatives, because sometimes things just don't deliver, and we have to bring them together. But the key question for me, if we really want to accelerate, what was really the key discussion today, is that we have to ask ourselves, are we only going to stimulate successful innovation? Or are we also willing to finance unsuccessful innovation? Because in commercial world, only successful innovation gets money. And it gets plenty of money. We get billions of money if we are successful. But in commercial world, unsuccessful innovation gets zero money. But here we are in regulated business, and that equation is not going to play out. We need a different balance between supporting successful and unsuccessful innovation. And ENTSO-E just came up with a toolkit how we see these solutions, how we see this balance. We have a just new report coming out, Innovation Uptake by Regulation. Please read it, maybe you get some ideas from that. What we see as a solution is to have a more balanced support of unsuccessful and successful innovation, because we don't know exactly what will be the successful innovation from today's point of view.
Jochen, you want to have a quick intervention before we go?
I would like to add one dimension, coming back to people need to understand why we need grids. I think we have done a lot of progress with regard to transmission grids during the past 15 years. We still need to become faster, no doubt, but we have better processes to make planning transparent, to agree on it, and also to get the permissions. But we have only focused on transmission. We also need that for distribution. Because in the end, because distribution becomes more system relevant, we will have also generation clusters locally concentrated, which we need to be collected and which are more relevant for the system than only for the local supply. And we need to have a more holistic view on the entire system, including sub-transmission and distribution networks, and because we will need to accelerate there as well.
Thank you very much. We're actually running up against the clock, so I'm going to try and summarize, and David here will jump in and help me as well. I think it's been a really good debate and a really good discussion, but it's the start of what we actually need to do is the key thing for me to take away. Time is not on our side, and we actually have to stop creating the barriers between each other. We need to make it simple. We need to have partnerships, and we need to actually have a full ecosystem solution. And central to that is the end consumer, that we're doing this for the end consumer. So therefore, whatever vision, whatever solutions that we're actually bringing forward, the end consumer has to resonate with the end consumer, because if we don't get the buy-in, the transition is going to be much more difficult and it's going to take much longer to do it. We need to bring in innovative solutions both on the technology side and on the regulatory side of the house to drive forward the changes that we actually need. And we also need to look at the kind of overall market proposition so that we're getting the right investments at the right time, and that those technologies that are maybe a bit out there but we know we need to get there, that we can't guarantee uncertainties. So therefore we need to make sure that the investment signals are there and protect and to ensure that we have those innovative solutions coming forward. David, I wonder if there's anything else that I've missed?
No, I think you're quite complete, so thank you for this summary, and let me do the easy part. Thank you all for for being here in the panel, and especially online as well, because it's a bit challenging to do it hybrid, but I think it went quite well. So thank you, Jan. I see Antonella already left. And I'm using the first name because the second names are very difficult for me to pronounce.
I learned that. So may I ask a round of applause for this extremely interesting new panel here, and especially for those panelists that were online. We know it's not easy, but the hybrid form, if it is well managed, and this is one, congrats to the staff over there. And it's very effective in a way, and the integration can be timely and can be good. So I would like to thank once again Liam, David, and then Jan, who has disappeared as well, Jochen Kreusel, Susanne Nies, Uro Solobir, and Bram Zieben, our member from Holland, and of course Antonella Battaglini is the surname. I understand that can be difficult for Anglo-Saxon, but it's Battaglini. You can even say Battaglini, as the Germans say, but she would accept it, living in Berlin, and all the others. So thank you very much. Let me invite you to a coffee break with one desire from the organization, not to extend it over the 20 minutes allowed. And please be back here when Sonia will introduce the next part, which is devoted to the consumer. Thank you very much.
changes were allowed while accounting for grid constraints. Wind farms and industrial plants were upgraded to provide ancillary services, while smart sensors and an energy management system were deployed on the transmission grid. The project also focused on improving battery storage sizing, design, and operational performance analysis. As flexibility proved to be poorly represented in existing long-term models, Osmose developed new tools and methods that better consider substantial increases in the share of renewables, the multi-time-scale nature of flexibility, sector coupling, and renewable and load forecast errors' impact on system operation. In addition, scenarios up to 2050 were set up to study possible trends and changes on the European scale, like the potential of grid and storage in flexibility provision. At demonstrations and modelling levels, the Osmose achievements support network operators, equipment manufacturers, producers, and regulators in deploying solutions to improve system flexibility and thus pave the way to a smoother energy transition for the European power system.
Nous sommes ici à New Delhi, donc à l'école Saint-Xavier, sur le projet de e-Electrics, donc un projet européen Collage 2020 avec des expérimentations en Hongrie, en Autriche, en Allemagne. Et ici, l'expérimentation que nous avons, c'est donc des panneaux photovoltaïques, une batterie et un système de management qui nous permettra de stocker l'électricité en surplus pendant la journée et donc en cas de coupure de pouvoir aussi restituer cette électricité pour pouvoir maintenir une qualité d'alimentation au client final sur l'ensemble du réseau et qui nous permettra ici en Inde d'améliorer la qualité de fourniture et puis d'optimiser la transition énergétique.
At Schneider Electric, we are super proud to be participating to this iElectric project together with our very long-time partners, Enedis, the French grid operator, and Tata Power Delhi Distribution. And this is an opportunity for us to bring through the Shakti project all the technologies together, the new generation of grids into India. The first element of technology is an energy control center, which will help the grid to operate smartly, enabling to have both the elements of information and action for the communities to manage their self-consumptions and their resilience, but also to provide the right information for the main grid to operate efficiently. There are also smart equipments that are digitally enabled, like transformers, for example, enabling the resilience of the grid. And all this will be supervised by softwares that Schneider will provide as a service to enable the smart and the smooth operation of the grid.
The project Shakti is going to be extremely important. This is going to provide an opportunity for the consumers to participate in the ecosystem of energy distribution. So we are trying to build automation at the low voltage level so that the consumer will get better service. There is going to be a concept of demand response we are going to demonstrate in this project, and this will ensure the consumers are participating, they are sensitive to what is the energy they are using, when their energy utility is going to face the challenges of supply and demand, and the consumer participation also making sure that energy is used in a very efficient manner. We are also very consciously chosen this site location at the St. Xavier School, because as we see, this is going to give a lot of learning. The students will be encouraged to look at the technology and how they can really play a role for tomorrow in developing better technology which is going to handle the challenge of urban congestion in a more effective manner. What we are also looking forward to is a lot of learning in terms of developing supply chain and also the kind of platforms around this so that this could be scaled up to different states, different countries, including the European Union.
Fully functional electricity markets are the cornerstones of the EU's climate goals. Improving the cross-border connections contribute to the development of the pan-European electricity market. Based on imports and exports of electricity, such European market could increase the level of competition, boost the security of electricity supply and enable the integration of more renewables into energy markets. To achieve this goal, enhancing the interconnector capacity is essential, not only by building new lines, but by enhancing the potential of the existing ones. FAR-Cross project aims to address this challenge by connecting major stakeholders of the energy value chain and demonstrating integrated hardware and software solutions that will help to unlock the full potential of cross-border electricity flows and regional cooperation. Hardware such as power flow controllers, dynamic line rating and wide area monitoring protection and control systems will be deployed onto high voltage power lines within the demo areas. These solutions will be complemented by the development of a forecasting platform, Europen, and an energy co-optimization tool, OptimCap, for accessing cross-border capacity reserves. MPFC demo.
The smart wire technology is located here on 150 kilovolt Neas Diasmos line, and this project works by balancing flows across multiple lines that cross the border.
The main goal of IPTO in this project is the increase of the interconnection capacity. We can actually import more power from Bulgaria, solving an internal congestion problem. Smart Valve actually provides flexibility in our network, and we can further improve the capabilities of our network using this innovative technology. So the modular power flow control provides a more cost-effective and cheap solution compared to upgrade the existing grid. So actually the current problem right now here can be solved building a new transmission line, which can be a really costly project and really time-consuming one. So in that case, using the solution coming from the smart wires, we are in the ability to have something really quick, flexible, and with the least amount of time and effort.
DLRH demo. This demonstrator investigates cross-border and internal transmission lines for the potential application of DLR solutions. The aim is to select the optimal locations for the solution's deployment, and then to verify their operational benefits in terms of increased grid capacity and equipment health monitoring tracking, thus achieving a higher level of resilience and security. WAMPAC demo. The Wide Area Protection Automation and Control System, also known as WAMPAC, is going to be installed in the Greek transmission network. This demo focuses on the development and implementation of a wide area protection, automation and control (WAMPAC) system in order to provide tools for the control centers to monitor and control the steady state and dynamic limits of the high voltage electricity system in Greece, with emphasis on the cross-border transmission lines. Before installation in the grid substations, it must be tested in laboratory. This laboratory allows to design, test and debug WAMPAC solutions with the same hardware that will be installed in the real system. Europen demo. This demonstrator outlines the architecture and development of Europen, a forecasting platform that TSOs can utilize for more efficient, secure and sustainable operation of their assets. Through extensive data acquisition and analysis, Europen will upgrade the existing coordination and communication schemes employed, achieving flexible and sustainable performance. OptimCap demo. This demonstrator deals with capacity allocation for regional cross-border trading, by utilizing available transfer capacities for reserve procurement and for energy trading, building on top of the current available transfer capacity, ATC-based simple transfer capacity auction algorithms. thus assuring the system security and the more effective and valuable allocation of the grid capacity. For further info, visit farcross.eu.
Az iElectrics projektben letelepített energiatároló Európában egy egyedi, innovatív megoldás, amely lehetővé teszi, hogy csökkentsük a feszültségesést a vonal végén, és közben növeljük a vonalnak a megújuló felvevő képességét. A zánkai energiatárolóval a megújulókat gyorsabban és olcsóbban tudjuk a hálózathoz csatlakoztatni. Az energiatárolóval rugalmasabbá tehetjük a hálózatunkat, és ez a rugalmasság biztosítja számunkra azt, hogy megoldjuk a hálózati feszültség problémákat, és növeljük a hálózat megújuló energia felvevő képességét. Ez az energiatároló alkalmazás ki van egészítve egy másik vezérlési rendszerrel, amelyben a vezérelhető eszközöket szeretnénk bevonni egy új szabályozási környezetben, amellyel rá tudunk segíteni az energiatároló működésére, és még nagyobb hatást elérni lokálisan az adott hálózaton. Az energiatárolóval a megújuló erőforrások által termelt energia rugalmasan a fogyasztói igényekhez igazítható. A projektben lehetőséget adunk az ügyfeleink számára, hogy közreműködjenek a villamosenergia rendszer költséghatékony működtetésében, és emellett élvezhessék az energiatárolás előnyeit. Amiután befejeztük a zánkai energiatároló telepítését, Dúzson fogunk telepíteni egy 250 kW-os és 500 kWh-órás energiatárolót.
Friedland is actually perfect because it shows us already where we with the European energy transition want to get. On the other side, it also shows us the challenges that we will have in order to get there. If you see these lines in rural areas, they can go for tens of kilometers, and they are meant to last for at least 50 years. Imagine that in these 50 years, you actually do not know how much renewable will be connected to it. So in order to cost-effectively integrate these renewables into these networks, then you need solutions like the one we're working out here at iElectrics.
Die Herausforderung in Friedland ist, dass gerade hier in der Gemeinde vor Ort wir eine Überproduktion an Erneuerbaren bezogen auf ihren Verbrauch haben. Das Problem mit diesem massiven Zubau von erneuerbaren Energien, gerade in ländlichen Regionen, ist, dass die Nachfrage nicht da ist und die Netze einfach so viel Erneuerbare nicht aufnehmen können. Und deswegen im Extremfall die Erneuerbaren einfach abregeln müssen. Dadurch geht viel potenzielle Energie verloren. Das Problem ist halt, dass erneuerbare Anlagen deutlich schneller entstehen können als Netze. Eine Lösung für die schnellere Integration der Erneuerbaren ins Netz sind die Zwischenlösung der mobilen Speicher.
Die Besonderheit an dem Batteriespeicher besteht darin, dass wir quasi eine Trafostation haben und wir in dieser Trafostation diesen Batteriespeicher implementiert haben.
Wir versuchen, die erneuerbare Energie, die produziert wird, lokal zwischenzuspeichern und dann auch lokal in der Gemeinde dann quasi wieder auszuschütten, wenn gerade kein Wind weht oder keine Sonne scheint.
Was wir hier machen wollen, ist, wir sollen neue Funktionen und Anwendungen entwickeln und hier real in Friedland demonstrieren. Und diese Anwendung, diese entwickelten Funktionen bezieht sich einmal auf die Plug-and-Play-Schnittstellen. Das zweite Ziel ist das Thema operative Netzführung. Das heißt, hier haben wir Algorithmen entwickelt und der dritte Punkt ist die Netzplanung.
Mit so Lösungen wie den mobilen Speichern können wir quasi Erneuerbare viel schneller und viel kostengünstiger ins Netz bringen, um dann den nötigen Netzausbau nachher zu optimieren, die Zeit dazwischen zu überbrücken. Und sobald dann der nötige Netzausbau erfolgt ist, könnten diese mobilen Speicher an den nächsten Hotspot gebracht werden.
The importance of Merve is that we test here in this specific site something that is relevant for the rest of Europe. Here at Friedland, we can test a solution that will definitely help not only Germany, but also other countries across Europe to have a more cost-effective and faster energy transition.
Okay, I also have an announcement. I hope as many people can listen to me as possible. We are looking for the owner of a blue BMW with the registration number 2ACF548. The reason is that your car needs to be moved. So would the owner of a blue BMW with the registration 2ACF548 please go outside and please, you're being asked to move your car. So thank you. Okay, so welcome back. I hope you are enjoying our InnoGrid session. We now move to our second session of the day. And the topic of our session is the value for our customers. So this morning we had some very interesting questions about whether we represent customers or consumers. And this session is essentially focusing on that value. And of course, value now means a lot of different things. But we talked a lot about, guaranteeing supply. We also talked about, the security and the scarcity for the winter. At the end of the day, consumers want electricity. So the point of this afternoon is to talk more about the focus of this morning on consumers. So, without further ado, I would now like to invite Lucien Ballet, Open Source Program Director at RTE, and also Maximilian Urban, Project Manager at Netz Niederösterreich and Projects Committee Member at ETSO. So, thank you, Lucien, and thank you, Maximilian, for moderating our second session. Thank you. Good round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to this second session. So the purpose will be to look at the challenges and opportunities from the customer perspective in meeting the goals of REPower EU and Fit for 55 objectives. So we will start with two speakers. So Mark van Stiphout, Deputy Head of UNIC in charge of research, innovation, digitalization, and competitiveness at DG Energy. I hope I have not forgot anything. And Jaume Lofredo, Energy Policy Officer at the European Consumer Organization. So, Mark, please.
Good. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here at the InnoGrid conference, live. Seeing people, I guess many people have said that already today, but it's still a real pleasure to speak to a live audience after all these online workshops and sessions that we've done, which I think also have happened at a great pace, and things have really progressed over the last years. I don't think anybody can say that innovation in the electricity has taken any delay because of COVID. I think that's really also something we can be very proud of. And I also just want to say it's a real pleasure to be here because this is so much around innovation in smart grids that we really feel very close to because of all the work we do in our unit. Lucien mentioned it, we are in DG Energy responsible for research and innovation. That is a shared responsibility with a lot of other people. In particular now in Horizon Europe, we work very closely with our colleagues in DG RTD, in DG Move, and DG Klima, which I think is a good thing because we're all working for the same cause, and the link between climate, energy, and mobility is very, very close, and even getting closer as we talk about decarbonization. But within that, our unit particularly focuses and has focused on innovation in the grids and the critical role of the grids in driving the energy transition, and that is for good reason, I think, because out of all the things that we do in innovation, the role of the grids is closest, let's say, is most linked to the policy and the regulations and the rules that we develop when it comes to how to operate it. So we really need to have a very close link between innovation on the research innovation on the one hand and the market uptake, the regulatory framework on the other hand. So being here and having also seen the program of the 14th of June, which I think was still online, is a real pleasure. And I heard very good feedback also from the colleagues from the session of the 14th. Actually, good is maybe not the right word. I think a better way to describe it is enthusiastic. So my colleagues were really very enthusiastic about the 14th and everything that was discussed there. And I think that's great. For me, that's great to hear, because that's what also this conference should be about, right? We should be enthusiasing people to show what's possible, to show how the future can be shaped and how we can deal with climate change, and the role that the electricity grids can play in that. And I think that's really very nice. In particular, if we're talking about grim times like these days when we're actually having a war at our borders, which has triggered, of course, Repower EU as a new policy element in energy. Of course, the next winter is going to be a big worry, but the discussions are good, and I think the minds are very focused. Also, if you look at the Energy Council of last Monday. Here, if we talk about the grids, and in particular what we are dealing with, digitalization at the moment, then of course this is not going to solve that many, let's say our policy is not going to solve that many things for next winter, but hopefully it's going to solve some things for the years to come. Because if we talk about Repower EU, we talk basically about the Green Deal on speed. So it's basically, or on amphetamines. It's doing more and faster, and that means that we need to integrate more solar panels, more electric cars, more heat pumps, which means electrification, decentralization, which means a lot smarter grid. And it's exactly this that we want to promote with the Digitalization of Energy Action Plan, which is supposed to come out in September. We're going to discuss with the Commissioner this afternoon, between us, to hear what he says about it. And then, of course, we're going to check with the other DGs what they think about it, and then nicely before the European Sustainable Energy Week, we will hopefully publish our report so that we can discuss that during the Sustainable Energy Week when the theme is also going green and digital. There are 5 elements in there. It's about data exchange. It's about how we make sure that it works for the consumers. How do we make sure that the grid is so smart that it can manage all these things. Cybersecurity, and also the energy consumption of the IT sector itself, because that's increasing rapidly, even if it's getting more and more efficient. So we also want to look at let's say, the risks and the challenges, not just at the good sides. When we talk about data, of course, we have legislation and legislative discussions ongoing that talk about making access to data easier. The Data Act in particular is a very wide-ranging thing that says that if consumers have devices, appliances, whatever at their home and they want to share it, they want to share the data with somebody else, that should be made possible. That's with the Council and the Parliament now. It's also in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Of course, we have it for meters in the Electricity Directive. We have it for batteries or cars in the Batteries Regulation and in the Renewable Directive. All of these things are being discussed at the moment. So we think that the principle is quite clear. But the principle alone is not enough to make it happen. If we want to make this easy for a consumer, we need to organize and bring the industry together to see how this will actually be dealt with. And this is not just a matter of standardization. It's also a matter of liability, consent. How do you organize the data exchange? So this is Lucian knows a lot more about this than me, actually. So that's also why it's not going to be the Commission who's going to say how this exactly has to happen, but we want to bring the industry together with a clear agenda. We don't think this needs to be regulation from the start. We think that there is a business-to-business interest to make this work, but of course, if that doesn't work, then we can regulate. But I think, for me, that would be a suboptimal solution, because this is a very dynamic field where regulation will either be too detailed or too outdated, and in the worst case, both. So that's the first thing. The second thing is then how do we make this work for consumers? In general, of course, the starting point is the consumer wants to share data. So it's the consumer that says, I want a service, and therefore he can make this happen, and we really need to make this easy. I was talking to somebody in my office, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, who said that, of course, a kind of energy geek, I'm not insulting anybody, he said this himself, who wanted to make his home smart, and it cost him 2,000 euros to bring somebody over to connect all these different things. That works for energy geeks, maybe some of us here in this room, and maybe some others, but that's not going to work. That's not going to make the energy transition happen. This needs to be made much more simple. It can be at the home level through devices, or it can be in the cloud, but it needs to be made very easy, and that's what we want to make happen, so that these new services for consumers can really happen. And then we particularly pay attention to energy communities as a way of consumers to organize themselves, to have another choice, to say, in types of services. And I think that's, of course, with many, many more solar panels on roofs, also a very flourishing field. And there's a lot of initiatives going on in Europe that we really want to support with digital tools. And maybe the last thing is, of course, the grids itself. All these things will only happen if the grid can basically digest the data, gives the signals where the flexibility is needed. And this needs to be done across the EU. There are, I think, many, many good things happening in Europe, had digital twins being developed in many different places. I think we want to connect these and make sure that we move as a European grid that is going to be much faster, much smarter at all levels, because it's one system, so the way we move also depends on the slowest movers. And we have a lot of expertise and a lot of intelligence in Europe and a lot of innovation. So I think let's bring that together and make use of it. That's in a nutshell what we're doing. Of course, you will need to read it yourself to believe everything that I just said. So I hope we can continue discussing in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So we've heard that the consumer will have a central role in the digitalization action plan. So Jaume, please welcome on stage, and you will talk about the role of consumers and provide us some insights.
Thanks a lot, Lucian. I have a presentation, I think. Yes. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this event and to represent BEUC's position. And I also want to reassure organizers, other speakers, and the audience that I know what conference I'm at. I mean, I know that the title might sound a little bit weird, but I know that I'm here at the InnoGrid conference, and correct me if I'm wrong, actually. So if we move to the next slide, you will actually understand what I'm talking about. So what you can see here is actually my absolute favorite photo sequence. What you see on the left side is in the year 1900, Fifth Avenue in New York City, where pretty much everyone who was using a means of transport to move around was using horses. On the right side, you see the same street, only 13 years later, where consumers, where people actually were moving around using cars. So in 13 years, basically, in the United States, they achieved a mobility revolution where cars became so popular and basically replaced almost entirely horses. And what the message of this photo sequence is that revolutions do happen, and they happen also in ways that often are unexpected. There is a famous interview to Henry Ford, and basically when asked what consumers were asking for when he launched the Model T, the answer was actually faster horses. So nobody actually knew what was going to happen, and I'm pretty sure that when the Model T was launched, some people actually were wondering, well, where do I put the carrot? So what we're trying to do here is, in the energy sector, is to spur a revolution, an energy revolution, decentralization, with wind and solar solar power, with consumers acting, using energy flexibly. And what the industry needs to do is really develop products that are fit for the consumers, that respond to consumers' needs, that make consumers' lives a little bit better. Now, if you ask me, has this happened yet? And if you move to the next slide, answer maybe is not yet. On the right side, on the left side, you see, I guess you're all familiar with the PR disaster with National Grid a few years ago, where lots of press was saying that what National Grid wanted to do was spying on consumers' homes through fridges, the whole thing about flexibility was, simply an excuse to spy on people's homes. What happened there was that, unfortunately, the communication was not transparent, so industry was not well enough in explaining consumers why this was important and explaining consumers what was going to happen to their homes. On the right side, what you see is something a little bit more recent, again, another PR disaster to some extent, where in Spain, basically, there is was introduced a new network tariff, which is awfully complicated for consumers. And again, here, going back to Mark said in his previous speech, simplicity is fundamental to engage consumers. So, does the industry really need such complicated network tariffs to engage consumers? That is, a good question to which I don't necessarily have an answer. But to give you an example to how actually simplicity is a problem also with traditional offers, and if you move to the next slide, what you see here is actually a survey that our Norwegian member does every year on basically what consumers understand about their electricity offers. 60% of consumers, of the people who were interviewed, they didn't know whether they were on a fixed price tariff or on a spot-based price tariff, or they were given basically random answers. So again, this is just to say that simplicity is fundamental. It's fundamental basically to break it down very clearly to consumers what the offers, what means for them, what you're asking them to do, so that they can react and that they can engage. And how to do that, and if you move to the next slide, you basically explain what these things mean for them. We all know that when there was the rollout of smart meters in many countries, especially in Germany, there were lots of concerns about privacy, data protection, and there was no understanding at all about what the potential benefits were, the fact that consumers would have been able to save money with signing up for innovative offers. It's important to focus on what the potential benefits for consumers are, to get the consumer buy-in and to avoid public opposition. We talk a lot about flexibility here. If you tell an average consumer what demand-side flexibility is, I'm pretty sure that 99% of them, they will not understand what you're talking about, and the remaining 1%, maybe they work in the energy sector. So you should really talk about the use cases. We're talking about smart heating, we're talking about smart charging. Smart heating, at the end of the day, is can be explained very easily. At the end of the day, it means relinquishing control of one's heating device to an appliance or to a product that basically ensures that you will have your home warm when you need it, which is basically what a regular thermostat does at the moment. Of course, heating will be more flexible. Consumers will have more financial benefits. But at the end of the day, it's important to really break it down to consumers, explain consumers what everything, what these new offers and new possibilities entail for them. And if you move to the last slide, this is what actually we call, what we mean when we say that DSOs, TSOs, but also suppliers need to adopt a welcome culture. So they really need to make an effort in bringing consumers on board. First thing to be done is transparency in the operations of the networks and in the decisions behind investments, for example. You should really assess what the system needs. You should really assess whether you need a new power line, explain consumers that you need to build a new power line so that you avoid public opposition. I know that there is lots of public opposition in many countries for grid investments. You really need to assess how much flexibility you need so that the rest of the value chain can react and consumers can be prepared. Second point, and second and third point, maybe they're a little bit more for retailers. It's important to design offers and tariffs in a way that consumers can understand, and these should be based on real-life trials at the end of the day. What consumers need, what the industry should do is understanding, for example, whether consumers react better to spot-based tariffs, or, for example, to flat-based tariffs with remuneration for their flexibility. And then they need to roll these offers out and to explain exactly consumers what these offers need for them and exactly how they should engage. Because at the end of the day, if we put spot-based tariffs on the market and consumers don't react, they're just a very complicated tariff that nobody will understand, and it kind of defeats the purpose. So to sum up in 3 things: transparency, designing offers that are fit for the consumer, communicating consumers about these offers. If you do these 3 things, we will be able to achieve this energy revolution that we're all pushing for, just like at the beginning of the past century, we achieved the mobility revolution. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. My name is Max, and as I've been introduced, I will be the guy responsible for the questions, to spread them around and to get them from you. So if you want to ask questions to either Jerome or to Mark, now it's a good time to raise your hand and see if we have... Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I'm Fabien Berger. I'm the co-founder of the startup Fractal Energy in the Hall. It's a question I asked in the previous session, but I think it applies here. What would be the share of residential flexibility in the global amount of flexibility required for the transition? Thank you.
Maybe, John, do you want to start?
I think there's a question more for you than for us. Oh, sorry. No, I think there's a question more for you than it is for us, actually. And this is precisely my point. I mean, understand how much flexibility you need so that the value chain can react, so that consumers can react as well.
Yeah, so quickly answering from maybe the grid operator perspective, that's not an easy question. I think it depends on the country. It depends also on the kinds of mechanisms. It's not... The lockers are not necessarily technological, but maybe in terms of behavior, incentives, model, and how to promote these services in a simple way so that the consumer who maybe does not want to take most of his leisure time in that field can provide those services. So it's not a clear answer, but yeah, I don't. Mark, do you want to add something from the European Commission perspective?
Yeah, but I also don't have a figure ready. I think actually in the plan we have had a study done to see what is the short-term flexibility that could be there and how does this compare. Let's say what are the amount of megawatts or gigawatts that we can make available. I think from the top of my head it was something in the order of magnitude of 500 gigawatts, but that is then but that was, let's say that's not what's available now, right? That is what could be available. And I think that was focused on the short term, because it was not addressing, let's say, seasonal storage or these kind of things. So let's say, but I don't, for example, I don't remember how much gigawatt hours, for example, that would mean, right? Because that's then quite a different thing.
And I can contribute from the distribution side. We have in Austria projects running to find flexibility, how much it is, down to low voltage level. So these are projects, individual projects, and the big question is what is flexibility, or what can the customer deserve as flexibility from his normal process and needs. Yeah. I don't see any more questions on... okay. On Slido, I wanted to say, so please.
Thank you very much. Fokke Elskamp, TenneT TSO, and Chair of the Legal and Regulatory Group at NSOE. I have a question for Mr. Dofredo. Very interesting presentation, and what always strikes me is that the system operators should explain what they need and what they're doing. And I saw one note there that's saying that system operators, I assume, should be making an offer. And my question is, just an offer doesn't define the market for flexibility. Where are the suppliers and aggregators in this picture? What is their role? And are they already involved? Thank you.
Yeah, no, to answer to your question, basically recommendations for, basically for the entire value chain. I mean, I was addressing, sort of entire value chain. Clearly, offers, clearly tariffs are more in the remit of suppliers and aggregators. I mean, there are those who should put an effort in making these offers available and in in communicating them in a clear way to consumers, in a clear and simple way to consumers.
There was another question. Yes, please.
Thanks. Vikram Balachandra from Frontier Economics. I was really struck, Mr. Alfredo, by the image you had of the streets in New York. And I guess I was just wondering if there are any lessons that we can draw ourselves now from how that transition, that transformation was managed. I guess in particular, was it purely driven by sort of Henry Ford's capitalism? Or was there a role for policymakers in managing the transition, I guess, in terms of consumer protection, consumer safety? Was the transition managed well, I guess, and other lessons that we can also learn for the current transition?
Yeah, thanks. No, actually, looking at that example, but also looking at other examples like smartphones. I mean, the way we communicate to people changed massively in the past years. At the end of the day, yes, there is a role for policymakers, but it's the industry that needs to to put an effort and bring this new technological development and design this new technological development in a way that it's appealing for the consumer. I mean, if I think how I was, I don't know, talking to my friends 20 years ago, it's it's very different. I mean, now we have internet, social media, and all these kind of things, and then the policy will come after, and regulations will come after you have the offers on the market.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question. Can we have a microphone, please? And the second one. That's on.
Well, it's not really a question. It's more an additional comment to that discussion. If you look at the cars, also at the smartphones, they have one thing in common. The infrastructure was there. These innovations didn't require additional or any change in the infrastructure. In fact, you may even argue the smartphone benefited from infrastructure functionality changes that had just been applied before, what many people don't know. It was not only the inventory spirit of a particular CEO. He also used an existing change in standards, which had just been applied before. So we can turn it around. Are there any infrastructure functionalities that are required to drive that? And that connects to what I said in the previous session. Do we expect new things from the infrastructure in order to make it happen? And if yes, what do we do to roll them out in time? Because that will not happen market-driven. I would say if Steve Jobs would have required the internet to be rolled out in order to facilitate iTunes, we would still buy CDs. I promise you that.
Okay, thank you. I saw another question in the back. Thanks.
So I work for Amprion and I'm chair of the System Development Committee at ENSOE. I have a question with all the flexibility needs. Do you think that we see a behavioral change of the customers in 2030? So they will change their behavior, they change their act? Or do you think it will have to be provided by technology so they can be happy and technology does it in the background?
Yeah. I mean, clearly, if you want millions of consumers to be flexible, I mean, clearly technology is important, and you really need to, to roll out smart thermostats or, smart charging points and all these kind of things, because, you cannot really expect, the average consumer who has millions of things to do to sort of manually, react to prices or manually change their consumption whenever they receive market signals. I mean, I have a colleague of mine who, is very, very techy, just put PV panels in his rooftop, and he has a charging point for his EV, and every time he goes back home, actually, he makes sure that the day after the car is charging at the right time, and all these kind of things. But I mean, that's an exception. I mean, what we really need to understand is that regular people are not like the people who are here in the audience at the end of the day. I mean, we're all sort of energy experts. Who is more expert, who is less expert? I consider myself less expert than you. But it's important that for this innovation to work and for flexibility to actually gain some momentum in Europe, it's important that we develop basically digital technologies allowing consumers in a very simple way to engage with energy, possibly in a simpler way than how they today engage with regular offers.
Thank you. I also saw a question on Slido about the role of the energy communities, and I propose to fill our panel here with the others, because there is one person from Rescop, and I guess this guy, Roland, can answer that as well. So, Lucian, I would say we fill up our audience here.
Yeah. So, yeah, we can bring the panel, indeed. So, and would you stay with us for the panel? Can you stay? Yeah? Okay. So, the panelists, there will be 3 persons in person today and 2 persons online. So, first, I would like to call Roland Toual, project manager at Rescop. So, Rescop, a citizen energy cooperative, the Association of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. Welcome. Lucy Baumeld, director at European Grid Vehicle Initiative, Association for the 2.0 partnership. Then I think, or I don't know if the online persons are already connected, as we are improvising a little bit. And then in person there should be Kelly Cook, senior advisor at Edering. Welcome, Kelly. And then online we have Mindaugas Kaiseris, CEO at ESO, and also vice chair at ETSO. Welcome.
Hello.
And Maria Zima Bokarjova, R&D and marketing manager for smart cities and solutions at ABB. Welcome.
Well,
so you had a question to start with?
Yeah, I propose that we will start with Roland, and maybe you can also elaborate a little bit on what the role of energy communities could be.
Is this? Yeah, it is working. Well, thank you very much for also providing opportunity for energy communities representatives to come here. Someone was looking for the normal persons. I think that we are as close as normal persons representative that it can be, even though our members are already kind of energy geeks in the sense that they are citizens involved in local energy initiatives, renewable energy initiatives, but also energy efficiency. So I'm from Rescop EU, and we are a European federation for these cooperatives, which are also energy communities. And I first want to clarify maybe a misunderstanding around energy communities. They are often conceived as a technology opportunity to self-consume locally with batteries and plenty of sophisticated services. Well, this may be the understanding in the market and in the expressions that are used, but the sense of the directive is really insisting on the governance aspect and the opportunity for citizens and for the civil society to be new entrants in the system and not to offer commercial service, but to handle energy as a common, together with local authorities, with citizens, and with SMEs as actor of a territory. So that's one thing. Of course, our members are also enjoying the opportunities of the digitalization of the energy system, and in that context, all the flexibility opportunities, these services that can be provided to the grid by citizens is also something our members are looking at, and to some extent, they are also very well located to do so, in the sense that there are shortcomings to commercial offers. It's hard to motivate someone to pour money as as Mark was insisting on, to pour money to equip your home, whereas the investment is individual, but the benefits are socialized, usually. So I will finish with this. I think there is a need for more territorial, more local management of the system. Timothy Mitchell explains how there's a democratic setup for each kind of energy system, from the coal system to the oil system. The democratic system around decentralized energy will also be much more decentralized, and there's a whole opportunity to also set up a new governance for the system involving local actors and beyond also the commercial offers.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we continue with you. Yeah, please. Yes.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Lucy Baumel. I'm the director indeed of ECVIA for 2.0. 2.0 is a co-programmed partnership aiming at supporting the transition towards electric mobility. So you presented, Jaume, earlier a first transition that occurred in the beginning of the 20th century. But today we are, let's say, facing another big transition in the automotive world, and I would say even in road transport. It's not limited to cars. And that's the transition towards the use of a new energy carriers, which is electrification, and which induce, of course, a lot of challenges. To tackle these challenges, I think one of the critical aspects is coordination and cooperation among stakeholders. This is not something new. I think this is something with which you are all very familiar. We also are very familiar with this. But I think we can all agree that there is still a lot to be done in terms of cooperation. Cooperation along the value chain, but also cooperation across the different sectors. That's why it's also very important for us to exchange more and more with TSOs, DSOs, charging point operators. So really to help building a new system, and within this system, trying to include user perspective. By user, I mean, of course, the end user in our case, end user's perspective at the center, so that we can all together draw solutions that will be quickly accepted, and so that we can really accelerate the transition.
Thank you very much. I propose to invite and include now our two colleagues who are online, and ladies first. I would start with Maria.
Thank you very much. It's a true pleasure to be able to participate to this event and conference. So let me start perhaps with setting the scene and bringing us to the common grounds. And I would like first to discuss what is the power system, and then switch to how the consumers can help it. So the power system or energy system would be interconnection of the millions of the consumers to the end resource, which is the generation resource, via millions kilometers of distribution transmission lines, cabling, and so on. So this is a huge infrastructure. These costs for the infrastructure and the costs for the generation, this is the end cost that the user see. And of course, by contributing to the more efficient operation to the infrastructure, the user would also help himself. So if I may, I would like to also join the previous speaker in facilitating the message that perhaps we can do even more. We can reinforce the knowledge and engagement of people even further, comparing to the current level, enhance the understanding of what does stand behind that plug that is connected into the household to feed any appliance. So the costs can be broken down into the costs of the electricity generation, costs of infrastructure such as grids, and what we tend to frequently forget, it's not only, let's say, the technology and solution itself, but it's also the time, which also have the cost associated. So if taking that in the urban environment and looking at what is possible to do on the particular time scale, we should also understand that opening up the street, for example, in the city, it would be just close to impossible on the short scale. It should be planned in advance. So there are many aspects that kind of obvious, maybe for us, the experts in the field, and everyone has also the different perspective, perhaps. But there are many aspects where the customer engagement can be enhanced, and explanation and understanding and contribution of the end consumer can be strengthened. Another point I want to touch is on the technology itself. We do have a variety of the technologies available to us, and again, joining the previous speakers, I do see a lot of the potential with the digital technologies. Frequently, it is a very cost-effective solution that can help a lot of the reduction or delay of the infrastructure costs. But we also see fabulous examples of the application and combination of the technologies, for example, battery storage with the hydrogen storage. So we had recently a case that would be in the areas of the weaker grid, supporting with the combination of both of the technologies. And the third point would be collaboration. And this is a very complex ecosystem, interactions between various stakeholders. So ability to communicate in the similar language and ability to engage with each other, I think that would be also one of the crucial components to our success.
Thank you very much, Maria. Let's continue with you, Mindaugas.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to participate physically, but that's new normal. And the COVID transformed everything. And due to that, that blue BMW wasn't mine, which needed to be moved. But let's go to the value proposition for customers or consumers. And I think, and speaking from the point of view of DSOs, value for proposition for the consumers and all these societies related with several cornerstones which interact between each other. And at the same time, this interaction is at the same time. Clients are already in center from my point of view, and the activities of all the value chain are oriented, including DSOs, are oriented to the clients to create value for them. And speaking about the wider context, DSOs are at the same time acting different directions in order to meet all the needs of clients. And we are sometimes feeling like jugglers because we are trying at the same time to enable the sector transformation. I mean, prosumers, remote prosumers, electromobility, flexibility, market enablement, etc., ensuring network reliability, which is really important for the clients, for all the society, B2B or B2C, and digitalizing our network, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, data hubs, platforms, etc., 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 and meeting other needs of the clients. And at the same time, we need to remain financially affordable for the society and for European economy as a whole. So the practical challenge, collective challenge, and is to meet all these things at the same time, and it can be done like this in several years. So DSO's challenge is not a DSO challenge, it's challenge of all the stakeholders which should work for the single target in order to create the value for the society. And simplifying all the situation. From my point of view, value for the client is to meet expectation of the client and to do a little bit more than that. That's why I think that there is a huge need to align expectations with the possibilities. because when the expectations doesn't meet possibilities, we have challenges, and we are discussing between each other, and we are trying to find who is guilty and who is responsible for what, and who should be doing any one or other thing. And one of the practical examples implemented in Lithuania, which from my point of view provided the extra value for the clients. Clients didn't expect it, that the suppliers, developers of the solar panels or solar parks and DSO can provide the principle of remote prosumer. That was the extra value for the clients, and they appreciate that. So that's...
Thank you very much, Mindaugas. Last but not least, I would invite you, Kalle. We know each other from the expert group on data interoperability. Is digitalization the solution we are looking for?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. And if this is the topic you expect me to talk, I can do it, of course. But let me start with the fact that I'm also not an engineer, and I try not to be the technocrat. But I still had to mention the word infrastructure. But not because of the physical infrastructure, but something which was not mentioned in the first session, which is the data or data exchange infrastructure. And this is something that you can achieve much quicker. You can prepare for it, you can implement it with quite a shorter time. And you can benefit from that, and not only you or we as grid people, but also the consumer, and mostly the consumers. And therefore, for me, the customer perspective is mostly about, or starts with data exchange arrangements, proper arrangements for the data exchange. And not only because, obviously, the consumers and also service providers should have access to existing data. We have grid data, market data. But also because the importance of private data and the privacy of the people behind the private data, it's increasing. And this is something which still needs some hard work to really make these kind of data flow freely. And actually some people are working on it. We do it with the implementing acts with the Commission. In the NSOE, we launched a brand new group on the data interoperability and access. Also, many Horizon projects do that, like EU Sysflex or OneNet, which I know the best, probably. And also the Bridge Initiative. And in the Bridge Initiative, we have, over the past couple of years, developed the concept of Data Exchange Reference Architecture, DERA, for short. This is exactly aiming at the exchange of any data, including private data, across the sectors. It should be sector agnostic. It's not only for our sector. And even the energy data we as a consumers produce, it can be used by any other sector as well, or almost by any other sector. And maybe just to mention 3 components of that reference architecture, which I think are especially important. One is the processes, harmonized processes. So we need to understand all it in the same way and talk the same language if we, for example, talk about the consent management or authentication of the data users. Secondly, I would mention the data models. So we need harmonized data models, including the private data. So the existing data models are very little concerned about that. And thirdly, I would mention the actual environments for data exchange. Call it data exchange platforms or middlewares or data spaces. So these are the 3 components which I think we can work on very quickly. And finally, on top of that, the data governance. I think this is something we need to work on now. And at least in OneNet, we will do it in this year. And we do it also through other initiatives, and not to mention the Mark's digitalization of energy action plan, which mentions the data governance, which for me is the pillar of the action plan. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I saw before a question in the back in the middle. Is this still valid? This seems not to be the case. Thank you. Any other questions for the audience?
Well, I may have a question in the meantime.
Then
maybe.
go ahead. Thanks.
So then we mentioned data and at several occasions, and data will be key to achieve this mission organization, and especially data related to citizens and households, and this is a very sensitive topic. So I wanted to know if you have some examples of, let's say, good practices or bad practices that we should not follow in incentivizing households and citizens to be stakeholders of this journey. And maybe, I don't know, starting with the customer view, who are Jaume, Roland, who would like to?
No, I mean, clearly it's a very sensitive topic for consumers. I mean, especially because, we've had lots of scandals in the past years. I mean, not in the energy sector, but also, in other sectors, I mean. Luckily, there is, one thing that is called GDPR that actually helps us and provides very good guidance on how consumer data should be treated. And again, I mean, it's we're lucky enough because we have some solid legal requirements. I mean, horizontal legal requirements. It's just a matter of transposing them in a way that actually works for the energy system.
And how does it work with the citizen collectivity?
Well, I would second Jaume on the comment on GDPR. This is very useful in one of our projects, RiskUp VPP, where some of our members are developing flexibility tools. We've seen that there were very different approaches related to data privacy. The German being very picky on this. I guess Susan could say more about this. With our Spanish members, for example, they were pretty trustful about the thing in place. I would say there's also a big role for DSO, and there's also a question of trust among stakeholders. I was recently reviewing the framework for energy sharing in different countries, and though, well, DSOs have a central role for sharing data, very obviously for these initiatives, and usually, well, implementing these processes are quite heavy. And there are some delays in implementation, but sometimes there's also a question of trust. Some of our members also perceiving the oligopoly in Spain as maybe a reason for these delays. And so being transparent, as it was highlighted before, and providing this trust to support these new flexibility services is really, really key also.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we've heard yeah, Kari, you want to add some?
If I just may react to your question, what we already have, at least in some of the European countries, are the data hubs. So we have the metering data available from the connection points, almost in real time, so a day later maybe, and quite granular, maybe 1 hour. This is something what should have happened already yesterday. And not only on national level, but on European level. I mean that also you can exchange this data across the country borders. But this is something what we have not seen happening. But what we should do already today is to have similar, maybe not like data hubs in the meaning of huge databases of the data, but we should have similar solutions for the what I call sub-meter data, or what you can call the appliance level data or device level data. So we should have these data from individual devices, from my washing machine. I should be able to see the individual consumption of my washing machine. And I should be also able to share these data across Europe. I think this is the level of ambition we should have.
Thank you. And maybe to finish on this topic, Mark, we heard that sometimes regulations such as GDPR can have let's say, a positive role. So how do you see the role of the European Commission on that aspect? Should it be top-down, bottom-up?
Bottom-up or top-down on what, exactly?
On this, let's say, this approach to
data privacy and still promoting the, let's say, the data exchanges across the industries that are needed for flexibility?
Well, I think what we need to do and what we have already partially done is, at European level, make sure that there is a legal framework that clarifies what data you can share with who and when and why. So I think the GDPR is one, the Data Act that has now been proposed is another one, and I think they are complementary, because the Data Act, let's say the GDPR protects to make sure that your data will not end up somewhere where you don't want it to end up. And the Data Act should make sure that it ends up where you want it to end up, right? And so the principle in the Data Act is about a consumer who wants his data to be shared with a third party, that the, let's say the one who installs the washing machine can't say, I put the washing machine there, so those data are mine, and anybody else, let's say, maybe can get them from my safe if he knows the code. Right? I think it's the consumer who says who should have access to the data of the devices or the products or the services that the consumer owns. I think that's a very important principle. As I said, the principle alone is not enough to make it work. And then, in particular, the Data Act, of course, covers, it's kind of sector agnostic. We're addressing that specifically with some things in the energy sector, but the key thing of the action plan, as Carla also mentioned, is to make sure that we then set up ways of how to make sure that this data is actually shared. And then it comes to those things that, like the processes, it's more than standards. But we need to make that work, and we need to make that easy. So, yeah, and maybe one important thing to mention there is that if you talk about bottom-up and top-down, it also requires that things are organized at a national level. And so we need to make sure that there is an interoperability at EU level, but the basic, let's say, soft infrastructure of how data should be shared needs to be created also at the national level. And I think that's a very important thing, because we can talk about many things at the EU level, but it needs to be built up also from the ground up.
Thank you.
Thank you. This hand was first, second, third, if it is okay, okay?
Yeah.
Then the other way around. Sorry. That's okay.
So I'm Simon. I'm PhD researcher in energy law at KU Leuven. And I wanted to raise a point on a higher level of abstraction, maybe, about the hidden costs of regulation. And by this I mean that over the years, consumers in general, but energy consumers particularly, have received very strong protection. And I wonder if this does not stifle innovation, and it has, and I also argue that it has hidden costs. For example, during the energy crisis that we are facing now, we see that suppliers go bankrupt because they cannot cover costs because of the strict contractual conditions that are basically mandated by the European regulation, I'd say. And so I wonder if to ensure more innovation, we should actually have less regulation and to have a little bit more freedom and let the market play its role. And I think this is something that is often forgotten. We have also mentioned it in the previous session. We also often talk about having more regulation or having more innovative regulation, but sometimes the solution is actually less regulation, I think. So maybe you can comment on that. That's the question.
Thank you. We should have a regulating participant here, but we don't have. So I'd like to invite you, Mark, to answer that.
Yeah, we propose rules, and then the Council and the Parliament agree on them or not. Right. So, of course, sometimes regulation can prevent innovation, right? I think that's a That's true. But I think the opposite is also very, very true. And I think that needs to be emphasized. If we look at what's happening now, if we talk about the energy transition, that is because of regulation and rules. ETS is regulation and rules. The Renewable Directive causes all the innovation in terms of solar panels on roofs and offshore wind. The Energy Efficiency Directive drives also member states to promote incentives into renovations, new building techniques, and I don't know what. And I could go on maybe for another 3 hours. And then probably still somebody can compliment me. So I challenge you to see if you can go on for 3 hours with issues where regulation hinders innovation. So I think it's it's sometimes one, sometimes the other. Let's say as a matter of principle, I think in energy there is a lot of innovation driven by rules and regulations and ambitions. And then if we want to make this work at EU level, I think the key challenge, at least that's what I think, or what we face, is how do we make sure that the fast movers and all the innovation that's happening, for example, with all the things we finance in Horizon Europe, but also what happens nationally, at the bridge projects that Carla mentioned, that many of you are involved in, how do we make sure that let's say, what comes out in regulation and rules, on the one hand, brings the slower movers along, but doesn't prevent the fast movers to go ahead. And that is, I think, a very difficult balance to strike in any legal discussion. And therefore, I think conferences like this, meetings like this, and also the research dimension of the policy making is very, very important. Maybe one, if I may, and it's very often not so visible. So if I may just give one example of that. Talking about bridge, talking about the work that's currently happening on demand-side flexibility. So we have colleagues in the DG who are preparing, or who are working with Acer, with ENSOE, the EU DSO entity, and all the stakeholders to see, do we need a network code to promote demand-side flexibility? The principle is there in the Electricity Directive that network operators should create markets where they procure flexibility services as a way to help integrating higher share of renewables, increasing the load of the grid, all these beautiful things that I think we all agree that we want to have happening. And so there are some countries where these things are happening, there are some where these are not so much happening. And of course, there are a lot of projects, research projects also, where different solutions to demand-side flexibility and how can you organize to get this as a network operator, what type of products do you need, how do you bill it, where all these discussions are happening. And so this network code is under preparation. There's a framework guideline to see what the objectives are. And if I then talk with the bridge colleagues who are involved in this, and so the project, people who are involved in the projects and then also take a role in bringing some projects together to see what they have in common, there I think you can see that on some things where we had questions 3 or 4 years ago, like what are actually the type of products, how do you need to bill, what works, what doesn't work, there's a lot of more clarity now than 3 or 4 years ago or 5 years ago. And so it makes putting a rule out that actually builds on an experience and that builds on, let's say, the fastest movers, but that also has an agreement across the EU that this can actually work because there is concrete proof of it, as a, let's say, as a real tangible process where the innovation actually helps the regulation, and then the regulation helps the innovation because it is, first of all, based on experience, and secondly, it can push it in a further direction. So I think let's say our challenge, what I'm trying to say here, is that matching those two things is kind of, I think, daily bread and butter for many of us in the electricity sector, who are working in the energy transition. But I don't think that it is as black and white as it's preventing or it's promoting. so to say. It's an interaction, and that we need to promote.
Thank you, Mark. There was another question. Yeah, fourth row.
Thank you. Thank you, Luís Cunha from RH, Portugal. My question goes to the consumer side, energy communities, and consumer representative here. So my question is, what can we do as system operators in order to promote a more responsible participation of the users? I will call them users because, to a certain extent, I think as system operators, we are responsible to everything that goes till the meter. But a lot of things are going to happen behind the meter. So, and we have no visibility over those things. And those things are the ones that are going to impact the most our networks. So going back to the topic of data exchange, we always discuss data exchange from the system operator perspective, the one that needs to deal with data, respect the privacy, and send the data back to the one that owns the data, which is the customer. But now we are discussing flexibility, and it's important also to make sure that system operators also need to have a way to forecast, to see what is going to happen on top of the networks. So what can consumers do or users do in order also to help and have a responsible participation in the energy transition? Thank you.
Thank you, Luís. I would expect the representations of the normal people.
Yes, indeed. So I would say normal people don't have a clue, like commenter was saying before, but I believe in the role of intermediate. The next panel will talk about the role of aggregator, but I represent energy communities, and I think there is a role for civil society and for them to organize, so I'm referring to energy communities, in order to facilitate, to make this bridge between the end consumer and system operators and other system actors. What we would encourage, for instance, is to simplify connection procedure for community projects. This is the first dialogue that may take place between DSOs and energy projects. Also for DSOs to take active part together with civil society representatives in the planning of local infrastructure, so at very local level. So there's also a forum for these new projects to take place, and also to spare some capacity for these projects. Because also about this trust aspect, usually the rules are not that well understood, and when there is a hard stop just because of grid congestion, this may be misunderstood by citizens willing to contribute with more renewable in their territory.
Thank you. I would hand over to Lucy and see what the electric vehicle business is expecting from the distribution system operators on that.
From distribution system operators, that's a little bit more difficult to say. I think what is important, as I was saying, is trying to work together to find a system that will be working, so also to find ways of exchanging data that will be smooth, that will be constant. Well, I would say, for me, it's a little bit difficult because I think the main challenges that we are facing today is not so much related to data exchange. It's not so much related to digital infrastructure. It's related to physical infrastructure. So I think this is, digitalization is an important enabler, but what we have to put efforts on for the time being is really the digital infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, because this is also what users expect. Not only to have a smart way of recharging their vehicles, but to see charging points, making them confident that they will be able to use their vehicles, new types of vehicles, in a smooth way, without facing a major disturbance in terms of recharging or being on the highway and not being able to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to invite Maria to elaborate a little bit on the wish of Lucy that the physical products are not there Yet. That is what I understood.
No, of course they are yet. They are there, but probably there are not yet enough of them.
So, how about the quantity, Maria?
Thank you very much. Yeah, the quantity might be there at the production site, but then it's difficult to get that quantity into the field. And we are dealing with the system that has certain inertia. So even if we take decision today, tomorrow it does require some time to have the implementation. But thanks very much, because I wanted to join the previous speakers in the discussion. I mean, we need the entire ecosystem. We need everyone involved. We need the consumer involved. We need the dialogue going on between the technology providers and the system operators as well, because it might be that technology is moving forward, and as we are not dealing with the situation business as usual, we might be also able to come up with the solutions that are out of business as usual. So let me mention solutions like prefabricated containers with the switch gear that would allow installation to happen much faster if you need to reinforce infrastructure at some point. Let me mention that, okay, in some cases, we mentioned digital infrastructure a lot, so I don't want to elaborate lengthily on that one. But let's say in some cases, time matters a lot, and maybe the temporary or transitional solution could be a battery storage, or maybe this is showing a viable business case as a permanent solution. So there is a whole range of the possibilities from the technology perspective. There are developments of the technologies, and there are solutions that might be helpful both in, say, time constraint or cost constraint environment to advance and bring what is needed for the consumers, faster or more cost efficient. I mean, of course, the EV charging infrastructure is one that is very visibly developing, but also the transition to the heat pumps and electrified heating. But again, we are able to help. Let's talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. Next question, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Interesting discussion. Just to try to make a bridge from the last session over to this one, we talked about the value of the grid. And one word is connections and the speed or rate where actually customers would like to connect to the grid, which was also presented in the last session. And in Norway, we have large volumes, yearly volumes of maybe up to 6, 7, 8% a year, which is not possible because you cannot build grid in that speed. So talking about customers, we need flexibility, and also large customers now are willing, and is also allowed by the regulator, to disconnect, like N-0 product. But then we're talking about big customers. That value is quite big, because then you can connect earlier while waiting on the grid, because grid takes time, but still you can connect to the grid. But the idea should also follow all the way customers to the end customers, so kind of B2C product. Because if you can do that also customer-wise to the end customer and make it resilient in a way that you actually believe that they will disconnect when you need it, then I think we can solve quite many of those challenges we do see, because we need 100 gigawatts of flex and even 200 and even 300, as you said. So the question is then, how can we make a resilient end product which can be offered to the system operators in such a way that we actually, based on your question, Gerald, in an automatic way, just get it when we need it? Do you understand my question?
I understand that. Thank you very much. And I guess, again, it's the producers to answer that, Maria.
Technology can do a lot, but I think it was also mentioned previously, the awareness, knowledge, understanding, engagement. I mean, alone, I truly believe in both axes, in the technology and in people. They need to understand what they are doing and why this is important. And again, let me bring this inertia of the system. It might be not a visible effect for the end consumer of his actions. You know, if today I'm switching off my dishwashing machine at 8 o'clock in the morning when it's a fast ramping, I don't feel it immediately on ability of the system to get more renewable energy, on ability to connect the EV charging, on my bill costs. It's all kind of gets dissolved and it's all slow signal. However, if I know what it matters and if I understand what the implications are, I might be much more willing to engage and to support the whole initiative. Let me compare maybe the energy system with the transportation system. So it's kind of clear to us that if we are starting movement during the traffic jam hours, we are likely to get into the traffic jam, but that connection much less obvious for end consumers, especially from the residential segment. I mean, maybe on the commercial and industrial, we have much more knowledgeable consumers that understand the implications and see the implications and can also make more rational choices, let's say, on the tariff scheme or something similar. But when we speak about the residential segment, this is not the expectation that people are actually studying the work of the power system in their as a daily priority, let's say. So it's both in terms of the speed and time. I think many things are possible. Yeah, the solution is not only in the technology. The solution is in the awareness, engagement, readiness, and willingness to participate.
Thank you. Maybe, Kelly, you wanted to add a last word before we conclude?
Yeah, thank you. I just must say something. I'm of course, a big fan of the flexibility, working in the projects myself, so that the existing grid customers being able to be flexible, also to connect new customers in a flexible way, so flexible grid contracts or non-firm contracts, whatever you call. But I think there's a third option, which I want to just to test with you, and I hope my boss is not following right now. And just to link together the title of this session and previous session, value of the grid, value of the customers. Why not to try a case to make the community the owner of the grid or a new section of a grid? So like we see many cases with the wind parks in Europe already, where the community is the owner or the co-owner of the plant. Try the same with the grid. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opening before the lunch. Okay, so thank you all. Just in 3 words to conclude, so it was a very interesting session. We've heard that the customer will be at the core of this mission acceleration, and that we have some challenges in if we want to achieve this interoperability, both technically but also in terms of business model, that would have to go, let's say, from beyond the meter to pan-European systems and also across industries. We've also heard that we will need some regulation, but regulation will not do everything, and so we'll have to find the right balance between, let's say, private initiatives and regulations. And that makes me think that there will be no one-size-fits-all, and we need to think about a coherent system of systems which will have their own, let's say, business model and governance at various scales. And then the challenge will be to coordinate this in a consistent manner so that we achieve this acceleration. Sonia, do you?
So thank you to our moderators today, to Lucien and to Max. Speeches by Marc and by Jaume, and also to our panelists, Maria, Lucy, Midogos, Kale, and Roland. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? So I ask our panelists and our speakers to stay on stage for a nice photo. And I ask you to go to lunch. So please come back at 14:30. I also would like you to look at the poster sessions that are in the foyer. And in this room, there will be the videos from all the projects that were featured on the 14th of June InnoGrid session. So I invite you back in with your lunch to watch a bit of TV and to enjoy all the projects that we have to offer. So enjoy your lunch, I say. Thank you.
The OSMOS project, funded by the European Commission, investigated how the ongoing evolutions of the power system trigger new needs and opportunities for flexibility. Transmission system operators led a set of large-scale demonstrators, resulting in various innovations. First, a hybrid storage system was designed to provide multi-services to the grid. 2 energy storage systems were also upgraded, with grid-forming controls to support grid stability. Close to real-time cross-border energy exchanges were allowed while accounting for grid constraints. Wind farms and industrial plants were upgraded to provide ancillary services, while smart sensors and an energy management system were deployed on the transmission grid. The project also focused on improving battery storage sizing, design, and operational performance analysis. As flexibility proved to be poorly represented in existing long-term models, OSMOS developed new tools and methods that better consider substantial increases in the share of renewables, the multi-timescale nature of flexibility, sector coupling, and renewable and load forecast errors' impact on system operation. In addition, scenarios up to 2050 were set up to study possible trends and changes on the European scale, like the potential of grid and storage in flexibility provision. At demonstrations and modelling levels, the OSMOS achievements support network operators, equipment manufacturers, producers, and regulators in deploying solutions to improve system flexibility and thus pave the way to a smoother energy transition for the European power system.
Nous sommes ici à New Delhi, donc à l'école Saint-Xavier, sur le projet de e-Electrics, donc un projet européen Collage 2020 avec des expérimentations en Hongrie, en Autriche, en Allemagne. Et ici, l'expérimentation que nous avons, c'est donc des panneaux photovoltaïques, une batterie et un système de management qui nous permettra de stocker l'électricité en surplus pendant la journée et donc en cas de coupure de pouvoir aussi restituer cette électricité pour pouvoir maintenir une qualité d'alimentation au client final sur l'ensemble du réseau et qui nous permettra ici en Inde d'améliorer la qualité de fourniture et puis d'optimiser la transition énergétique.
At Schneider Electric, we are super proud to be participating to this iElectric project together with our very long-time partners, Enedis, the French grid operator, and Tata Power Delhi Distribution. And this is an opportunity for us to bring through the Shakti project all the technologies together, the new generation of grids into India. The first element of technology is an energy control center, which will help the grid to operate smartly, enabling to have both the elements of information and action for the communities to manage their self-consumptions and their resilience, but also to provide the right information for the main grid to operate efficiently. There are also smart equipments that are digitally enabled, like transformers, for example, enabling the resilience of the grid. And all this will be supervised by softwares that Schneider will provide as a service to enable the smart and the smooth operation of the grid.
the project Shakti, is going to be extremely important. This is going to provide an opportunity for the consumers to participate in the ecosystem of energy distribution. So we are trying to build automation at the low voltage level so that the consumer will get better service. There is going to be a concept of demand response we are going to demonstrate in this project, and this will ensure the consumers are participating, they are sensitive to what is the energy they are using, when their energy utility is going to face the challenges of supply and demand, and the consumer participation also making sure that energy is used in a very efficient manner. We are also very consciously chosen this site location at the St. Xavier School, because as we see, this is going to give a lot of learning. The students will be encouraged to look at the technology and how they can really play a role for tomorrow in developing better technology which is going to handle the challenge of urban congestion in a more effective manner. What we are also looking forward to is a lot of learning in terms of developing supply chain and also the kind of platforms around this, so that this could be scaled up to different states, different countries, including the European Union.
Fully functional electricity markets are the cornerstones of the EU's climate goals. Improving the cross-border connections contribute to the development of the pan-European electricity market. Based on imports and exports of electricity, such European market could increase the level of competition, boost the security of electricity supply and enable the integration of more renewables into energy markets. To achieve this goal, enhancing the interconnector capacity is essential, not only by building new lines, but by enhancing the potential of the existing ones. FAR-Cross project aims to address this challenge by connecting major stakeholders of the energy value chain and demonstrating integrated hardware and software solutions that will help to unlock the full potential of cross-border electricity flows and regional cooperation. Hardware such as power flow controllers, dynamic line rating and wide area monitoring protection and control systems will be deployed onto high voltage power lines within the demo areas. These solutions will be complemented by the development of a forecasting platform, Europen, and an energy co-optimization tool, OptimCap, for accessing cross-border capacity reserves. MPFC demo.
The smart wire technology is located here on 150 kilovolt Neas Diasmos line, and this project works by balancing flows across multiple lines that cross the border.
The main goal of IPTO in this project is the increase of the interconnection capacity. We can actually import more power from Bulgaria, solving an internal congestion problem. Smart Valve actually provides flexibility in our network, and we can further improve the capabilities of our network using this innovative technology. So the modular power flow control provides a more cost-effective and cheap solution compared to upgrade the existing grid. So actually the current problem right now here can be solved building a new transmission line, which can be a really costly project and really time-consuming one. So in that case, using the solution coming from the smart wires, we are in the ability to have something really quick, flexible, and with the least amount of time and effort.
DLRH demo. This demonstrator investigates cross-border and internal transmission lines for the potential application of DLR solutions. The aim is to select the optimal locations for the solution's deployment, and then to verify their operational benefits in terms of increased grid capacity and equipment health monitoring tracking, thus achieving a higher level of resilience and security. WAMPAC demo. The Wide Area Protection Automation and Control System, also known as WAMPAC, is going to be installed in the Greek transmission network. This demo focuses on the development and implementation of a wide area protection, automation and control (WAMPAC) system in order to provide tools for the control centers to monitor and control the steady state and dynamic limits of the high voltage electricity system in Greece, with emphasis on the cross-border transmission lines. Before installation in the grid substations, it must be tested in laboratory. This laboratory allows to design, test and debug WAMPAC solutions with the same hardware that will be installed in the real system. Your open demo. This demonstrator outlines the architecture and development of your Open, a forecasting platform that TSOs can utilize for more efficient, secure and sustainable operation of their assets. Through extensive data acquisition and analysis, your Open will upgrade the existing coordination and communication schemes employed, achieving flexible and sustainable performance. OptimCap Demo. This demonstrator deals with capacity allocation for regional cross-border trading, by utilizing available transfer capacities for reserve procurement and for energy trading, building on top of the current available transfer capacity, ATC-based simple transfer capacity auction algorithms, thus assuring the system security and the more effective and valuable allocation of the grid capacity. For further info, visit farcross.eu.
Az iElectrics projektben letelepített energiatároló Európában egy egyedi, innovatív megoldás, amely lehetővé teszi, hogy csökkentsük a feszültségesést a vonal végén, és közben növeljük a vonalnak a megújuló felvevő képességét. A zánkai energiatárolóval a megújulókat gyorsabban és olcsóbban tudjuk a hálózathoz csatlakoztatni. Az energiatárolóval rugalmasabbá tehetjük a hálózatunkat, és ez a rugalmasság biztosítja számunkra azt, hogy megoldjuk a hálózati feszültség problémákat, és növeljük a hálózat megújuló energia felvevő képességét. Ez az energiatároló alkalmazás ki van egészítve egy másik vezérlési rendszerrel, amelyben a vezérelhető eszközöket szeretnénk bevonni egy új szabályozási környezetben, amellyel rá tudunk segíteni az energiatároló működésére, és még nagyobb hatást elérni lokálisan az adott hálózaton. Az energiatárolóval a megújuló erőforrások által termelt energia rugalmasan a fogyasztói igényekhez igazítható. A projektben lehetőséget adunk az ügyfeleink számára, hogy közreműködjenek a villamos energiarendszer költséghatékony működtetésében, és emellett élvezhessék az energiatárolás előnyeit. Amiután befejeztük a zánkai energiatároló telepítését, Dúzson fogunk telepíteni egy 250 kW-os és 500 kWh-s energiatárolót.
Friedland is actually perfect because it shows us already where we with the European energy transition want to get. On the other side, it also shows us the challenges that we will have in order to get there. If you see these lines in rural areas, they can go for tens of kilometers, and they are meant to last for at least 50 years. Imagine that in these 50 years, you actually do not know how much renewable will be connected to it. So in order to cost-effectively integrate these renewables into these networks, then you need solutions like the one we're working out here at iElectrics.
Die Herausforderung in Friedland ist, dass gerade hier in der Gemeinde vor Ort die eine Überproduktion an Erneuerbaren bezogen auf ihren Verbrauch haben. Das Problem mit diesem massiven Zubau von erneuerbaren Energien, gerade in ländlichen Regionen, ist, dass die Nachfrage nicht da ist und die Netze einfach so viel Erneuerbare nicht aufnehmen können. Und deswegen im Extremfall die Erneuerbaren einfach abregeln müssen. Dadurch geht viel potenzielle Energie verloren. Das Problem ist halt, dass erneuerbare Anlagen deutlich schneller entstehen können als Netze. Eine Lösung für die schnellere Integration der Erneuerbaren ins Netz sind die Zwischenlösung der mobilen Speicher.
Die Besonderheit an dem Batteriespeicher besteht darin, dass wir quasi eine Trafostation haben und wir in dieser Trafostation diesen Batteriespeicher implementiert haben.
Wir versuchen, die erneuerbare Energie, die produziert wird, lokal zwischenzuspeichern und dann auch lokal in der Gemeinde dann quasi wieder auszuschütten, wenn gerade kein Wind weht oder keine Sonne scheint.
Was wir hier machen wollen, ist, wir sollen neue Funktionen und Anwendungen entwickeln und hier real in Friedland demonstrieren. Und diese Anwendung, diese entwickelten Funktionen beziehen sich einmal auf die Plug-and-Play-Schnittstellen. Das zweite Ziel ist das Thema operative Netzführung. Das heißt, hier haben wir Algorithmen entwickelt und der dritte Punkt ist die Netzplanung.
Mit so Lösungen wie den mobilen Speichern können wir quasi Erneuerbare viel schneller und viel kostengünstiger ins Netz bringen, um dann den nötigen Netzausbau nachher zu optimieren, die Zeit dazwischen zu überbrücken. Und sobald dann der nötige Netzausbau erfolgt ist, könnten diese mobilen Speicher an den nächsten Hotspot gebracht werden.
The importance of Merve is that we test here in this specific site something that is relevant for the rest of Europe. Here at Friedland, we can test a solution that will definitely help not only Germany, but also other countries across Europe to have a more cost-effective and faster energy transition.
Je suis Fabien Berger, président et cofondateur de Fractal Energy. Fractal Energy est une start-up qui optimise, digitalise et automatise la consommation électrique des foyers.
Le projet Homebox fait suite à plusieurs années de recherche qui consistait à développer une chaîne de conversion d'énergie qui permettait de stocker l'énergie quand elle est moins chère et de la restituer sur le réseau à un moment que l'énergie est la plus chère.
Cet onduleur est intégré dans une box munie d'une batterie qui permet de stocker l'excès de production d'électricité pour le restituer à l'utilisateur quand l'électricité est devenue trop chère, en période de pointe par exemple, ou tout simplement pour améliorer son taux d'autoconsommation d'énergie renouvelable, soit depuis sa propre installation solaire, soit depuis le réseau.
Donc le marché visé par cette innovation est l'habitat collectif. À l'échelle de l'immeuble, on va pouvoir stocker une grande quantité d'énergie avec une multitude de petites boxes qui vont être placées dans les différents appartements de l'immeuble.
Grâce à cette innovation, nous pouvons apporter sur le marché une approche innovante puisque notre système est plus petit que ce que fait la concurrence, ce qui permet d'avoir un coût d'accessibilité réduit. Chacun des foyers peut accéder à cette technologie et surtout peut l'intégrer au cœur de son foyer sans nécessiter un espace dédié, un local technique ou un garage, une cave par exemple.
La maturation envisagée sur ce projet va consister à rendre industrialisable le convertisseur qui a été développé pendant le travail de recherche et puis de l'adapter au plus près du besoin du projet.
The energy landscape is changing. Large power plants are gradually being removed from the system. In the future, our power will primarily be generated from renewable energy sources. Many renewable plants feed directly into the distribution system and are often located far from major consumption hubs. As a result, more and more electricity must be transported across the country over multiple voltage levels. This can lead to bottlenecks in the electricity system. Network operators can use redispatch measures to manage power plants so as to avoid bottlenecks. This ensures that the system is always secure. At present, redispatch measures are only used in the transmission system. In future, they will also need to be used in the distribution system. This involves complex coordination between transmission and distribution system operators, as well as with those responsible for operating the many smaller plants, including biogas plants, wind farms, and battery storage systems, which will also participate in redispatch processes in future. Transnet BW and Netze BW joined forces to launch the DARE System Security Initiative. DARE stands for Data Exchange and Redispatch. DARE is a platform allowing multiple plant operators to coordinate with distribution system operators and transmission system operators in a sophisticated way. Those responsible for operating the generating plants submit the following information to DARE. A schedule for their plant, that is, the amount of electricity they expect to generate. Their potential for flexibility, that is, their ability to deviate from the planned schedule. Their flexibility price, that is, the price for a change in their schedule. This information is provided to the system operators in question. Each system operator receives information from DARE on the expected generation volume and the flexibility potential of the plants in its system. It uses this to assess whether the system could absorb the flexibility potential reported by the plants, or whether the reported potential must be limited. The system operators then inform DARE of these limitations. If a system operator is experiencing bottlenecks of its own, it also reports the requirements for the redispatch measures needed to relieve its bottlenecks to DARE. The DARE platform now has the information needed to select the most efficient redispatch measures across all system levels. DARE uses optimization techniques to determine which plants need to change their schedules in order to keep the system stable. Those responsible for operation receive activation documents from DARE, modify the output of their generation or storage facilities accordingly, and report the successful schedule change to DARE. Regional balance in the system is restored. This is how DARE facilitates networking and optimal coordination of all stakeholders via DARE, efficient redispatch and high security of supply. The concept behind the DARE platform has proved its worth in the successful pilot phase and is ready for scaling. The legal requirements of 2021 are being met by DARE. By networking all stakeholders, DARE will make an important contribution to system security and the energy transition. The more plants and system operators take part in DARE, the more efficient, flexible, and secure our systems and electricity supply will become. You too can become part of DARE and take advantage of our digital infrastructure. Secure your place on the redispatch platform of the future.
Isn't it great how harmonised tracks allow citizens to jump on a train and travel across the European countries using the same railway system? In the Coordinate project, we wanted to achieve the same kind of harmonisation for the energy flexibility market. You see, to ensure that the electricity we need is delivered in a safe and reliable way, the operators of the distribution and transmission system of our grid face the issue of maintaining balance between production and consumption, while avoiding network congestion and voltage limits violations. To overcome these challenges, Coordinate tested innovative flexibility solutions in 3 demonstration sites.
Coordinate Express. Our destination is a harmonized European electricity market. Next up is our Spanish demo.
The Spanish demonstration aimed to improve the coordination between transmission and distribution system operators to increase the efficiency of the whole power system and the share of renewables connected to the grid. Flexibility resources of different sizes and voltage levels were aggregated to offer a set of standardized flexibility products through the Coordinate common and local platforms, which allow relieving congestion and voltage problems and minimizing the interruption of supply during outages of programmed maintenance services.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is our Swedish demo.
In Sweden, the vast distance between electricity production and consumption sites, coupled to large-scale network constraints, posed an obstacle to economic and urban development. The flexibility services defined by Coordinate, enabled by a centralized market platform and flex tools for the DSOs, can lower peak demand, helping Swedish cities to grow faster, boost their economies, and become more sustainable while avoiding unnecessary upgrades of the grid infrastructure. Additionally, more wind power production is allowed through a blockchain peer-to-peer market.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is our Greek demo.
The high potential for wind and PV energy production in the Greek power system is hampered by saturation problems, which increase the curtailments of renewable energy resources to ensure safe grid operation. To minimize this risk, Coordinate developed a local market and implemented innovative coordination schemes, granting access to the flexibility market to consumers and small market players, facilitating their active role in the management and operation of the power system while reducing electricity costs and improving quality of supply.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is Brussels.
Thanks to the standardized set of flexibility products, services and cooperation schemes tested, the Coordinate solution has lowered the barriers faced by potential market actors and reinforce the collaboration among distribution and transmission operators, paving the way towards a pan-European flexibility market platform.
Welcome on board the Coordinate Express, harmonizing the tracks of our electricity grid. Our next stop is the future.
European electricity is shifting from traditional, centralized power generation to a decentralized one, with sources of energy now growing on rooftops and in communities to harvest renewable energy sources. And although these sources are providing a way towards a much cleaner energy system, they bring new challenges too. Because we have no control over the blowing of the wind or the sun shining, we can't manage the power output. Add to that consumers saving extra energy from their photovoltaic rooftops to recharge their electric car at night. This all means the power grids must be more flexible in order to allow integration of solar, wind, and other renewable energy generators. In order to achieve European carbon neutrality, we try to make the best use of the flexibility smaller scale energy generators, electric vehicles, and devices for storing energy have to offer. Because even though they're small, when aggregated, they could provide an added value to the newly digitalized power grid.
The Interface project envisions to build a common architecture, an interoperable pan-European grid service architecture that will connect actors and markets and will lead to an efficient coordination between the system operators.
In Interface Project, we are developing a common IT architecture called IEGZA that connects the flexibility of prosumers to the power grid, ready for TSOs and DSOs to use. As all the different players provide data in various models and granularity, data interoperability is key in this process. IEGZA aims to deliver an interface where all these places of data can be managed. The platform consists of 4 core functionalities: a flexibility register, a TSO-DSO coordination unit, a single market interface, and a settlement unit.
It is a common flexibility markets framework for all stakeholders in the value chain. It will demonstrate increased coordination between transmission and distribution system operators.
The outcome is a modular solution that provides new coordination schemes among TSOs, DSOs, and prosumers, scalable to pan-European use. IEGZA will be demonstrated in 9 European countries and 7 different areas, covering different use cases of the platform in real-life situations.
Interface project represents a step forward to the development of an interoperable pan-European architecture, new market mechanisms, and flexibility products, which will facilitate the participation of more actors and unlock essential services for the DSOs and TSOs to integrate more renewables into electricity system.
Interface Project aims to develop a common architecture that connects market platforms, define and demonstrate standardized products for flexibility services, engage customers into electricity markets. For further info, please consult interface.eu.
In a fast-moving world, challenged by climate change, the electricity sector plays a key role in reaching a decarbonized, sustainable, and smart future. What will the European electricity system look like? Try to imagine a new generation of grid services able to fully exploit demand response, storage, and distributed generation. Try to imagine citizens at the center of the energy transition, unlocking existing and new solutions to create fair, transparent, and open conditions for the consumer. Try to imagine One Network for Europe is a system of systems approach to the European electricity system, supported by a unique IT architecture. We are building this future. Is the largest Horizon 2020 research project in the field of TSO-DSO consumer market integration, involving an unprecedented number of partners and countries.
To create new synergies and new levels of cooperation among the relevant European stakeholders, OneNet is launching Griffon, a European grid forum that will let OneNet solutions fly. OneNet, one network for Europe.
Since the discovery of electricity, our energy consumption patterns have been changing throughout the ages. The rise of distributed renewable energy sources is introducing additional challenges to match energy production and its consumption. That is why eUniversal wants to develop a new approach to make the system more flexible, integrating the fluctuations of the supply-demand curve, meeting a more consumer-centric and sustainable future. Let us introduce the Universal Market Enabling Interface, an eUniversal project. This new and innovative approach aims to ensure interoperability between distribution system operators and new flexibility markets, enabled through the development of universal solutions and real mechanisms for active consumer, prosumer and energy communities engagement. An active participation in the energy transition must be available for everyone, such as distribution system operators, aggregators, market agents, consumers, or even transmission system operators. For such an ambitious project, a multi-stakeholder international team was gathered. In fact, the eUniversal Consortium brings together 19 partners from 8 different European countries that will contribute with their specific skills. To conceive this interoperable flexibility ecosystem across Europe, eUniversal will take into consideration 3 different layers: flexibility solutions, smart grid solutions, and universal system market interfaces. When all these layers meet and work together, we finally achieve the desired seamless integration, with UME becoming available to the first tests through an open API. The next step demands testing in a controlled and small environment. The UME's capabilities will be implemented and tested in 3 multi-scale demos to demonstrate their universality in Germany, Poland and Portugal. Finally, we can collect all the learnings from the testing stage and elaborate the best practices, making UME available to anyone across Europe towards a citizen-centric energy system. In this way, an effective, market-based and future-proof ecosystem can be realized, having a universal impact, contributing to the transition to a carbon-neutral society and empowering energy consumers, prosumers, smart cities and energy communities. eUniversal, linking active system management to flexibility markets. To learn more, visit our website or follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn and Instagram.
The OSMOS project, funded by the European Commission, investigated how the ongoing evolutions of the power system trigger new needs and opportunities for flexibility. Transmission system operators led a set of large-scale demonstrators, resulting in various innovations. First, a hybrid storage system was designed to provide multi-services to the grid. 2 energy storage systems were also upgraded, with grid-forming controls to support grid stability. Close to real-time cross-border energy exchanges were allowed while accounting for grid constraints. Wind farms and industrial plants were upgraded to provide ancillary services, while smart sensors and an energy management system were deployed on the transmission grid. The project also focused on improving battery storage sizing, design, and operational performance analysis. As flexibility proved to be poorly represented in existing long-term models, OSMOS developed new tools and methods that better consider substantial increases in the share of renewables, the multi-timescale nature of flexibility, sector coupling, and renewable and load forecast errors' impact on system operation. In addition, scenarios up to 2050 were set up to study possible trends and changes on the European scale, like the potential of grid and storage in flexibility provision. At demonstrations and modelling levels, the Osmos achievements support network operators, equipment manufacturers, producers and regulators in deploying solutions to improve system flexibility and thus pave the way to a smoother energy transition for the European power system.
Nous sommes ici à New Delhi, donc à l'école Saint-Xavier, sur le projet de e-Electrics, donc un projet européen Collage 2020 avec des expérimentations en Hongrie, en Autriche, en Allemagne. Et ici, l'expérimentation que nous avons, c'est donc des panneaux photovoltaïques, une batterie et un système de management qui nous permettra de stocker l'électricité en surplus pendant la journée et donc en cas de coupure de pouvoir aussi restituer cette électricité pour pouvoir maintenir une qualité d'alimentation au client final sur l'ensemble du réseau et qui nous permettra ici en Inde d'améliorer la qualité de fourniture et puis d'optimiser la transition énergétique.
At Schneider Electric, we are super proud to be participating to this iElectric project together with our very long-time partners, Enedis, the French grid operator, and Tata Power Delhi Distribution. And this is an opportunity for us to bring through the Shakti project all the technologies together, the new generation of grids into India. The first element of technology is an energy control center, which will help the grid to operate smartly, enabling to have both the elements of information and action for the communities to manage their self-consumptions and their resilience, but also to provide the right information for the main grid to operate efficiently. There are also smart equipments that are digitally enabled, like transformers, for example, enabling the resilience of the grid. And all this will be supervised by softwares that Schneider will provide as a service to enable the smart and the smooth operation of the grid.
The project Shakti is going to be extremely important. This is going to provide an opportunity for the consumers to participate in the ecosystem of energy distribution. So we are trying to build automation at the low voltage level so that the consumer will get better service. There is going to be a concept of demand response we are going to demonstrate in this project, and this will ensure the consumers are participating, they are sensitive to what is the energy they are using, when their energy utility is going to face the challenges of supply and demand, and the consumer participation also making sure that energy is used in a very efficient manner. We are also very consciously chosen this site location at the St. Xavier School, because as we see, this is going to give a lot of learning. The students will be encouraged to look at the technology and how they can really play a role for tomorrow in developing better technology which is going to handle the challenge of urban congestion in a more effective manner. And what we are also looking forward to is a lot of learning in terms of developing supply chain and also the kind of platforms around this, so that this could be scaled up to different states, different countries, including the European Union.
Fully functional electricity markets are the cornerstones of the EU's climate goals. Improving the cross-border connections contribute to the development of the pan-European electricity market. Based on imports and exports of electricity, such European market could increase the level of competition, boost the security of electricity supply and enable the integration of more renewables into energy markets. To achieve this goal, enhancing the interconnector capacity is essential, not only by building new lines, but by enhancing the potential of the existing ones. FAR-Cross project aims to address this challenge by connecting major stakeholders of the energy value chain and demonstrating integrated hardware and software solutions that will help to unlock the full potential of cross-border electricity flows and regional cooperation. Hardware such as power flow controllers, dynamic line rating and wide area monitoring protection and control systems will be deployed onto high-voltage power lines within the demo areas. These solutions will be complemented by the development of a forecasting platform, EuroPen, and an energy co-optimization tool, OptimCap, for accessing cross-border capacity reserves. MPFC demo.
The smart wire technology is located here on 150 kV NEAS diasmos line, and this project works by balancing flows across multiple lines that cross the border.
The main goal of IPTO in this project is the increase of the interconnection capacity. We can actually import more power from Bulgaria, solving an internal congestion problem. Smart Valve actually provides flexibility in our network, and we can further improve the capabilities of our network using this innovative technology. So the modular power flow control provides a more cost-effective and cheap solution compared to upgrade the existing grid. So actually the current problem right now here can be solved building a new transmission line, which can be a really costly project and really time-consuming one. So in that case, using the solution coming from the smart wires, we are in the ability to have something really quick, flexible, and with the least amount of time and effort.
DLRH demo. This demonstrator investigates cross-border and internal transmission lines for the potential application of DLR solutions. The aim is to select the optimal locations for the solution's deployment, and then to verify their operational benefits in terms of increased grid capacity and equipment health monitoring tracking, thus achieving a higher level of resilience and security. WAMPAC demo. The Wide Area Protection Automation and Control System, also known as WAMPAC, is going to be installed in the Greek transmission network. This demo focuses on the development and implementation of a wide area protection, automation and control (WAMPAC) system in order to provide tools for the control centers to monitor and control the steady state and dynamic limits of the high-voltage electricity system in Greece, with emphasis on the cross-border transmission lines. Before installation in the grid substations, it must be tested in laboratory. This laboratory allows to design, test and debug WAMPAC solutions with the same hardware that will be installed in the real system. EuroPen demo. This demonstrator outlines the architecture and development of EuroPen, a forecasting platform that TSOs can utilize for more efficient, secure and sustainable operation of their assets. Through extensive data acquisition and analysis, EuroPen will upgrade the existing coordination and communication schemes employed, achieving flexible and sustainable performance. OptimCap demo. This demonstrator deals with capacity allocation for regional cross-border trading, by utilizing available transfer capacities for reserve procurement and for energy trading, building on top of the current available transfer capacity, ATC-based simple transfer capacity auction algorithms, thus assuring the system security and the more effective and valuable allocation of the grid capacity. For further info, visit farcross.eu.
Az iElectric projektben letelepített energiatároló Európában egy egyedi, innovatív megoldás, amely lehetővé teszi, hogy csökkentsük a feszültségesést a vonal végén, és közben növeljük a vonalnak a megújuló felvevő képességét. A zánkai energiatárolóval a megújulókat gyorsabban és olcsóbban tudjuk a hálózathoz csatlakoztatni. Az energiatárolóval rugalmasabbá tehetjük a hálózatunkat, és ez a rugalmasság biztosítja számunkra azt, hogy megoldjuk a hálózati feszültség problémákat, és növeljük a hálózat megújuló energia felvevő képességét. Ez az energiatároló alkalmazás ki van egészítve egy másik vezérlési rendszerrel, amelyben a vezérelhető eszközöket szeretnénk bevonni egy új szabályozási környezetben, amellyel rá tudunk segíteni az energiatároló működésére, és még nagyobb hatást elérni lokálisan az adott hálózaton. Az energiatárolóval a megújuló erőforrások által termelt energia rugalmasan a fogyasztói igényekhez igazítható. A projektben lehetőséget adunk az ügyfeleink számára, hogy közreműködjenek a villamosenergia rendszer költséghatékony működtetésében, és emellett élvezhessék az energiatárolás előnyeit. Amiután befejeztük a zánkai energiatároló telepítését, Dúzson fogunk telepíteni egy 250 kW-os és 500 kWh-s energiatárolót.
Friedland is actually perfect because it shows us already where we with the European energy transition want to get. On the other side, it also shows us the challenges that we will have in order to get there. If you see these lines in rural areas, they can go for tens of kilometers, and they are meant to last for at least 50 years. Imagine that in these 50 years, you actually do not know how much renewable will be connected to it. So in order to cost-effectively integrate these renewables into these networks, then you need solutions like the one we're working out here at iElectrics.
Die Herausforderung in Friedland ist, dass gerade hier in der Gemeinde vor Ort die eine Überproduktion an Erneuerbaren bezogen auf ihren Verbrauch haben. Das Problem mit diesem massiven Zubau von erneuerbaren Energien, gerade in ländlichen Regionen, ist, dass die Nachfrage nicht da ist und die Netze einfach so viel Erneuerbare nicht aufnehmen können. Und deswegen im Extremfall die Erneuerbaren einfach abregeln müssen. Dadurch geht viel potenzielle Energie verloren. Das Problem ist halt, dass erneuerbare Anlagen deutlich schneller entstehen können als Netze. Eine Lösung für die schnellere Integration der Erneuerbaren ins Netz sind die Zwischenlösung der mobilen Speicher.
Die Besonderheit an dem Batteriespeicher besteht darin, dass wir quasi eine Trafostation haben und wir in dieser Trafostation diesen Batteriespeicher implementiert haben.
Wir versuchen, die erneuerbare Energie, die produziert wird, lokal zwischenzuspeichern und dann auch lokal in der Gemeinde dann quasi wieder auszuschütten, wenn gerade kein Wind weht oder keine Sonne scheint.
Was wir hier machen wollen, ist, wir sollen neue Funktionen und Anwendungen entwickeln und hier real in Friedland demonstrieren. Und diese Anwendung, diese entwickelten Funktionen bezieht sich einmal auf die Plug-and-Play-Schnittstellen. Das zweite Ziel ist das Thema operative Netzführung. Das heißt, hier haben wir Algorithmen entwickelt und der dritte Punkt ist die Netzplanung.
Mit so Lösungen wie den mobilen Speichern können wir quasi Erneuerbare viel schneller und viel kostengünstiger ins Netz bringen, um dann den nötigen Netzausbau nachher zu optimieren, die Zeit dazwischen zu überbrücken. Und sobald dann der nötige Netzausbau erfolgt ist, könnten diese mobilen Speicher an den nächsten Hotspot gebracht werden.
The importance of Möwe is that we test here in this specific site something that is relevant for the rest of Europe. Here at Friedland, we can test a solution that will definitely help not only Germany, but also other countries across Europe to have a more cost-effective and faster energy transition.
Je suis Fabien Berger, président et cofondateur de Fractal Energy. Fractal Energy est une start-up qui optimise, digitalise et automatise la consommation électrique des foyers.
Le projet Homebox fait suite à plusieurs années de recherche qui consistait à développer une chaîne de conversion d'énergie qui permettait de stocker l'énergie quand elle est moins chère et de la restituer sur le réseau à un moment que l'énergie est la plus chère.
Cet onduleur est intégré dans une box munie d'une batterie qui permet de stocker l'excès de production d'électricité pour le restituer à l'utilisateur quand l'électricité est devenue trop chère, en période de pointe par exemple, ou tout simplement pour améliorer son taux d'autoconsommation d'énergie renouvelable, soit depuis sa propre installation solaire, soit depuis le réseau.
Donc le marché visé par cette innovation est l'habitat collectif. À l'échelle de l'immeuble, on va pouvoir stocker une grande quantité d'énergie avec une multitude de petites boxes qui vont être placées dans les différents appartements de l'immeuble.
Grâce à cette innovation, nous pouvons apporter sur le marché une approche innovante puisque notre système est plus petit que ce que fait la concurrence, ce qui permet d'avoir un coût d'accessibilité réduit. Chacun des foyers peut accéder à cette technologie et surtout peut l'intégrer au cœur de son foyer sans nécessiter un espace dédié, un local technique ou un garage, une cave par exemple.
La maturation envisagée sur ce projet va consister à rendre industrialisable le convertisseur qui a été développé pendant le travail de recherche et puis de l'adapter au plus près du besoin du projet.
The energy landscape is changing. Large power plants are gradually being removed from the system. In the future, our power will primarily be generated from renewable energy sources. Many renewable plants feed directly into the distribution system and are often located far from major consumption hubs. As a result, more and more electricity must be transported across the country over multiple voltage levels. This can lead to bottlenecks in the electricity system. Network operators can use redispatch measures to manage power plants so as to avoid bottlenecks. This ensures that the system is always secure. At present, redispatch measures are only used in the transmission system. In future, they will also need to be used in the distribution system. This involves complex coordination between transmission and distribution system operators, as well as with those responsible for operating the many smaller plants, including biogas plants, wind farms, and battery storage systems, which will also participate in redispatch processes in future. Transnet BW and Netze BW joined forces to launch the DARE System Security Initiative. DARE stands for Data Exchange and Redispatch. DARE is a platform allowing multiple plant operators to coordinate with distribution system operators and transmission system operators in a sophisticated way. Those responsible for operating the generating plants submit the following information to DARE. A schedule for their plant, that is, the amount of electricity they expect to generate. Their potential for flexibility, that is, their ability to deviate from the planned schedule. Their flexibility price, that is, the price for a change in their schedule. This information is provided to the system operators in question. Each system operator receives information from DARE on the expected generation volume and the flexibility potential of the plants in its system. It uses this to assess whether the system could absorb the flexibility potential reported by the plants, or whether the reported potential must be limited. The system operators then inform DARE of these limitations. If a system operator is experiencing bottlenecks of its own, it also reports the requirements for the redispatch measures needed to relieve its bottlenecks to DARE. The DARE platform now has the information needed to select the most efficient redispatch measures across all system levels. DARE uses optimization techniques to determine which plans need to change their schedules in order to keep the system stable. Those responsible for operation receive activation documents from DARE, modify the output of their generation or storage facilities accordingly, and report the successful schedule change to DARE. Regional balance in the system is restored. This is how DARE facilitates networking and optimal coordination of all stakeholders via DARE, efficient redispatch and high security of supply. The concept behind the DARE platform has proved its worth in the successful pilot phase and is ready for scaling. The legal requirements of 2021 are being met by DARE. By networking all stakeholders, DARE will make an important contribution to system security and the energy transition. The more plants and system operators take part in DARE, the more efficient, flexible, and secure our systems and electricity supply will become. You too can become part of DARE and take advantage of our digital infrastructure. Secure your place on the redispatch platform of the future.
Isn't it great how harmonised tracks allow citizens to jump on a train and travel across the European countries using the same railway system? In the Coordinate project, we wanted to achieve the same kind of harmonisation for the energy flexibility market. You see, to ensure that the electricity we need is delivered in a safe and reliable way, the operators of the distribution and transmission system of our grid face the issue of maintaining balance between production and consumption, while avoiding network congestion and voltage limits violations. To overcome these challenges, Coordinate tested innovative flexibility solutions in 3 demonstration sites.
Coordinate Express. Our destination is a harmonized European electricity market. Next up is our Spanish demo.
The Spanish demonstration aimed to improve the coordination between transmission and distribution system operators to increase the efficiency of the whole power system and the share of renewables connected to the grid. Flexibility resources of different sizes and voltage levels were aggregated to offer a set of standardized flexibility products through the Coordinate common and local platforms, which allow relieving congestion and voltage problems and minimizing the interruption of supply during outages of programmed maintenance services.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is our Swedish demo.
In Sweden, the vast distance between electricity production and consumption sites, coupled to large-scale network constraints, posed an obstacle to economic and urban development. The flexibility services defined by Coordinate, enabled by a centralized market platform and flex tools for the DSOs, can lower peak demand, helping Swedish cities to grow faster, boost their economies, and become more sustainable while avoiding unnecessary upgrades of the grid infrastructure. Additionally, more wind power production is allowed through a blockchain peer-to-peer market.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is our Greek demo.
The high potential for wind and PV energy production in the Greek power system is hampered by saturation problems, which increase the curtailments of renewable energy resources to ensure safe grid operation. To minimise this risk, Coordinate developed a local market and implemented innovative coordination schemes, granting access to the flexibility market to consumers and small market players, facilitating their active role in the management and operation of the power system while reducing electricity costs and improving quality of supply.
All passengers on board. Our next stop is Brussels.
Thanks to the standardized set of flexibility products, services and cooperation schemes tested, the Coordinate solution has lowered the barriers faced by potential market actors and reinforce the collaboration among distribution and transmission operators, paving the way towards a pan-European flexibility market platform.
Welcome on board the Coordinate Express, harmonizing the tracks of our electricity grid. Our next stop is the future.
European electricity is shifting from traditional, centralized power generation to a decentralized one, with sources of energy now growing on rooftops and in communities to harvest renewable energy sources. And although these sources are providing a way towards a much cleaner energy system, they bring new challenges too. Because we have no control over the blowing of the wind or the sun shining, we can't manage the power output. Add to that consumers saving extra energy from their photovoltaic rooftops to recharge their electric car at night. This all means the power grids must be more flexible in order to allow integration of solar, wind, and other renewable energy generators. In order to achieve European carbon neutrality, we try to make the best use of the flexibility smaller scale energy generators, electric vehicles, and devices for storing energy have to offer. Because even though they're small, when aggregated, they could provide an added value to the newly digitalized power grid.
The Interface project envisions to build a common architecture, an interoperable pan-European grid service architecture that will connect actors and markets and will lead to an efficient coordination between the system operators.
In Interface project, we are developing a common IT architecture called IEGZA that connects the flexibility of prosumers to the power grid, ready for TSOs and DSOs to use. As all the different players provide data in various models and granularity, data interoperability is key in this process. IEGZA aims to deliver an interface where all these places of data can be managed. The platform consists of 4 core functionalities: a flexibility register, a TSO-DSO coordination unit, a single market interface, and a settlement unit.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're kindly asked to recover your seats in the plenary room. You may bring your coffee along. So, there are still a few lingering at the coffee machine and the dessert bench. So, I hope you all had a good lunch that was light and very nice, I must say. And time to network after a long time around the standing table that we provided there. We are coming to the second part of our conference with the last panel that will focus on an important issue for the future of the system operations, with more and more renewables and distributed resources. And this important part is called the flexibility and all what around flexibility is to be found. So may I please ask you to welcome with me Claire Volkin, Head of Content of Englit Africa, who is joining us online. Hello, Claire, good to see you. You are on the other side of the world, I gather, and
yes,
it will be quite a challenge to co-moderate from down under. So happy to see you there. And then may I ask also Valérie Reif to join on the stage. She will be the only human moderator for this panel. Make your handshake with Claire. And Claire, Valérie, it's up to you to manage the next panelist and keynote.
Thank you, Roberto. To achieve a carbon neutral and a repowered EU, what kind of flexibility resources do we need? How can we optimize their use and deliver value to all energy stakeholders? What changes do we need to make that happen? And what have we achieved so far? Welcome to session 3 on the value of flexibility. We have an exciting roughly 80 minutes ahead of us with an excellent lineup of speakers and panelists who are already in the room with us. But before we kick it off, I would briefly hand the floor over to my co-moderator, Claire. She has already been introduced. She's connecting from South Africa today. Claire, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to this. Apologies in advance for any technical glitches that might occur, but I'm very excited to be joining you, even if it is from Cape Town. I wish that I could be with you in person.
Thank you, Claire. I think we'll just manage just fine. To kick off the session, we will hear from Mathilde Lallemand, who is a policy officer at C3, Unit C3 of the European Commission, responsible for the internal energy market. Before that, she has been working long years for ENSUI and also RTE in France, and she knows very well both generations of network codes, the first one and the second one that is likely to come. And today, she will give us a regulatory update for flexibility. Mathilde, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yeah. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. I'm very happy to be there and to see many faces I used to work with, so it's very nice. So I'm Mathilde Lallemand. I'm working in the Internal Energy Market Unit within the Directorate Green Transition and Energy System Integration. How do I pass the slide? Okay. Super digital. Okay. So today I will simply introduce a panel on flexibility with an update on the regulatory framework and where flexibility stands in this framework. So if we go to the next slide, just as a first very large introduction, but I think nothing new for you. So it all starts with the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package, which is the proposal of the Commission to deliver a reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 55%. And there already you have the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, hydrogen and gas markets. All these regulation would touch upon flexibility at some point. But that's not all, since, can we go to the next slide, please? Unfortunately, with the recent events, so now there are new plans, especially focused on getting our independence from the Russian fossil fuel before 2030. So it's very challenging, and it's required that we accelerate the first milestone which were taken by the Fit for 55 package. I won't go into the detail. I think you already had an introduction this morning on this, but I wanted to introduce you how the Repower EU plan and the different communication which comes with it tackle or could tackle the flexibility topic. So just as a reminder, so the Repower EU plan is a plan to get our independence from the Russian fossil fuel with 3 main pillars. the acceleration of the energy transition, which would mean more renewables, and you would find in the plan measures to speed up the rooftop solars, to speed up heat pumps, also wind, so more renewables in our system. It was already in the Fit for 55, it is even more now with Repower EU. Also, the renewable target is now proposed to be increased from 40 to 45% by 2030. So this makes also the topic of flexibility and how we will deal with this variability and volatility even stronger than before. The second pillar is to diversify our energy sources. So this is more about imports of different gas from pipelines, liquefied natural gas, so it's a bit less our topic, but it also concerns hydrogen. And the third one is very much linked to flexibility. It's about reducing the demand, because that would be the most straightforward way to consume less gas, is also to consume less. So this is for gas, but it's also true for electricity, and demand-side response, it's clearly becoming a key point in this discussion. So these three pillars could be achieved also and only if we achieve smart investments. I believe you had this session this morning where it was discussed what investment do we need and how we can smarten them. We also propose, so there in the Repower EU plan, some reflection about the model that we have for remuneration of the infrastructure, from capital expenditure to more operational expenditure. And here we see direct link also with the use of flexibilities to manage the grid. So this is the overall landscape for Repower EU. If we go to the next slide, so a bit further, a bit deeper into this plan. So this plan came with lots of documents and annex, and especially one document which came with it, which is a short-term energy market interventions and long-term improvements of the electricity market design. This is more a line to give a line to take for the future, both for short-term emergency measures, which is not the topic of today, to tackle with high prices, but also long-term measures. What can we do to improve our market design to make it fit for purpose when we have such an increase of renewables in the system? So we initiate in DG NR and the European Commission a reflection on market reforms, what is needed, and in particular, demand-side flexibility is part of the debate with three proposals. I should have come with in the slide with the last one. Of course, the implementation of the clean energy package. It seems obvious, but in many member states, it's not implemented. We need urgently to transpose the clean energy package, and in particular the electricity directive. I will come back to that, to enable flexibility and in particular demand-side response to be full players into the market. Especially with the very high prices we know today, the business case should increase and we should see a difference. The digitalization of Energy Action Plan, you also had a session on this morning, contains a proposal for data exchange, interoperability that would make demand-side response feasible in practice. And the last point is a new network code and demand response, and I'll come back to this point later on. And as I said in the previous slides, an important part is innovation in infrastructure and maybe to rethink how we invest, to invest smartly and to take fully into account more operational procedures, flexibility use into the way grids and systems are managed. Going to the next slide. Thanks. Acer has delivered in April, following a request from the Commission, an assessment on wholesale market design, and I thought it useful today to remind how this assessment touched upon flexibility as well. Acer recognized in its assessment that flexibility is and will be a key element of our electricity system. You see in the left charts, it's their estimation about flexibility needs, so from daily to weekly to yearly and between 2055 and 2030. This is more an illustration to show how the flexibility needs will increase with the system, and even more if we increase our renewable share. And on the right side of the slide, you have the different type of flexibility that could exist. And I think it's interesting to see that Acer considers all types of flexibility, from very long-term to much short-term, and different technology, from grid to generation units to demand-side response, storage. So all this is part of this big flexibility box that we talk about. Going to the next slide. So I was telling in the introduction that a key element is implementing the clean energy package. And this is something I would like to recall today, because even if it seems obvious, the directive is there since already 3 years now. It's not transposed in all member states, and it's key to enable demand-side response to be fully to be a full participant in the market, to be balancing responsible, to access any market, to be able to stack value from the different markets. So that's clearly very important. Also, the empowering of customers to have smart meters, to have the ability to sign contracts with aggregators. So all these provisions that are in the directive. And maybe a topic interesting for your discussion in the panel, the use of flexibility in electricity networks. So actively manage the grid, have access to these services, improve efficiencies in the way grid are managed, potentially postpone or replace investments if this is possible. So this is a framework that today exists, a regulatory framework which exists, but we still see barriers in their implementation at national level, and sometimes also in the technology which is not used, or also in business cases. But we could expect, with the increase of prices and the increase of volatility of prices, that demand-side response has all its place to both tackle peak prices and lower it, and also contribute to energy savings. So on the following slides, I would like to now address the question of the network code and demand-side response. So this is a question which is in the air for now quite a long time, since the electricity regulation in the clean energy package empowers the Commission to establish a network code, so in relation to demand response, including rules on aggregation, and also touching on storage and demand curtailment. So this is now coming up to speed, because the Commission has required Acer to submit framework guidelines. So I think you all know that there is a consultation going on since the beginning of June to start the formal work on this demand-side response, on this network code. And touching on the scope, so what we required from Acer is to include potentially in this scope not only the load, but also storage and distributed generation, to have more flexibility approach. That this code should touch upon the definition of products and services, in particular to solve physical congestions, but not only. There is a focus because today we see a gap there, but of course there are links with other products such as balancing. And then the code should address market and processes, the coordination between system operators, the question of market access and aggregation, especially for demand-side response, and the question of information and data exchange. So these are the pillars that we communicate to Acer to start the work on the network code. And last slide, I just took a slide, thank you. A slide from Acer on the focus of demand side of this network code. So of course the consultation is on, so I won't comment the content of the framework guideline, but just to give an overview, maybe could be useful for your debate in the panel. So the European focus should be more on the wholesale electricity markets, because the retail part is already dealt with in the electricity directive. And so how the flexibility could enter this market, the different sequence of markets, so use the usual, wholesale markets from forward, day ahead, intraday, and then going more into the detail of balancing. There is already the balancing guidelines, so detailing more congestion management services and voltage control. And be careful about the coherence of all these markets, also finding the right equilibrium between flexibility, not in the same sense, but not to be too rigid at national level, and regulate what needs to be regulated at European level, but also avoid over-regulation. So I think with this introduction, I will wish you a fruitful panel, and I would be happy to take any question you may have.
Thank you, Mathilde. Can we get Claire? Claire, over to you.
Right, we haven't had any questions come through online. I don't know if there is anybody that has any questions online. Please remember that you can use Slido to share any questions or any comments that you have about these sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Valerie, do you have any questions from the audience there?
I don't yet see any hands raised, but while you are making up your mind, I will come to you in a second. Let me maybe ask one question ahead of the audience, which is that you now mentioned network codes, but in the first generation we had network codes and guidelines. So has it already been decided that it's going to be a network code, or are you still sort of seeing which format is the better one, and how is that also related to the existing network codes?
So indeed, that's a very important question because we always speak about network codes, but there are two types of network codes and guidelines. And this will be up to Acer also in their work on the framework guidelines. But if we go for a network code, it's much more prescriptive, and a guideline leaves much more room to implementation through terms, conditions, and methodologies. So there is a trade-off here that will need to be found. And an important aspect is how it will relate to existing codes, because there was an important debate on should it be a new code or just amending the existing ones. When I say just amending, it's also a huge work to amend existing codes. But what will be very important, and we believe Acer will do this work in the framework guideline establishment, is to identify very clearly where we need to amend existing codes and where we need to, which provision we could put into a new code. But indeed, the family of the different network codes, so market codes, system operation codes, and grid connection codes, is a whole and should continue to work as a whole. So it's very important to keep the different, the coherence here.
Thank you, Mathilde. I think we can go to the question in the room. We had one over there.
Hi, so Mathilde, that was a great presentation. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question on your last slide, which laid out quite beautifully the sort of the interactions between different players. And it had the supplier and the markets it could participate in. Now, in terms of full transparency, I'm from Octopus Energy, and we are a supplier along with a range of other businesses. And it looked as if the supplier couldn't offer services in congestion management. And I wondered if that was just a quirk of the diagram, or whether there was something, some thinking going on that in Europe that's different potentially to what's happening in the UK.
To be very honest, I took this slide from Acer, so I didn't study it in detail, but it's more an illustration. What I wanted to show is a general scope of the network code as we see it from today. From my understanding, indeed, supplier can be an aggregator, but then participates to congestion management market through its aggregator role. So it's two different things, I would say.
Thank you. I think we have one more question. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Mathilde. Michael from Smart10. Very good presentation, and it's important to have the Commission talking so well about demand-side flexibility, and also in the perspective of the Repower EU communication. However, if we look at the Repower EU communication, demand-side flexibility is not even mentioned once. So yes, it's very good to diversify gas supply, it's very good to increase renewable generation, it's very good to reduce demand, but we need to reduce demand and shift and change demand in a flexible way. At the moment, the Commission was just looking at saving in a static way that demand. So very good that indeed at the Florence Forum also I had the confirmation and the actual presentation from the Commission that flexible demand is extremely important, and also from your intervention. But let's try to make consistency and walk the talk.
Maybe a comment here, I guess. So demand side, demand response and flexibility in general for electricity was more mentioned, it's true, in the communication on market design, because it's a bit more where it fits. I agree that it should not be limited to static energy savings through energy efficiency, but also through demand side response. And I think to comment on what you said, I think indeed it's very important that the demand side response and the flexibility topic in general are also part of the picture when we think of the future of our market design, because as you know, we've been tasked to conduct an impact assessment on long-term market design evolution. And there, clearly, there is a place for demand side response that we need to find the right equilibrium, find where we can do more than what's done today. So we saw that there is a clean energy package, we need its transposition, there would be this network code. What else? Something different, something complementary. So yeah, I encourage you to be part of this debate.
Thank you. Claire, I think we have time for one more question. I saw one hand up. If it's a question, not a comment.
So it's about your last slide again. What's the danger in your last slide that, you know, demand has, well, typically got no opportunity cost, at least, you know, if you take a little bit of it. What's the sort of the risk that these markets will essentially collapse to zero price, and this will cause an awful lot of trouble for people? I mean, it's true of storage. Storage will collapse a market because it's got, you know, so the same thing will happen with demand. Have you thought about that? Market design. With all this demand side, I'm assuming it's got no opportunity cost, therefore I'm assuming the bids are zero, therefore I'm assuming the price will go down to zero, and people in the demand side industry will probably call foul or something like that. So what are the risks of that happening?
You mean that the price would be too low?
Yeah, because I mean, there is no marginal cost, there is no, well, sorry, for most demand side that's going to participate in this, there is no opportunity cost. There's no impact on them, generally speaking. And therefore, in theory, I'll leave it to the theoreticians, they should bid zero, and therefore the price should collapse. It's a theoretical thing, it doesn't always happen.
I mean, I don't know if I can answer directly this question, but I would say here that today, we clearly see that with very, very high prices, but it's also on a short time. There is not so much takeoff of demand-side response. So we absolutely need to keep these price signals, but that's very tricky since we also need to have affordable electricity for consumers. So I think we are facing this debate, and also in the reflection of long-term market design, how to avoid too low prices or too static prices that would not lead to any demand-side response or flexibility or even energy saving that we are aiming for, or leaving the market work and try to attract this and to build the business cases for these technologies.
Thank you, Mathilde. I think in the interest of time, we will have to move on. Claire, I will thank Mathilde. I think you will move back to the audience, and I will hand over to Claire.
Mathilde, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I would like now to call up onto the stage our panelists for this afternoon. First being Torsten Knopp, who is responsible for European regulation at E.ON SE, and who is also the Vice Chair for Policy and the Regulatory Commission from EDSO. Mr. Mark O'Malley, Professor Mark O'Malley, who is on secondment as the Chief Scientist of the Energy Systems Integration Group. He's also a Professor of Electrical Engineering at the University College of Dublin, a co-founder of the Global Power System Transformation Consortium, and co-chair of the Research Agenda Group. Michael Villa, who is the Executive Director of Smart EN, which is the Smart Energy Europe Business Association, which is proposing the integration or fighting for the integration of decentralized solutions of the clean energy transition. And Christos Diakos, who is the head of Section Planning and Management of Research and Development Projects in the Research, Technology and Development Department of the Independent Power Transmission Operator in Greece. And finally, joining me online, we have Mark McGrantham, who is a fellow at the EPRI Power Research Institute. And Mark provides technical and strategic input and guidance for the electricity utility industry around the world and coordinates research sectors at EPRI. Mathilde, Valerie, I think I'm going to hand over to you for the opening remarks and the beginning of the panel discussion.
Thank you, Claire. Indeed, let me just maybe take 2 minutes to set the scene, because I think what we want to achieve in this session is a bit to be the bridge between the first and the second session of today. So we heard in the beginning of today that we will need a massive speeding up and scaling up of renewable energy, not only in power generation, but also in industry, buildings, and transport, and that we also need to speed up the integration of consumers in the markets. Now, that, of course, will further increase the variability, but also the uncertain availability of generation of demand and of grid capacity over all timeframes, and it will enhance power system flexibility needs. Flexibility, as I've already said, as we see it as the bridge between the customers and the grids along the whole energy value chain, is the focus of our conversation today. But we also heard earlier today, and we also heard in the ACER webinar yesterday, that the meaning of flexibility is different, especially across timescales, also across resources and across the contexts. So let me say that in this session, we come at this topic from very different angles, and we will try to bridge and take into account many different elements, starting with different perspectives as we move along the energy value chain, different timescales from operational to seasonal, as well as the fact that different power systems are at different stages when it comes to the level of DER and RES penetration. So this is a lot to cover in 60 minutes, but I think we will do just fine. But let me remind the panelists again to be brief and targeted in their interventions, because we also want to include the audience as much as possible, and we have also prepared some Slido delicacies for you. So while you all get your phones ready and the people at home get their laptops ready, I will hand over to my panelists, because what we're going to do now is we will hear opening statements, trying to take account of these different perspectives that we have. Each of them has 2 minutes to share with us where they are positioned in this whole flexibility discussion and what are the angle and the needs that they see from that perspective. And I would like to start with Michael. Please go ahead. There's the microphone. I think you will bring in the perspective of intermediaries, consumers' demand side.
Exactly. And actually, I come from 2 days in Amsterdam, where we organize our 2 days conference called FlexCon. 300 participants, all sharing innovation, market players that indeed are offering to system operators, but also to consumers, different solutions, technologies, data-driven energy services. And this is also what Smart 10 stands for. We are an association that is in this grouping 75 companies offering technology, but also facilitating consumers to be active, proactive, as individuals, but also as groups, through communities, for example. As Smart 10, we represent around 13 gigawatts of flexible capacity, which just to understand the size is comparable to 27 of the biggest gas power plants in Belgium. And this is flexible capacity that needs to be activated in order to indeed unleash its potential. So what are the needs? Well, it depends from the perspective, from the consumers and from the system operators. The system operators should unleash the flexibility of consumers to help penetrate more variable renewables that are going to be integrated, so that this will reduce costs, curtailment costs, congestion costs. And from the consumers, their needs is to have affordability. And affordability can be achieved if your electricity bill is reduced. So electricity prices by itself, the volatility is not a problem. It's the bill that needs to be solved. And by activating the flexible consumption, then you can shift and consume when it is cheaper, when it is more effective. So this is the needs that the consumer has. And by activating flexibility from the demand, you can fill this gap.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you also for keeping the time. I will move along and we will invite Mark McGranigan, who is connected remotely, and I believe who will share the perspective of DERs and short-term flexibility needs. Mark.
That's great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this. I wish I could be there in person. I'm actually at a conference in Charlotte, North Carolina called the Electrification 2022 Conference, which was last held in Paris before the pandemic. So, and I have a panel session tomorrow on kind of the role of electrification in achieving the flexibility needs of the grid. So it's very timely to be here today. And I'm going to talk about quickly 3 key needs from an R&D and innovation perspective as we look at the flexibility of the need of the grid. I'm going to start, first of all, with treating resiliency and flexibility together as part of the same equation. Really, resiliency is part of the broader flexibility requirement. We heard about it this morning. It came up nicely, and we need metrics to characterize resiliency and the value of resiliency so that we can make investment decisions at all levels of achieving that resiliency, resource adequacy, the grid, the T&D system, as well as the customer and community. So that's the first thing, is resiliency and flexibility as part of this equation together. We don't really include resiliency all the time. Second is platforms and infrastructure that will allow all levels of the system to participate. We can talk about having markets for including demand response and flexibility, but we need platforms and we need communication infrastructure and we need actual grid infrastructure to make this all possible. And again, I'm including resilience with flexibility, and I think that's very important. We're starting to pull things together in projects like OneNet, but I don't think that we've adequately included resilience as part of that equation. You know, think about a fast charging electric vehicle installation and whether including energy storage to provide flexibility as part of that fast charger, or even be part of a local microgrid for resilience. You know, do we have a financial model to make this work conveniently? And lastly, you know, that leads to the regulatory and policy structure that makes investments possible in achieving flexibility and resilience at all levels. We need to be able to value resiliency, as I mentioned, to make investment decisions at all levels. We need these investment decisions to consider all levels to participate in achieving those goals. And that's going to involve large investments in electric transportation infrastructure, in the electricity infrastructure, as well as in buildings for electrification and efficiency. And we need to have some stability in being able to make those investments. We need to facilitate innovation. We talked about that this morning. We may need to have rules about interoperability of these systems and technologies. There's a new project that's just kicking off called the Internet Project, which should help provide some of that coordination. And finally, we need to consider equity in these policy and regulatory approaches to achieving flexibility and resiliency. So my key comment is include resiliency in this equation, especially considering climate change, and because otherwise we'll have to go back and do it all over again.
Thank you, Mark. Moving on, a lot of what has been discussed today already is concerning DSOs at the very heart of it. So I will move on to Torsten and ask for your perspective.
Thanks for the opportunity, and I just noticed, by the way, that this panel spans 3 continents, which also is something. The DSO perspective on flexibility, if I reflect on where we come from and where we're going to, I think we've become more interested in the realization of the potential of distributed flexibility as such. We've focused a lot on specific rules. What are we supposed to do? What should the regulation be? What's in it for us? Aren't there wrong incentives? And so on. And I think we've now come to a point of Well, I mean, we've been doing R&D on this topic, EU-sponsored R&D for 15 years now. And we've now come to a point where we see that it's basically about the realization of the potential of flexibility. And what Mark McGranagan said is all true. We need technology, we need the regulatory framework, we need the proper incentives, we need this and we need that. But I think most of all and first of all, we really need to unleash this potential of flexibility. And I think that's where DSOs as such are also interested in. We are not just interested in the proper management of it, in having efficient and innovative grids. We've always been that, but I think we share the common goal of a decarbonization effort, and we also now share the common goal of increase in security of supply. And that's where we're in. And we are also in this common objective of everybody as DSOs, and that's why we think there should be flexibility. And how do we do it? Probably the single document, Mathilde mentions it, and that we are all looking at is this network code. This network code is probably going, if not that, what else, is going to set the framework in the on a European level for the member states. So that a lot of business cases work, and that this flexibility that is there can really appear and step forward to the different markets. We've seen we are not going into details of the framework guidelines here, of course, but reading that, one thing stands out to me: it is a slow process. Yeah, we all know how urgent it is. If we now start with a network code, it will be 2025 until we have one. I think that's a good estimate. Then it's proposal for the market structure in the member states and the checking of the market structure by the approval by the NRAs in another 3 years. That's 2028. Then you have to implement the market structure. Then we're in the 30s. And then you have a long list of things that are then to be looked at for further harmonization. Then you're at the end of the 30s. That's not ambitious enough, sorry. I know that processes take time, but given the challenges that we have confronted with at the moment, that's not ambitious enough. So, to sum it up, yes, of course, there is a DSO perspective, but I think we are more or less all in the same boat now, so sharing the common objectives and everybody contributes to them. There's not my objective and your objective, there are our objectives. And let's deal with that. Now is the time to act. We've spent years on it waiting to act. Now is the time to act. And now indeed is the time to act, and not in 15 years' time and in a long, long process. Thank you.
Thank you, Thorsten. Thank you also for that call to action, which I hope that we will all act upon. But we still have a couple more perspectives here to share with you. And I will move on to Christos, who is a representative of the TSOs today, and will share more the long-term perspective and maybe touch upon adequacy and hydrogen potentially.
It's on. Okay, thank you. Yes, flexibility discussions are always interesting because sometimes we don't have the same understanding on their definition. So I'm starting with what is meant, at least what we have defined in TSO level, in NTOE, that flexibility is the ability of a power system to cope with two things, with variability and uncertainty. So this variability and uncertainty actually covers all time scales from the long-term perspective up to real time. So having that in mind, we try to establish a framework of, okay, on this time scale from more than 5 years, long-term up to real time, what are the needs of the TSOs? What are the respective solutions? So we do realize that the respective solutions are more. At this moment, I mean, we don't have only generation. Of course, we do have generation, dispatchable and variable generation units. We have demand response, but also we have included in this framework as flexibility solutions storage and, of course, the grid itself. So a flexibility solution is the grid itself in terms of interconnectors, the ability that gives you the HVDC links, and also the grid enhancing technologies, the non-wire solutions from even this is called a DLR, it's called a power flow control, and so on. So in this context, the long-term need for flexibility actually touches on the adequacy for the TSO. So if we discuss about the long term, then you discuss about flexibility needs, which actually comes from not having the ability to have the exact forecast of the variable renewable energy penetration, integration, and the forecast ever. But the flexibility needs, when we discuss, I think on my point of view is that we need to be very specific on what time frame we discuss. And then we see what is the most efficient solution on this time frame.
Thank you, Christos. And you already mentioned grid enhancing and also grid forming capabilities, which bridges nicely to our last speaker, Mark, who has done a lot of research on power systems with very high shares of renewables. And it is from that perspective that he will make his opening statement. Mark, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. So just to Torsten's point about 3 continents, I sort of work across multiple continents, so to put that in perspective. I was actually going to start out very positive until I heard Torsten mention the thing about how long it's going to take to implement these things. So I'm going to be a little bit negative at the start, which I didn't mean to be. And maybe what I'm trying to say is, I mean, I listened to everything this morning. I agree with most of it. And I think it was Hakan in particular and some other people mentioned the fact that people have to work together and they also have to work across all sorts of different aspects of this, which brings up the manpower issue, which was mentioned earlier but never developed by anyone. It was mentioned by one person at the start. We need really skilled people in this area. But maybe to make it go faster, we definitely need the older and more experienced people. This is a shout out for Mark McGranigan there, who's, but we do need experience, because if you want to work across a lot of areas, you're going to need experience. Which leads me on to the next point, which I think is very important. If you're going to do this, it's all about flexibility in the demand side, fine. But I was amazed that no one was able to answer the question about quantifying it in the last session. Now, maybe there is an answer to it, but I was pretty amazed that someone right here and now can tell us how much is needed, where it's needed, and all the different timescales and put numbers on it. Now, sure, the numbers are going to be uncertain, but you have to understand what you're dealing with. And if nobody understands it, you've got a real problem. Now, maybe I'm misguided. Maybe someone has done those numbers. I've done them in the US with NREL, and they're not as well developed as they should be. I would be concerned if you don't understand what you're dealing with, that you may be putting the cart before the horse. We saw that picture in 1900, whatever, with the horses and the carriages. I mean, digitize what? For what reason? For what purpose? I mean, if you don't know what you're dealing with, digitization may be premature. I'm not saying you don't need it, but it might be premature. And also, maybe all these regulations. Again, if you don't understand what you're dealing with, how can you make regulations for it? So maybe I'm wrong, maybe somebody knows all these numbers. Which brings me on to my last sort of point, which is related to it. You're going to have to sort of prioritize these things. You're going to have to understand so we talked about the consumer. So there's the physics of this problem, which are sort of hard constraints. There's what I call soft constraints. They may not be easy. They're institutional constraints. They're not real. They're just, people are disorganized. And then there's the consumer who sits somewhere in between. Whether they're hard or soft, I don't know. You really have to understand, which category they fall in. And again, you have to understand where the low-hanging fruit, in other words, a prioritization exercise of some description is required. And I would recommend a prioritization exercise done by people who know what they're doing, and to get on with this quickly, because otherwise it's going to take till 2035 or 2040, like Torsten said.
Thank you, Mark. Before I hand over to Claire, I would like to give the panelists the opportunity to react. Does anybody want to react? Please go ahead, but please be brief.
Yes, very brief. I agree, Mark, on the need to quantify. And for which purpose? And this is what we are actually doing. And I invite everyone to come here in Brussels on the 28th of September. We are taking into account 2030 as the time frame that we are looking at, with the 55 greenhouse gas emission reduction target achieved, with the renewables target achieved. And so What are the gigawatts of flexible capacity that we need? How much gigawatt hours of flexible demand needs to be activated? What will be the savings at system level if this flexible capacity is achieved? And what will be the benefits of consumers if they contribute to the achievement of this target? So definitely we need to quantify, and system operators also they need to do. At the moment, the Commission, the system operators are not really advanced on that. So as market players, we are trying to fill this gap. And so on the 28th of September, you will know more about our opinion on that.
Thank you. Another call to action, if you're very brief, 30 seconds.
So I didn't ask in any way what's needed, what's actually there. And to be honest with you, I would not trust an industry organization, nothing against you. It must be done completely objectively as to what's needed.
It's done
and
by
besides,
a consultancy.
whoa, a consultancy, oh my God. You can buy a consultant to do anything you want. And besides the 28th, I'm hiking in Corsica, so I won't be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we also want to include our audience, so I will hand over to Claire to start up the next session of this discussion and get the audience involved.
Yeah, before we do that, we do have one question that has come in. I'm not quite sure who it was initially directed at, but I think I'm going to ask Torsten if he can take this question just quickly. And it is from Marsha, who wants to know, in order to accelerate the NC change, given the long timescales, is there anything that would stop voluntary adoption by TSOs and DSOs, or are there barriers to prevent this? Example, regulatory frameworks, and could these be developed in parallel?
If I answer that we must develop everything in parallel, I mean that's something that everybody would probably say. And what Mark McGranahan said, this long list of things that are to be addressed that can scare you. And then you're stuck with this chicken and egg problem. The DSOs don't procure flexibility for congestion management because nobody's offering it, and nobody's offering it because the DSOs are not asking for it. So where do we start? And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think indeed what Michael just said. It's the market participants that should go forward. They should identify what is standing in their way. And indeed, not going into the details of the framework guidelines, but they do. I think you really sense reading them that they try to address all the obstacles to market participants. They might go too far in some cases. They might recommend the wrong ways to go. But they really looked at what is preventing market participants from offering their flexibility, and how can we move, go beyond these obstacles. So my recommendation indeed is take a look at what market participants need, remove the obstacles for their participation in all kinds of flexibility markets, and then I'm quite sure that we as system operators, of course, keeping our role, keeping system security, knowing what has to be done, but that we then serve our customers that are the connected customers and the market participants, that we are market enablers and that we are here at the service of the customers. So that's the way I would go forward at the moment.
Right, I don't know if any of our other panelists have a response that they'd like to make. Mark McGranahan, I'll give you 2 minutes.
I might just jump in on Torsten's comments that to also include barriers to communities and customers participating in the resilience part of the equation. You know, we had a provocative comment this morning about letting the communities own the local grid, as you know, taking it all the way so that they could, you know, maintain a microgrid while also participating in flexibility services when they're connected to the main grid. It doesn't have to go all the way to owning the grid, but somehow, you know, we need to get to the point where service providers, you know, and communities and customers can contribute to the flexibility and resilience requirements, especially as we consider climate change and the increasing importance of resilience as we electrify everything.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Valerie, I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that has anything before we move on.
Any questions from the audience? I see one hand raised. Yes, please. Another one.
Mark, just a comment on your great comment on the, on the missing figures on the flexibility. I fully agree. And I think to make a point of it, I talked about 10 times more wind and solar. I also talked about 10 times more flexibility. Because we know it will not blow and the sun is not there, and we need massive volumes. But in NSWE, we're talking also about roadmaps on flexibility, because we need to understand perfectly well when do we need the flexibility at the scale we are talking about. So I think it's a very valid comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Luis Cunha. Where's the next question?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to combine comments from both Marks, just because I think it's very interesting, this connection between flexibility and resilience. And I was wondering, because one of the problems with resilience is that it's very well connected with climate-related events. And those events, fortunately, happen from time to time. That means that we will invest in stranded assets. So how to combine the figures from flexibility with the need to combine also flexibility with resilience? That is my question. Thank you.
Any volunteers to take the question? Mark McGranagan, do you want to come in?
I'd love to comment. It'd be a long answer, but definitely Louis' comments are particularly relevant and appropriate, that we need to be able to make investments in resilience at the resource adequacy level, in terms of making sure that we have the resources that we need at the infrastructure, interconnections, transmission and distribution infrastructure level, and at the community level. All of those investments need to be considered together, and we need a framework for how to make those investments to assure resilience in the face of climate change, but also in the face of other things that are going on right now, lack of fuel for certain of our generation resources. But so it's a very much of a combination.
Claire, I don't know if you still have time. I saw 2 more hands raised in the audience, but up to you.
Yeah, I've also had some questions that have come through here, but I think perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, in the interest of time, we've got just on half an hour before we close. What I am going to ask is that we perhaps move on to the next part of this discussion, because I have a feeling that this is really going to be one of the parts where we're going to generate a lot of comments and potentially a lot of questions. So, as you know, the challenges have been touched on already in some of the positioning statements that we've had. When we were preparing for the session, we discussed a lot of the challenges that had come out of the previous meeting. And there was such a divergence of opinion that we decided we'd almost start from a clean slate in terms of touching on some of the challenges, because they are, in some cases, I think a lot more, there's a lot more minutiae perhaps that needs to be examined. So in order to be flexible and give recognition to the different elements, we're going to keep it open for now. However, for those of you that have already been participating on Slido, you will see that there is a poll up, and that poll is: which challenges do you consider the most relevant to unlocking flexibility? And I do encourage you to participate. We are going to ask for some comments back from our panelists a little bit later. But I am going to, I think, start off by asking Christos, perhaps you could share from your perspective some of the main challenges that are facing or is facing the flexibility issue that we've been talking about so far.
Yes, thank you, Claire. It's many challenges, I would say. I would start first, and this is something that many TSOs and the ISOs in states face. It's first the capacity to issue in the long term. So since policy requirements is to phase out different kind of units like coal or nuclear power plants, then you have to satisfy your long-term capacity, which is required. Second, on a different time scale, it's your ramping requirements, because I hear all the time what is the number about flexibility, but it's not only to say how many gigawatt we need. It's more, in many cases, on how fast do we need this type of flexibility. Because different system operators have different needs in 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours or so. In California, the CAISO has established that they need 25 gigawatt by 2030 in 3 hours. It's a huge number, so fast. And other challenge I see is what is called scarcity period, because we do listen all the time about renewable integration, that's fine, it's great. But what's happening when you do have windless winter weeks, like in Central Europe? What is happening when you have low renewable energy production availability? That means as weather incident, something extremely uncertain. So if, for instance, you are based on storage and your storage capacity is around 4 hours and you have no solar or no wind, then you cannot reuse the storage. So this is another issue, this is a scarcity issue. And another challenge that we see is we talk mostly on the long term. We say, okay, we want to have the system view, and the system view actually incorporates the sector coupling with the transport sector, the hydrogen or gas, and the heating sector. And we do know that we're expecting some electrification, but there we need, one challenge is how we can actually unlock the flexibility coming from the sector coupling, either this is called heat pumps or electrolyzers or V2G or so on. So I would say, I would frame this as some main challenges for the system operators, especially looking up to 2030.
Christos, thanks very much. And Torsten, I'm going to ask you perhaps to add to that, that comment and give us your perspective, please, on the challenges.
Well, flexibility, of course, is going to help DSOs address the challenges they have. The challenges of DSOs in the future are not only integrating the renewables on the generation side, which is mostly a challenge in rural grids where you have volatile renewable generation increasing, but it's also on the consumption side, where you, of course, you have new loads in the future, and you, of course, have higher degrees of coincidence because of the flexibility. So it's not only helping us to address the challenges of DSOs, but I think it also we can also be instrumental in developing as DSOs into a new, further defined role, where we are not just where we have coordination functions, where we bring people together without necessarily going into market-operated sectors, where we integrate energy systems on a local and regional scale, bringing together the different energy carriers, not just on a system level, but already much earlier. And I think that's where flexibility is instrumental as well, in order to be able to construct integrated smart energy systems on a distribution level, maybe even on a very, very small level. So it's not just about, of course, it's also about avoiding grid investments, deferring grid investments, having later decisions points and all that. It's about an efficient grid. We will not have the maximum grid in the future, we'll have the optimal grid. But it's not just about that. It's also a central tool of having intelligent, smart systems where a new kind of modern, innovative DSO will play a different role. And that is also an essential part why flexibility is important from the DSO perspective.
Thanks very much. From what I can see, if I could just ask if you could highlight the slider for me for a second. I just wanted to get an idea. I'm not able to see it very well from my perspective here. Right, so it's very interesting. It looks like currently the things that are considered quite important are incentives, regulation, integration, platforms, pricing, and willingness. So let's see how we progress with that as this conversation continues. And Michael, I'm going to ask you if you would also like to share your perspective on some of these challenges at the moment.
Claire, sorry, can we just give the floor to Torsten for very brief reaction?
Sure.
I think the question should be, it's very interesting, but the question should be slightly different. The question is, I think, what is most important to unlocking flexibility? And then we have this long list, and there, to be honest, for a Slido poll, I think they're all of the same size. Of course, they're not all of the same size, but there's not one thing standing out. Huh? It's a lot of different things, and it's a long list. And the point shouldn't be what's most important. They are all important. And if one of the main things doesn't work, the whole thing doesn't work. But the question should be what to address first and what has to follow. And for example, just one thing, regulation in the center. Yeah, of course, regulation is essential and is necessary, but regulation should follow developments then, enabling them, picking them up, making things possible. It's not that regulation is the key to unlock everything. If we regulate the wrong way, everything is broken again. But if you, the thing should be, how do we get this moving? And I think in such a respect, that's an impressive table, because it basically shows there are dozens of things that are to be addressed, and they are basically all to be done.
Full alignment. Sorry.
I couldn't agree more. Michael, I think you were going to say something now anyway.
Yeah, no, full alignment. I mean, these are empty boxes or concepts with a lot behind, really to help system operators to become true neutral market facilitators, because then, yes, of course they need to have incentives. Yes, they need to go to have regulation to help them and change their approach to allow them to procure and create markets that allowing them to use the resources already deployed, non-dedicated assets most of the time already on the market, or also procure from new flexible resources that are going to be deployed in the future, like the electric vehicles that can provide a storage facility that can be comparable to some small-scale static storages. So it's really allowing them to make it an evolution to embrace this new challenging role, because of new. It's a challenge by itself to become a new market facilitators. However, indeed, at the moment, really, we still say that this kind of evolution that was introduced by the electricity market design, and as Mathilde was saying, we needed to implement that first, is still not a reality, even if it is already on the table for more than 2 years. Just last week, I received calls from colleagues in Italy and also Greece that are saying, well, look, system operators, TSOs, are not even doing a market test, but they are investing in grid, in storage grids connected to the grid, without even doing a market test, without even knowing and checking whether there is any interest. So this is something that we really needed to change. And then, indeed, allowing the opening of markets at all levels, including local flexibility markets. And I agree with what you were saying before, Torsten, that yes, too late, too slow, this progress. Only few projects, definitely the network code is going to help, but then let's keep also innovation going in that direction and not limit that.
Michael, thank you very much. Mark, I would like to bring you into the conversation here and get your opinion. I'd also like to perhaps just add something to that, and it's based on the fact that obviously there is an impetus at the moment to speed up some of this flexibility, and I wondered if you could perhaps also just include that in your response. Everybody's talking about the fact that nothing is happening quickly enough. What would your response, as part of a challenge, what would your response to that be? That's Mark McGranahan, yeah.
That's Mark McGranahan, okay. I'm gonna start, O'Malley. No, that's a very good point in terms of a challenge. One aspect, a couple aspects, and it goes back to Torsten's comment as well, is I think it's very important that the regulation is critical and that we move in a direction that really is incentive and based regulation where it enables innovation and we don't have to keep changing the regulations over and over again. The research that's needed is to kind of define what to put those incentives on, what are our end results that we want to see, and then allow the different stakeholders to play in making those results happen. We're seeing that successfully work in Hawaii. Rio is a good start to that in the UK, and that's one aspect. Another aspect from a TSO and DSO point of view is planning and operations and how to include this demand side flexibility and a demand side participation and resilience in our planning. You know, how to put those in our planning tools, including, you know, probabilistic approaches. And if we don't plan for them, we won't enable them. We won't make them part of the design. So planning is key, and then operations and being able to have visibility and see those resources and make sure we're operating based on those resources as part of the equation.
Thanks very much. And lastly, Mark O'Malley.
So I want to congratulate Torsten here as well, completely. You know, he pretty much said what I said. I mean, are we regulating for something we don't understand? I mean, I'm just putting it out there again, but I think from what I can hear, we are. I mean, Mark McGranigan mentioned resilience and all the rest of it. I mean, does anyone know, I mean, resilience, first of all, we don't have a metric for it. We don't really understand it. Second of all, we can't even do resource adequacy calculations now because we have to take into account flexibility. We have to take into account all sorts of things we didn't have to take into account before. We've got a system that's more connected together, and therefore we don't even have the methodologies to do this. We just don't. So we have a situation where the methodologies are not up to scratch. We can't quantify it. And then if you go as far as seasonal, let's go to the seasonal basis. If you think for 1 minute that demand side management is going to deal with the seasonal basis, I think you are in trouble because I don't think it can. We don't have the right metrics either. We're using old metrics that don't really mean anything. We've got a huge host of problems. And we don't have time, which is the real crux of the matter. We need to do all these things in parallel. We need to develop new methodologies. But most importantly, I was on a hike last week in Canada with a system operator. I won't say which one it was. And they basically says, don't trust demand side. That's it. They just don't trust it. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but if they don't trust it, then you have a problem. And the reason they don't trust it is because they can't do proper calculations because they don't have the... So it's a back to the chicken and egg situation that was mentioned earlier. Everyone's going to have to work together. Everyone's going to have to trust each other. And you're going to have to do it quickly and in parallel.
Claire, I see that we have maybe a couple of reactions from the audience. If I can take some. Yes? Okay, I see the gentleman here in the beginning and then the lady there in the back.
Yeah, I would like to, I think you know me. I'm a little bit, so you were intensively discussing how to deal with the problem when we have long terms with no wind and solar. And so I would say we need to care about that, sure. But I would also say we have a real problem already today. And it's growing every day further, and it's EV charging on distribution networks. So we have an urgent need for demand-side flexibility, not for system reasons. So you may say it's the easy part, because it's only a local problem. You don't need to coordinate between system requirements and local grid requirements. Shouldn't we talk about that? Why doesn't this take off?
Torsten, should we talk about that? And then Michael.
Yeah, EV charging, of course, is the ideal example. It brings together the new loads because you're electrified transport. It brings together, like it or not, a higher degree of coincidence because people will charge one day, maybe not, of course not every evening, but sometime almost all of them will charge at the same time. You have extremely high loads. On the secondary substation, you today have something like 3 to 3.5 kilowatt arriving per domestic customer. If they all get their 11 or 22 kilowatt wall boxes and they use them at the same time, you need 6 transformers instead of 1. And putting these there, especially with SF6 restrictions, you don't even have the space to build it. So that's the classic example. It's also the classic example for getting a grip what is a market-based solution. And the market-based solutions can trade on markets. They can also have connection contracts. That's also market-based solutions. People are voluntarily giving it away. We estimate that on average, connecting investment in a distribution grid for this 22 kilowatt charger is 11,000 euros. That's 1,000 euros a month a year capital costs, depreciation and interest. That's 80 euros a month. If you ask people, would you like to charge whenever you want for 80 euros a month? There will be many people saying, that's a lot of money, please let me be controlled by the DSO. And there will also be some people who just spend 200,000 on whichever EV you can imagine, who say, who cares about 80 euros a month? I want full power all the time. That's market-based. And that gives you a grip on what we are talking about, and that we are not just talking about fantasy ideas sometime in the future, theoretical concepts, but it really matters. It really matters. And nobody would like to construct the DSO grid to enable everything all the time, which would mean everybody would basically pay the 80 euros addition a month.
Jochen, electric vehicles are part of the solution. They are not a problem. But then we need to make sure that how we are electrifying the transport sector is done in a smart way. So first of all, for normal power chargers, we must have all of them to be smart enabling, smart charging. So for normal one, this is part, because electric vehicles needs to be decentralized energy resources. And if it is done in that way, so there is a smart electrification and not just electrification, then you will also offset this kind of grid requirement, because then it's a resource for the system. So this is the basics. If you don't have this kind of smart way of charging your electric vehicles, and also using eventually the bidirectional capability of your batteries on wheel, then you will have further benefits from that resource. So it's a beneficial evolution. It's not only an issue. Flexibility of that asset is extremely important.
So I've just one thing to say. I have an EV, right? I charge between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning because I get it at 1/4 the price. Now, I'm not saying I'm a normal person in any way, stretch your imagination, but I think the solution is there. Just get on and do it. This is not a real problem. It's just we haven't organized ourselves. It isn't a real problem. Now, sorry, if I've too many, if I get way too many EVs, then it starts to become a problem. But I think this is a classic case of that's an institutional problem right now, but it's probably a physical problem in the end. In the end, it'll become a physical problem. But you know, for 1/4 the price of electricity, I'll do it between 2 and 4 in the morning. No problems at all. None.
Just one sentence on that. I think we agree, and to make it clear, it is not a problem. We are not talking about problems. We are talking about objectives that we share. And the objective that we share is the electrification of transport. And the accelerated and increasing electrification of transport. And we are all, from our perspectives, trying to do what is feasible, thinking what the other party needs and what we need in order to enable the common objective. We are not producing problems here. We are trying to find solutions in order to advance together.
Gentlemen, let me ask Claire if we still have time for reactions from the audience, or we have to move.
We don't really. We've got about 9 minutes before we're supposed to end. So I think as much as I would like to include comments from the audience, I think it might be better for us to move on to something a little bit more solution-based.
Okay, sure. So I think we have 8 minutes left now. So let's do the following. We have one more word cloud. Let's put up the word cloud on the solutions, because what we wanted to do is to discuss solutions with the audience. So we will try to get some input from all of you, get your Slidos ready, put your solutions there, and we will give all the panelists the time to react to what the audience puts there as an input. Please take it into your account in your closing statements. And I think because of time, we will have to wrap up. So let's go maybe let's take Christos first. Why not? To my right.
All right, so I think about flexibility solutions. What we actually need first is to do this codification exercise, because this can produce the right signals. So what we're missing here for the different partners is the right price signals. So one flexibility solution could be incentivized in a way and giving the right signals to those that can actually provide flexibility. But also from a system operator's perspective, could be to realize what actually can be provided in terms of flexibility, because as mentioned before, flexibility should be part of the planning, and then if it's part of the planning of the system operators, then can be part of the actual operations at the end of the day. So that's my brief statement.
Thank you, Christos. Let's move on. Maybe we'll take Mark Rennigan next.
Okay. I'm going to jump on this resilience and flexibility one more time, that the resilience and flexibility requirements are completely interrelated, and we don't even have a valuation for these things yet, so it's hard to put a price on them, and significant social and community element really needs to be enabled as part of that to accomplish it with regulation and markets. So solutions involve community and customer enablement as part of the solution.
Thank you, Mark. I'll give the word to the other Mark, Mark O'Malley, for your closing statement.
So we've spoken about smart this, smart that, smart the other. So I think we need smart people, first and foremost. If we have smart people who, now this is an oxymoron, who smart politicians listen to, which is probably a complete oxymoron, because if you look at COVID, now I know that COVID wasn't a huge success in many places, but largely speaking, COVID in the Western world was driven by listening to the scientists, and I think it largely speaking worked out. Why do we not have a situation in this case where politicians listen to the people who know? At the moment, we have a situation whereby there's way too many voices in the room. A lot of them are just with their own particular commercial agenda, which is fine in its own right, but I think you need a very objective sort of view towards it that governments follow. And let me see, I think that's, yeah. And then I suppose if you do that, then you'll have a situation where, and a lot of the solutions I believe are not, they're easy. They're actually easy if you just get rid of the noise. And then it'll expose the real issues. And there are some really, really hard problems down there. At the moment, you can't see them from the wood from the trees.
Thank you, Mark. Let's take Michael next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I cannot see very well, but I think that, yes, we need first a consumer-centric, not just consumer-centric solution, yes, for the ease of use, for the trust of consumer, but also we have a consumer-centric market design. So we really need to have markets and rules that are open for flexibility to be activated and unleashed. We need to allow a value stacking, because only having flexibility to be remunerated through one mechanism, whether it is implicit or explicit, is not enough. The more markets, the more opportunities, the more will be strong the business model for demand-side flexibility activation. And then third solution is interoperability, is data sharing, is communication between system operators of different levels, flexibility service providers, and owners of decentralized energy resources, as close to real time as possible.
Thank you, and I think a lot of the things that you mentioned are also showing up in the Slido word cloud. Last word, Thorsten, please go ahead.
It's interesting that consumer-centric solutions is at the center of this, which probably is the right thing to do. From the DSO side, this will certainly not fail because the DSOs can't deliver. We are available to do our job. We are available to integrate flexibility into the system. We are able to provide what is necessary. if there are the proper regulatory framework enabling us to make the proper investments, setting the right incentives, how to act, and if there is a certain openness towards developing towards a new role of DSO. But the project of using flexibility for whichever purposes is, for ours or for yours or for the market, will not fail due to DSOs. We are available to do the job.
Thank you, Thorsten, and I will hand over to Claire for wrapping up the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do my wrap-up in a couple of minutes, but I would like to ask our panelists, please, if they could say in one sentence what the most important takeaway is from today's session. And I'm going to start with my fellow online panelist, Mark McGranahan. What is your one takeaway, please?
We have to understand the value of flexibility and resilience in order to put the right mechanisms in place, whether it's markets or other optimization approaches.
Thank you very much. And let's go to the other Mark while we're with the M's.
So I agree with Mark. So understand it objectively and get on with it.
I like that, short and sweet. Michael.
Cooperation between academics, businesses, system operators, market players. We need to go not in a silo approach, but really to have a cohesive approach to find proper solutions for the system. And for consumers.
Thorsten?
Very similar to Michael. Agree on common objectives, then see what each of the different roles requires, understand that, and then take the proper steps for that.
And last, but certainly not least, Christos.
Thank you, Claire. I think in the spirit of what Thorsten and Michael said, I think the alignment between the different stakeholders and to have very clear roles and responsibilities in this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to say thank you very much from me here in Cape Town, where we are experiencing dreadful load shedding, 6 hours a day at the moment. I hope that you are going to be helping to solve some of the issues that Europe may be facing in the future and not being in the same situation we're in. I would particularly like to say thank you to you as the audience for your very, very active participation in today's session. It's been wonderful to see so many comments coming through. Thank you. But more importantly, I would like to ask you to give our amazing panelists a great big hand of applause and to say thank you to all of you for helping drive this very interesting conversation.
Thank you, Claire Volkin. Thank you, Mark O'Granagan, for your connection from other parts of the world. I would like to invite the panel to stand 1 minute on the stage, standing. We take a picture, and then we move on the concluding part of today. Please. Okay, thank you very much. And now, thank you again to all of our speakers and the moderators and to the audience in this room who stayed here, the warm and heat notwithstanding, and those online. And thank you very much to the teams of ENTSO-E and EDSO for their contribution. I would like now, for the closure of this day, to ask on the stage Damian Cortinas, Senior Executive, RTE, Member of the Board, ENTSO-E. Please, Damian, you deliver your final words, and then we shall have Christian Buchel connected online. You have the stage, please.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again for a very successful InnoGrid conference. So I am Damian Cortinas. I'm speaking to you as member of the board of ENTSO-E, and within the board, I have two jobs that are relevant for today. I'm in charge of cooperation with DSOs, and I am also in charge of a project that we call the ENTSO-E Vision, where I will come in a minute. It will be kind of a next step. If I come back to the discussions of today, Mission Acceleration is the title of the conference. And Mission Acceleration, why? Because now we all have this common objective of a fully carbon neutral Europe. This is our horizon for the future, and we are now in the transition that will get us there. And as you all know, the crisis, actual crisis with Russia, is something that is only accelerating this process, because what we all understand now is that a fully carbon neutral Europe is not only a clean Europe, but it is also a much more energy independent Europe. So this is our common goal today, and this is where we are accelerating through. And InnoGrid at this conference with this mission acceleration, I think has really delivered by focusing on value. And we had the three panels today. And if I don't take it in the same order, but I think you will see why, is that a focused value of flexibilities. The last one, flexibilities, as you have seen, will be the key in order to be able to have a carbon neutral power system. As I confirmed this morning, carbon neutral power system will be a weather dependent system. And we need the flexibilities at the same time in order to compensate and to have a system that is resilient. And all kinds of flexibilities. And this panel was very interesting in discussing what will be needed in order to unlock them. And I think, again, it delivered on the promise. Value on flexibilities, value on the grid, we saw this morning. And we saw that there are two aspects to this value on the grid. How to use the existing infrastructure to its maximum through innovation, through new solutions, but also, and this is something we heard this morning that I think as system operators is very important to have in mind, we need to improve our advocacy on why we will need new infrastructure. Without infrastructure, the energy transition will simply not happen. And one problem we have today with that is that the infrastructure is going to benefit all people in Europe, but the impact of the infrastructure is very localized. And this is why today, clearly there is an issue with that, and this is something we need to work about. And I think this morning we had a very interesting ideas on how to move forward. And last, and certainly not least, value for the customer, value for the consumer. Not least because this is why we do everything else. We are here at the service of the end customers. And what we saw this morning is that consumers in this future will be part of the solution. Part of the flexibility we have seen this afternoon will come from them. But we need to hear what is being said to us is that they want things simple. We showed this morning from Jaume this graphic, 40% of customers today do not even know what they have as electricity contract. One of the keys for the future will be how to make it simple so that they can engage, because they will have part of the solution. So three kinds of value, and when you look at the whole picture on this, what we clearly see is that the two key words to unlock this future is going to be innovation, and again, this is the point of today, and cooperation. And cooperation is also the point of today. InnoGrid is a long history of cooperation between TSOs and DSOs, and I think we should all be happy about it because this is going to be more and more important in the future. InnoGrid today was also cooperation with all stakeholders, and this was very important. This future needs to be built together. Each part of it do not have the solution. The solution will come all together. So innovation and cooperation, the keys from today. And now what I would like is to introduce what's going to come next, and I think you have a slide that is coming into it, how to continue a discussion. And I want to announce something that maybe should answer some of the questions from our panelist, Mark O'Malley, before. I hope he's still in the room, about how can we understand and deliver on what's being needed. And this is what we call the ENTSO-E vision. So please save the date, because this is something we have been working for more than 1 year now. and that we'll unveil in October. This is what we call in the vision for a power system in a carbon neutral Europe. And we are trying to see a holistic view of everything that will be needed in order to make it happen. So we will discuss flexibilities. I will discuss flexibilities to continue on the discussion of today on the classification, on the quantification, what is needed, why, how, and when. We will discuss system operation. Operate this system in the future is going to be something very different from today. We need to understand how it will be done. We will discuss investments, following from this morning, because investments will be one of the keys for the future, how to unlock them. And we will also discuss something that is probably the hottest topic today, market design. We have seen today a lot, I think, all the 3 panels. Market design is part of the solution. We will show what we think will be necessary in order to have a market design that gives value to what will be needed to unlock the energy transition. And flexibility is really part of it, but not the only part. So again, congratulations for this excellent conference to ENTSO-E, to EDSO, to all the speakers. I think I've really delivered. It's been a very interesting conference. And now stay tuned for the next chapter that is going to come in a few months. And thank you again. And with this, I think I give word to Christian Buchel for the closing.
Sonia, would you join me and before listening to Christian, express all of our thanks to the participants and to the panelists and the keynote speakers.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Roberto. And yes, before Christian gives the final words, I just want to say thank you especially to all of you who participated today, and to especially our panelists, our speakers, and our moderators for keeping all the time, which is very good. But also the challenge of working online, this hybrid approach, I think it creates another dimension. So well done to you all. And of course to our team, both in ENTSO and in ENTSO-E, for an excellent organization for today. We apologize about the 27-degree heat, but I guess it's better than minus 27-degree heat. But anyway, so thank you to you all for participating, and yes, now we hand over to Christian.
It is a pleasure
Thank
to
you.
give the floor to my chairman, Christian Buchel, whom is Executive Board Member and Director for Customers, Markets and Territories at Enedis, and chairing EDSO for Smart Grids. Please, Christian, the floor is yours for the conclusive word.
Thanks very much. Thanks you both on EDSO and ENTSO-E side. It's a great pleasure to conclude this event. Sorry for not being with you physically. I had an obligation in Paris. But it's a real pleasure to conclude, and Damien just said it. This event is a long-time event, but more than ever, we do need to have a very strong cooperation and to accelerate. It has been said, I attended the last session, session 3. All of you were speaking about acceleration. The new geopolitical and energy market reality requires us all to drastically accelerate the clean energy transition and increase Europe's energy independence from, you can say it, unreliable suppliers and volatile fossil fuels. So definitely shared, common, collective, I don't know which word is the best adapted, a common work on climate is absolutely critical, so needless to insist. I heard, I think it was Torsten, you said I notice it is a slow process, much too slow in Europe. Yes, Torsten, nope, you are right. We have to accelerate. Following the war of Ukraine, the case of rapid clean energy transition has never been stronger and clearer. Only two figures seen from the DSO's perspective. We are connecting massively, especially solar. Ramp up renewables, solar renewables, probably about 6 times faster. Transition to electric vehicles at a rate about maybe more than 20 times faster. So the question is, are we willing to do it? Yes, definitely yes. There is no doubt about this. Together, the grid as one system. The real question is, can we do it? And my answer would be yes. Yes, we can do it, but yes, if a parallel acceleration in the speed of adaptation of regulation, especially the question of flexibility, storage issues, which have been very properly tackled in the session. Yes, we can do it. Secondly, if we get the huge amount of needed investments. We are speaking on DSO side, a study made last year, commonly with Eurelectric. We do need at least 400 billion euro for 2030. 400 billion euro, yes. All of us are in companies. We understand what does it mean, yes, to access to this money. So yes, we can do it. Regulation. Secondly, access to the investment. And third, and I think Mark was tackling this issue. Third, if we can solve altogether the bottleneck of skills and workforces, which is especially dramatical with the supply chain these days. So yes, DSO and TSO, we are perfectly, I think, Damien, you mentioned it. I think we are perfectly aligned in the fundamental goals of leading this transition, developing innovative and clean technologies, and achieving this net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2030. As you have discussed during the day, we have identified 3 takeaways that requires our particular attention. The first one is, I said it, acceleration. Acceleration represents integration of new technology, ambitious targets, and enhanced use of power network combined with a provision of flexibility. It goes much too slow, this question of flexibility. We have IT, we have data, we have digital, we have to accelerate this first one. The second is carbon neutrality while keeping security and affordability of supply. I don't know if this had been mentioned, yes, the question of security of supply, but the question of affordability, the price, the cost for the end user is a key issue, is a political issue for all our citizens in Europe, whatever the country and the member states is, and all over the world, in fact, for our colleagues coming from abroad. And the third one, the security of supply, has gained another issue and dimension in the context of the war in Ukraine. I'm very pleased, I'm very happy that together with the DSOs, we are not only tackling the question of grid and energy transition. We had a very good cooperation with our colleagues and friends from Ukraine all over Europe. And I think I think it's important to mention it. So as a conclusion, I think we can be very proud that to have already set up such a strong cooperation between DSO and TSO. It was not an evidence 10 years back. It was really not an evidence. And so we have to be proud for the sake, not for ourselves, yes, but for the sake of customer, of market players, and globally, I would say for the energy system. This annual InnoGrid conference concretely reflects this fruitful cooperation and the fact that policymakers, I heard Katharina attended the meeting and other colleagues the day before, shows how important this conference and this event is now in the European atmosphere, I would say. The path behind us is, of course, remarkable, but the work and the job to do is still ahead of us, and it has been presented by policymakers. The challenge is huge for us. The challenge is huge for our company. The challenge is huge for us as manager of this company. The challenge is huge for the association. So it is a completely different scale and speed. and has to be accelerated in these days. So fortunately, and this would be my last sentence, fortunately, the EU, I would say all the stakeholders and the customer can rely on one electrical system that we carry on and embody together DSO, TSOs, and all the stakeholders around this table. Congratulations for this event, and thanks you very much.
Thank you, Christian.
So we close our event today, our 11th edition of InnoGrid. We look forward to the 12th edition.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Christian reminded, it was not an evidence 10 years ago. Christian, I was there in the first edition, and I believe in this room probably one of the few. We were 20. The first time we were 20 in a little hotel meeting room, and it was equally interesting, and it started a good tradition. So
everything starts small and gets
but thank you very much to InnoGrid throughout the years for having supported the idea. Thank you to the public, online and in presence. And yeah, indeed. See you next year.
See you next year. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.